The runes necessary for runecrafting weren't just random symbols. All of them had values and meanings behind the symbol that they represent. Calvin came to know the ancient lost art of runecrafting when he stumbled upon a ruin. After conquering that ruin, he found a book that contained a runic table, a character encoding standard for runecrafting with runic symbols representing a certain type of instruction. Carefully compiling those symbols together into a cohesive instruction was called threading. The cohesive instruction formed after threading was called a logical thread. The grand formation that Calvin and Kevin needed to escape from this place undetected required 512 logical threads. It was indeed quite difficult to squeeze 512 logical threads in a small piece of paper, such as the page of a small notebook. Such a feat could be considered as impossible. Technically, it could be achieved, but carving that many symbols in such a small piece of paper required not only accuracy but also utmost precision. Runic symbols were delicate. A single mistake would destroy everything. Yet Calvin planned on squeezing several thousands of runic symbols in just a small piece of paper while making sure that every instruction was accurate, while keeping everything cohesive. That was too ambitious even for him. Kevin clicked his tongue. Even if you can carve all of those runic symbols in that piece of paper, how can you make sure that the formation will work? It will collapse. Even if we'll say that you did everything right, if the vessel or the foundation itself, which is that piece of paper, can't endure the influx of mana from activating the grand formation, everything would be for naught. Kevin was right. Calvin was basically trying to fit an entire ocean in a cup. It was such a ridiculous and absurd idea that Kevin couldn't help but take a mocking tone. Calvin merely smiled towards Kevin's accusations. Yes, it will collapse. But what is the reason for its collapse? The influx of mana that's too much to handle for the foundation, right? Then, imagine this. Calvin revealed a mysterious smile. What if we create a logical thread whose function is regulating the influx of mana within the safety limits? What? What did you say? Kevin revealed an astonished look. This was the first time that he heard such a proposal. Indeed, what would happen if another logical thread was added whose function was dedicated to keeping the influx of mana within safety limits? In other words, that logical thread would be akin to an automatic mana regulator. But is something like that really possible? Can you even combine that additional logical threads with the other threads to form a cohesive whole? Of course, I've always remembered this phrase. Nothing is impossible in this world. If you think that something seems to be impossible, that's only caused by your lack of imagination. Calvin lightly chuckled. In this case, to make sure that our foundation won't collapse, I will be adding an additional logical thread. Does that make sense? Kevin pondered that Calvin's words sounded like bullshit, but it seemed to make sense. However, can I ask something? What is it? Kevin stared right at Calvin and asked, have you ever tried this method with other formations before? Calvin lightly shook his head. Of course not. This is the first time that I will be inscribing an additional logical thread that's more than the recommended number of threads. But rest assured, runecrafting is an art that follows logic that, as so long as the flow of our runes are cohesive and actually make sense, nothing bad will happen. What? This is your first time? How reckless. What if everything collapses? Then, I guess I failed. I won't be able to take you out of this place, and I'll probably become a slave to 5 cent. Or maybe I would be executed and die without a tomb since I know too much about their company already. Calvin casually said in a matter-of-factly voice. Hearing him, Kevin was now angry. How can you be so reckless? This is my one and only chance of escaping. Since you already know about your fate if you got captured by them, why are you acting like this? Be more prudent, will you? Kevin scolded. Calvin chuckled. Don't be so worried, all right? And also, you said something wrong that I know of my fate if I was to be captured by them. But can you really guarantee that I will be captured? Remember to not put your cart before the horse. You? Why are you being so arrogant? I'm just being confident, that's all. Calvin shrugged. If you want to make this successful, then you must cooperate with me, all right? If not, then I don't really mind leaving you here and escaping on my own. Even though you are powerful, it's not as if you're the only ancient notebook in existence for those of the writer profession. I can just choose someone else. You? Why are you like this? Kevin felt wronged and humiliated. Calvin could see his frustration as he continued. This is why I want you to do my best. Can you do it? There's a lot of fishes in the ocean, yet I deliberately chose you. That goes to say that you are more valuable than the other ancient notebooks. I want to escape with you. But if you won't cooperate and everything goes to it, then I won't hesitate to leave you here, that I will escape on my own. It's just not worth it. My life is far valuable than an ancient notebook like you. That is why if you want to successfully escape from this place, cooperate with me or be left alone. Calvin gave an ultimatum. Kevin fell silent. In the end, he surrendered and vowed to do whatever Calvin wanted him to do as long as the two of them could escape, of course. He also promised to be Calvin's blessed artifact after all of these. Good choice that I won't disappoint you. Calvin gave a thumbs up. Shut up. Just do what you need to do now. All right, calm down. Calvin chuckled once more. Afterwards, he raised the piece of paper that he had in his right hand and solemnly prayed. Oh, our beloved goddess Grace, the magister of light and the commander of compassion, I invoke your name with my essence. Bestow blessings upon your lowly servant. Let this paper in my hand be imbued with your divinity. Oh, your lowly servant wishes. An indescribable presence appeared out of nowhere. It descended onto the shoulders of both Kevin and Calvin as the two of them turned silent. The pressure seemed to be confused as to what it was doing in this damned place. But when it saw Calvin solemnly praying for its blessing, the pressure turned into a barely imperceptible ray of light. It flew towards the paper that Calvin had in his hand and vanished into the paper, as if it was a stone dropped into the ocean. Success! Kevin almost leaped in joy. Although he was confused as to why such an unscrupulous person like Calvin worshipped the goddess of compassion and light, he didn't think too much into it, for he was too happy seeing that the paper they needed for the formation was successfully made. Now, Calvin only needed to inscribe the necessary logical threads on a paper. But Ivan, it's too small. Kevin couldn't help but comment. Taking a closer look at the paper, he really did find it too small for the 512 logical threads necessary for the formation. I told you to not worry about it. Calvin turned to look at him and revealed a bitter smile. But he didn't explain any more. He reckoned that it was much better for Kevin to see the truth than for him to use words. He fetched a needle from the first aid kit that was in the kit for some reason. A needle? What are you going to use that for? Kevin asked once more. Calvin replied, usually one draws the symbols necessary for rune crafting with their fingers. But that takes too much space that if I want to be efficient and save space, I can only use a needle to inscribe those runes that I can't use my fingers, since I probably won't be able to inscribe even 10 logical threads with how big my fingers are. You're going to draw those runes with a needle? Have you gone mad? Those runes are delicate, and a single deviation with its size and shape can instantly ruin the formation once it's activated. How can you ensure that you'll be able to write those runes exactly as how they are supposed to be? Democrat, Minnesota, you are being too reckless. This is why I said to pick a bigger piece of paper. Kevin scolded once more. Have you forgotten that the bigger the piece of paper would be, the greater sacrifice that I need to make to the goddess for her to bless the paper? As for how can I ensure that the runes would be exactly as how they are supposed to be, Calvin revealed a confident smile and turned to look at Kevin before answering. With my decades of experience in rune crafting, of course. Your decades of experience. Remembering the facts that he had personally confirmed earlier, Kevin couldn't argue anymore. Even though he was older than Calvin to the extent that he could probably call himself Calvin's ancestors, he didn't dare to say that he was far knowledgeable than Calvin, whose experience in rune crafting lasted for several decades. In other words, he was a layman scolding an expert in his own field. Kevin felt embarrassed. He didn't say anything anymore. Calvin then started. Creating 512 logical threads isn't that easy, but I won't say that it's too difficult. However, inscribing them with a needle and in the condition that I must never deviate, even a single centimeter, would definitely be difficult since my physical body's too weak. Years of being alone and without a girlfriend has made my hands quite unsteady. Can I really do this? Calvin audibly uttered. Whenever Calvin had a job to do and he needed to concentrate, he always had this habit of speaking his thoughts out loud in order to organize them. Kevin stared at him in amusement but didn't say anything. After all, everyone in this world had their own habits. It would be quite rude to berate Calvin for being noisy when that was just his habit. The problem of mana overflow isn't something that can be avoided, since the foundation for the grand formation is indeed too weak. However, if I go ahead and create a logical thread whose functions are dedicated to catching that exception and throwing it to do another function, which will slowly dissipate that surplus of mana over time, I think this will work. Yes, this will work. But I only have a single chance that I can't mess this up. I think it's better for me to make a logic flowchart first. Calvin opened his small notebook and started scribbling some words. After confirming that the flow of the instruction for the grand formation made sense, Calvin repeatedly nodded his head before he turned to look at Kevin and said, I'm going to begin now, that I don't want any distractions, so make sure that you don't do anything that will interrupt my concentration. All right. Calvin's stern expression astonished Kevin that he couldn't say anything other than a simple MMHM. When he saw that Kevin was strangely obedient like a child listening to his parents, Calvin inwardly chuckled before turning his focus onto the piece of paper in his hand. Inscribing the runic symbols in the runic table on a piece of paper required not only accuracy and precision, but also a sacrifice. In this case, Calvin sacrificed the precious blood essence from his left cheek. In theory, such a sacrifice should be enough for the creation of the grand formation. But nothing was certain until everything was completed. Calvin wasn't really the type of person who counted the chickens before the eggs hatched. He didn't dare to be arrogant nor relaxed. Taking a deep breath, determination flashed across his eyes as he started his work. His progress was slow, yet it was steady. Everything took longer than what Calvin had expected, but in the end, that he succeeded. Holding the paper containing the inscription for the grand formation in his hand, he turned to look at Kevin and smiled. "What are you doing there staring at me like that?" "What? I wasn't staring." "No, wait, is it done?" "Yeah, it's done. Want to take a look?" "Here, take it." Calvin casually hurled the paper to Kevin. "What? You? Why did you just throw it at me? What will you do if it gets torn up?" Kevin's heart almost leaped out of his chest when he saw what Calvin did. His movements temporarily surpassed his limits as he blinked in front of the paper and captured it with his right hand. Opening his palm, he heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that no damage was done on the paper. If he really did damage the grand formation that would help him escape from this nightmare due to a moment of panic, then he might as well just commit not alive. Don't get your panties in a bunch. Did you already forget how durable items that are blessed by one of the 7 gods and goddesses? I reckon that even an attack from an iron sword can't tear that paper up. Calvin scolded. Kevin remembered that what he said was true, so he heaved a sigh of relief. He took a closer look at the paper and realized that Calvin had indeed achieved the impossible. He inscribed 513 logical threads in such a small piece of paper. It has to be known that 512 logical threads require the inscription of 1024 runic symbols within the runic table. Kevin considered inscribing those complicated symbols in such a small piece of paper with a needle as impossible. Yet Calvin had actually done it? It was an understatement to say that he achieved the impossible. Kevin couldn't even find the appropriate words to describe Calvin's feat. He was too joyful at this moment that he even forgot to speak. Calvin stared right at the excited Kevin. The light in his eyes seemed to be similar to a father observing the antics of his child. Kevin quickly noticed that strange light, so he immediately suppressed his feelings and cleared his throat with a cough. Ahem. What do we do next? Do I release you from this place now, so we can go and proceed with our plan to escape? Calvin shook his head. Not so fast. I still have a lot to do. I told you earlier that I returned to the past to change the course of humanity's destiny. In order to do that, I must help humanity increase its future talents. In other words, I must ensure that those people that came with me in this place can go out of this place safely. What? You want to save them? Yes. Calvin nodded. What's wrong with me saving them? It's not like we have grievances against each other. Since we are comrades and in a team, it's just right for me to help them. Kevin couldn't say anything anymore. But of course, before I go out of this place and help them, there's still something that I need to do in order to proceed with my plans. I need the help of this place and the help of those demons that you gathered in this nightmare. Calvin lifted a cheeky smirk. What are you talking about? Kevin furrowed his eyebrows. Nothing. I was just wondering. Since the two of us already made a deal that you will be my blessed artifact, is it okay for me to claim those demons that you gathered here for my own? Calvin's words made Kevin feel a sense of foreboding premonition. What do you mean? Kevin answered in a somewhat nervous manner. Nothing. I'm just saying that since I don't think that you will need them after all of these, can I take them for myself? You see, acquiring the blessing of the 7 gods and goddesses requires an equivalent sacrifice. The goddess of compassion and light will never accept a sacrifice made up of the damned souls of those demons. In fact, she may even smite me down from the heavens once she sees me sacrificing those filthy things for him. But what about the god of infighting and war, Discord? I bet Discord would be pleased if I sacrificed those grotesque souls to him. You even know about that disgusting god. Just how many gods did you worship in your previous lifetime? And also, why are you casually saying his name? Unorthodox gods like him can instantly know your location once you whisper his name. Kevin was panicking right now that he drew some power from the foundation of the asylum, the spirit sword, in order to strengthen his independent space, so that the god of infighting and war, Discord, couldn't peer through this world. Calvin shrugged. It doesn't matter. I bet his followers around Las Filipinas whispers his name every day. I don't even think that he'd care about a measly human like me. Also, as if I would do such a dangerous thing without any countermeasures. What do you mean? Kevin asked in confusion. But then his eyes widened in shock when he saw that Calvin's presence seemed to have vanished. If not for the fact that he could see Calvin standing right in front of him, he wouldn't believe that he was here right in front of him. You extinguished your presence, to think that you could even hide your presence from me. What did you do? Kevin asked in curiosity, be able to hide from the eyes of the spirit of an ancient notebook. Calvin had indeed made a remarkable feat. I didn't really extinguish my presence, that I just became the surrounding, that if I became the surrounding, you would think that I was a part of the surrounding. So in other words, you wouldn't recognize me as an individual. What I did was just a form of suggestion to your mind through the use of runecrafting. It's actually quite taxing to use. I mentioned his name to test its efficacy. Democrat, Minnesota. What a ballsy test. So, that's the reason why I didn't feel any heaviness when you said his name. I don't even think that he would let a mortal who knows his name go. He's that kind of god, you see. Kevin heaved a sigh of relief. Calvin lightly chuckled and nodded his head, indicating that he understood what Kevin was talking about. In the entire roster of the 7 gods and goddesses, the god of infighting and war, discord was the pettiest of them all. That Kevin's worries weren't unfounded, but Calvin wasn't too worried about it. He thought that Kevin was making a hill out of a molehill. All right, I still haven't heard your answer. Will you hand me over those demons? Calvin asked once more. Kevin crossed his hands in front of his chest and fell into deep contemplation. I may hand them over to you, but I need to learn what you're going to use them for first. Kevin revealed a rare look of seriousness on his face. It was Calvin's time to ponder. Personally, I would use a double body technique, then use that double to sacrifice those souls to him in exchange for some benefits. As long as I am on the losing side, I don't think that his pettiness would appear. However, how about you? Since you're going to be my blessed artifact, can you devour those souls instead and increase your power? Kevin shook his head. Nope. If I could do that, then I would have already done that long ago. Makes sense. Calvin nodded. In other words, I have no other choice than to sacrifice them to him. Kevin furrowed his eyebrows hearing Calvin's words. Can we not do that to them? Oh, Calvin turned to look at him in surprise. Unexpectedly, this ancient spirit actually cared for those demons who could only be described as amalgamations of despair, hopelessness, and negative emotions. Usually, spirits like Kevin despise demons similar to the demons in this place. But he was actually willing to let them go. This was indeed a surprise. You're concerned with them. It was understandable. Even though he was being bullied, Kevin had lived with them for several years. One could say that they had become his catharsis in the lonely and nightmarish world of the Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. It was normal for him to feel reluctant to part from those demons. Yes, I am. I don't know how to explain this, but I hope that instead of sacrificing their souls to some daddy up above the heavens, that I hope you can just vanquish them and give them a chance to reincarnate, that I'm the one who brought them here, and I can assure you that most of them weren't evil in the first place. There are only 2 figures in this place that I can consider as demons. One of them is a member of the disciplinary committee. You probably met with him already. And the other one? Calvin asked. Of course, that's me. I was the one who corrupted them. It wasn't my intention to do that, but my soul is too impure. I was the one being selfish, you see. I captured them and turned them into my playthings and created this so-called school so that I can feel that I wasn't alone in this world. But in the end, that I corrupted them all and turned their pure souls into grotesque and filthy souls that can only do and feel nothing but hatred. That is why if you want to sacrifice them, sacrifice me instead. Kevin stepped forward. Calvin's eyes widened in shock, but he soon shook his head. Sacrifice you? What bullshit. I came here just for you, and you wanted to waste my efforts. You're really forcing my hand. Kevin's words were equivalent to, you can only choose to sacrifice one. It's either me or them. Calvin clicked his tongue in annoyance, but there was a slight smile on his face. To be honest, he only made that proposal in order to gauge Kevin's attitude. Now that he could see what kind of a spirit Kevin was, Calvin was even more excited to see him become his blessed artifact. So what? Are you going to decide? Should I commit suicide? Now, Kevin looked as if he was about to bite his tongue. No, don't. I understand now, all right? You don't have to resort to such childish tactics such as threatening me to act. Kevin rolled his eyes at him. Just tell me about what is your decision. Understand, I won't sacrifice anyone or anything. That I will grant them a swift death. I will also give them a second chance to reincarnate. However, don't take my word for it. Okay? Murphy's Law exists, and there's no saying what will happen in the end. Calvin revealed a forced expression on his face, and he even lifted a bitter smile on his lips. Seeing the bitterness on Calvin's face, Kevin felt victorious. He placed both of his hands in akimbo and then said, "It's good that you understand. All right, let's go and clean this place up." He then walked towards the exit, but Calvin stopped him from his tracks before he could continue. "No, you stay here for now." "What? I want you to stay here for now." "Why?" "Well, it's because I have something else to do." "Something else to do? Could it be that you want to take revenge against those bullies?" You're not wrong, but you're also not right that I want to take revenge against, but I won't be the main character this time. What do you mean? What do I mean, you say? Calvin lifted a small smile. Leonard and Zia will be the main character. I promise them that I will take care of this nightmare. A word given is never taken back. Before I cleanse this place and annihilate that fat piece of Esset, I must fulfill the end of my promise. All right, if that is what you want to happen, then I will stay here for now. Kevin could see Calvin's sincerity. Nodding his head, he agreed to his arrangements and sat on a nearby sickbed. Calvin made a sidelong glance at him. I'll be returning soon. Prepare yourself. I'll take care of those bullies first. Then I will fetch you here, and the two of us will cleanse this place and get rid of that mountain of fat. Kevin nodded. Both sides didn't say anything anymore. Calvin walked out of the infirmary. He arrived in the corridor and fell into deep contemplation that in order to end this nightmare and stop the bullying, Calvin needed to change the perspectives of the students first. They must understand that enduring it all and keeping silent was a panacea that could solve their problems. Only by stepping forward and letting the bullies know that they weren't someone whom they could trifle with could the bullying end before it reached the point of no return. But of course, Calvin didn't expect that every student would agree to his opinion. He only wanted to set an example for others to follow. He wanted to be that man who stood up against the bullies. He wanted to be that man that the students would idolize for being brave and whose footsteps they would soon follow. Calvin walked in the corridor for a quite long time. But he soon arrived in his class. Once he entered the classroom, Sir Reyes glanced at him for a moment but didn't say anything. The class continued as usual, but when the class bell rang to signify that the class for today was over, Sir Reyes fled as if he was being chased by something. When the teacher left, the students on the last row stood up and rushed out of the classroom. They made a sidelong glance at Calvin and even pointed at him as if they were planning something devious. Leonard and Zia both saw what was going on, and they trembled in fear. Zia gnashed her teeth and handed over a crumpled paper to Calvin with a flick. Ivan, don't go out for now. Have your parents come to fetch you. Calvin lightly chuckled. If my parents were here, then those brats would get more than a fierce scolding. I'm not joking. Ivan, they gathered their friends from outside the school. You tried to break the status quo, so they want to make it even with you. Zia's palms were drenched with sweat, and her beaded sweat could also be seen on her forehead. She was really nervous at this moment, and so was Leonard. Don't worry. I'm not afraid, even if they bring an entire battalion. Calvin revealed a mysterious smile. However, he didn't even glance at the two for despite not being afraid of the students. He was afraid that they may implicate both Zia and Leonard. If that happened, then everything would turn into a chaotic mess that's messier than Calvin's expectations. Calvin stood up and walked out of the classroom. He returned to the classroom to create some trouble. If he wanted to end this nightmare, then the more chaotic everything was, the happier he would be, and the easier it would be for him to lure out that mountain of fat and annihilate him together with these bullies. Yes, together with these bullies. Calvin had agreed that he would only vanquish these demons and grant them a second chance to reincarnate. However, he didn't make a deal with Kevin regarding how he should deal with these bullies. That it may be quite sly of Calvin to play with words like that, but Calvin just didn't approve of letting these bullies go so easily like that, especially when he saw Kevin's appearance after the intense bullying and the deep-seated fear of Leonard and Zia. Holding pieces of crumpled paper that he made earlier before going out of the infirmary, Calvin calculated that this should be enough to deal with those bullies. Unless their numbers were at the 3 digits, Calvin wouldn't have any problems against them. But of course, a contingency plan wouldn't hurt. Calvin always had one, and his contingency plans were one of the reasons why he survived for so long, being in the territory of those invaders back in his previous life, and being humanity's #1 spy in the enemy camp. Shaking his head, Calvin placed those thoughts into the deepest recesses of his mind. Letting out a sigh, he started walking. He detected that both Leonard and Zia were following him from behind. The distinct, unsteady, and hesitant footsteps that they had were not hard to distinguish from the footsteps of others. This was why Calvin knew that they were following him without even turning around to look at their direction. Calvin walked down the corridor. He had no idea where he should go. The number of students in the corridor decreased, and the remaining ones seemed to know who he was, for they all avoided him like the plague. All of them hung their heads low, apparently afraid of his presence, as they ran away like rabbits, startled by a wolf. Man, the last time I was this unpopular was in high school. I don't know why, but I probably shouldn't have bragged that I was a virgin at that time, thinking that being a virgin was cool as hell and that reserving my purity for my one and only is the coolest thing to do. Calvin was suddenly reminded of some dark and painful times as he let out a pained sigh. Sweeping his gaze at his surroundings, Calvin realized that there were no students around him anymore, apart from Leonard and Zia, who were still trying their best to follow him undetected. There was virtually no one around him. Only silence and the darkness of the corridors existed. Where the hell are they? I thought they planned on ganging up against me. I'm already in such a secluded area in this school. Yet, they're still not here. What the FCK are they doing? Calvin's actions at this moment seemed as if he was a paid actor hired by those bullies. He walked into the darker and more secluded corridors as if he was on a sightseeing tour, in order to give those bullies confidence that he was a weak and easily defeated man. Calvin made his knees occasionally tremble, but his head raised high. He gave off the impression that he had nothing to fear, but his occasionally trembling knees would give him away. The layout of this school is quite interesting. Calvin softly uttered. Only the faculty or staff room, the dormitory, and the discipline committee's room are populated with people, while the other places here on the western side of the school are quite deserted. There are a lot of things such as a science lab, a vocational block, and a recreational room with a piano and some Kindoka equipment inside, yet judging from the dust, it's clear that this place is rarely visited by the teachers and students. I wonder why. Calvin took a turn at another corridor and discovered something interesting. There are traces of people living in this secluded place. Calvin saw a pair of sneakers in the corridor at the distance. Flip-flops were also scattered about, as far as Calvin could remember. Every student in this school wore black shoes as their uniform, including the girls. In other words, the owners of these flip-flops and sneakers weren't students of this place, or if they were students, they should be delinquents. Calvin instantly made a deduction. This should be the living space dedicated to those bullies. The school must have noticed what the bullies were doing. So in order to prevent further disruption of order in the school, they made the bullies stay on the western part of the school, away from the main dormitories located on the eastern side of the school. Calvin suddenly became agitated. He wandered around the school as if he had lost his direction. In the end, he arrived at another corridor, and when he made a turn, he instinctively turned around him. But then he realized that the corridor where he came from had become a wall. In other words, there was nothing behind him but a wall. Oh! Calvin let out a surprised yelp. This is getting interesting. Since a transformation like this occurred, then it should be time for them to make a move. Calvin placed his right hand into his right pocket. Footsteps suddenly interrupted Calvin's movements. He stared right ahead and found that from another turn at the end of the corridor, he could faintly see the silhouette of people coming towards his direction. He couldn't clearly see them, but it was obvious from their movements that they didn't bring peace with them. The sound of chains being dragged across the floor rang out. The air thickened until it was suffocating. I know that you're a new student, so it's not a huge problem if you do not understand the hidden rules of this school. However, deliberately trying to change the status quo of this school is something unacceptable. If you want to stay here, then you must respect us, or else you may be in due for some serious trouble. The silhouettes weren't just silhouettes anymore. A man whose physique looked similar to the Rock appeared right in front of Calvin. He was holding a chain in his right hand, and he was dragging that chain across the floor. Only 3. Calvin clicked his tongue. He spent so much time trying to bait every bully out, but in the end, only 3 came forward. Don't worry. The 3 of us are enough to educate you. The muscle man stood in front of Calvin, while the others quietly surrounded him at the sides. It was clear that they had no intention of letting Calvin go so easily. We're in school. Are you not afraid that I will report you all to the headmaster? Calvin threatened, but the students didn't seem to mind. It was obvious that they had done something like this more than thrice already, since they were not afraid of the consequences regarding their actions. Go ahead and report, you asked, and no matter what, we will definitely teach you a lesson today. The muscle man crossed his hands in front of his chest and arrogantly said. The other 2 students revealed a smirk, with one of them saying, "Hey, tough guy, since you were quite tough earlier to actually dare to beat up one of us in the classroom, can you show us those moves once more? I really want to see what you did to one of us, so I can also do it to you." The student seemed to have gone mad. Saliva came out of the edge of his lips, and his eyes were bloodshot. Yes, that's right. Show us. Show us, and we may let you escape. But oops, we forgot. There's only a wall behind you, and if you want to escape, then you have to get past us. Ha ha! The 3 boisterously laughed. Calvin swept his gaze at the 3 and asked, "Do you know what we say to bullies back in my hometown?" His questions intrigued the 3. "Oh, you're finally starting to be afraid. Humor us, then." The 3 stared at Calvin in amusement. Calvin also revealed the same amused look and said, "What do we say to bullies?" He took a deep breath and roared, "FCK off." The pupils of the 3 students constricted. Their eyes went bloodshot, and it was clear that they had no intention of answering him at all. For them, Calvin was just a new student who didn't know the inner workings of this school. In other words, he was nothing but a subject for their education. "You sure are quite arrogant." The muscle man dragged his chains and hurled it at Calvin's direction. A single glance was all it took for Calvin to see that even though the chains were hurled powerfully, it lacked substance beyond its speed. In other words, if the chain struck, it wouldn't leave any conspicuous wounds behind, yet would still be quite painful. Pung! A dull sound rang out. Calvin had avoided the chains. To think that you would actually dare to resist. The muscle man's face became distorted in anger. His words also became quite unreasonable now. Obviously, he was slowly drowning in his fury. What? Do you want me to just obediently stand here and receive a beating? Are you mad? Calvin replied with a mocking smirk. I have informed the teachers of what you were planning to do to me. They'll be here soon to help me, and once they came here, then I'll be sure to have the three of you expelled. Calvin valiantly spoke, but his figure was trembling. His shoulders shivered like a sieve, and his knees looked as if it would collapse at any moment. His eyes also darted around, seemingly afraid to meet the bloodshot eyes of the assailants. These hints were enough for the three to deduce that Calvin was really afraid and was just bluffing to escape. Do you even know what you look like right now? Do you think that we would believe you? The muscle man grabbed his chains once again. Calvin deftly avoided the chains. His movements were smooth and without any waste, yet none of the three noticed his expertise for, in their minds, Calvin was nothing but a scaredy cat. Where are you going? Calvin ran to the corridor ahead, and there he saw a staircase directly opposite the door on the right side. The three followed suit, and when he saw where he was heading, they were briefly stunned. Calvin was going to the rooftop. If he went up, then he would have no other escape route other than to go down. That was basically the same as pushing himself to a dead end. It didn't make sense. Follow him. He must be too scared that he can't even tell where he is going. The expressions and the eyes of the three were similar to each other. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their faces were distorted into grotesque expressions. Don't let him run away. Calvin detected that the demons from outside the school still weren't making a move. That it was obvious that they wanted Calvin to run even further into the rooftop. No worries. There's no way that he can escape once he's in the rooftop. There's nothing there other than a sun whose rays are black instead of white. Once the darkness fully envelopes him, he can't possibly escape. An old man who seemed to be a faculty member instead of a student stood along with the other bullies. He licked his lips and swept his gaze at the rest. According to our deal, I'll choose my own share first, and all of you can share depending on what's left. Old geezer, don't be too greedy. You may not be able to swallow due to your greed. The muscle man swung his chains around and commanded the students from the other classes who observed everything from a distance. All of you useless cannon fodders, block the exits here. If he somehow manages to escape from us, block his way. The muscle man's command was quite ruthless. He sealed all routes that Calvin could possibly use to escape. Now, unless he jumped off the school building and committed a dash, there was no way for him to escape. When the demons saw Calvin's back disappearing further and further from their eyes, those demons from outside the school finally started their chase. However, it was obvious from how they were maintaining a certain distance from Calvin that they wanted to savor the chase. The entire thing was now similar to how a cat and mouse chase. The only difference was that they were demons instead of cats, and Calvin was a human instead of a mouse. Calvin ran like mad until he eventually reached the rooftop. Entering the rooftop, Calvin momentarily stopped on his tracks when he saw the black sun hanging over the horizon. The darkness seemed to have become one with Calvin, making his movements sluggish, gnashing his teeth. He turned around to look in a panic. Ha ha! Are you not going to run anymore? The muscle man was now about 20 meters away from him. Calvin let out a surprised and panicked yelp. His knees trembled as they mustered all of the strength that it could possibly use in order to move amidst this darkness that seemed to have transformed into a quagmire. Eventually, Calvin picked up speed and he managed to outrun the muscle man. On the rooftop, he discovered a storage room the size of a studio apartment. Without any hesitation, he crashed his shoulders against the door. Bang! The door gave way. Calvin immediately entered it and slammed the door shut on the muscle man's face. Click! A clicking sound rang out as Calvin locked the door. The storage room was completely dark. Calvin fumbled around for a while before he managed to find the light switch. Click! Another clicking sound rang out as Calvin turned on the lights. He could now take a good look at the storage room, and he discovered that, thankfully, the storage room had nothing out of the ordinary. Aside from the fact that it was dustier than what Calvin had expected, there was nothing strange in here. It looks like he trapped himself in here. How convenient. Yeah, definitely. A raspy male voice rang out from outside the door. The demons were clearly toying with Calvin. Knock, knock, knock. Come out now. Come out. I know you are in there. I promise, I won't hurt you. Just a taste. I just want a taste. The raspy male voice seemed to have lost its breath, for it had turned coquettish at the end of its sentence. That it seemed to be seducing Calvin, but the effect that it had was the opposite. Calvin felt a shiver down his spine instead of being seduced by the voice. The unsettling voice continued speaking, followed by another knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Ah, I promise. I just want to taste. The three of us know that you are in there. Come out. Come out now. We won't harm you. We just want to taste, and we just want to teach you a lesson. The raspy voice had disappeared and was replaced with a gentle one. The kind voice was reminiscent of a mother gently coaxing his baby to sleep. If not for the fact that the message was quite disturbing, Calvin would have thought that the person speaking behind the door was his very own mother. He's not coming out. Yeah, he's not coming out. Is he being disobedient? Yeah, he's being disobedient. What should we do? Oh, what should we do? The raspy and kind voice made an exchange, and in the end, both voices turned silent. However, in the very next moment, the voice that came was a chorus made from dozens of different voices, clearly belonging to different people. We are coming to get you. Bang! A heavy object collided against the steel doors, eliciting a loud bang as the screws that held the door noisily creaked. The forceful knockings, the sound of hurried footsteps, the contrasting voice, and the darkness that seemed to crawl into Calvin's soul formed a cacophony that could push anyone to the edge of insanity. Bang! The door may have been made of steel, but the screws that held it in place could only take so much banging. The door was finally opened. The muscle man who stood at the front lines had a rope and his chains in both of his hands as he rushed inside before even the door could fully collapse. Pull him out, tear his skin, season the flesh, let the bones be burned and his soul be tormented. The people and the students behind the muscle man shouted, as well as the old man. They were incredibly excited about this turn of events, but the muscle man had no reply, as if he had vanished into nothingness. Bang! The door finally went down. With its collapse, it also revealed the collapsed figure of the muscle man. A pained look could be seen on his face, and half of his body was burned by something unknown. All of you wish to teach me a lesson, but my intentions are to annihilate. Calvin stared right at the astonished demons that a piece of paper was floating above his head as if it was being held up by an invisible force. He swept his gaze across every demon present in the rooftop and continued his sentence. Our goals are different from the very beginning, so I can confidently say that. Calvin stretched his palm forward, and the piece of paper above his head shone in a dazzling light. I feel sorry for Kevin, but it's checkmate. A shower of lights swallowed each and every demon. Calvin's accuracy and decades of experience made it so that a single attack accurately struck through the heart of each and every demon standing on a rooftop. All of these took time to describe, but it only happened in a blink of an eye. Not even 5 seconds had passed since the door was broken in. Yet the assailants were already dead along with their accomplices. Calvin stared at the tangible bodies of the demons and sighed. He didn't actually kill these demons. He just severed their connection to their physical body. In other words, he confused the demons and created the illusion that he had killed them all. Unfortunately, this kind of trickery wouldn't last that long, but it was enough for it to last until Calvin could contain and trap them all through the use of rune crafting. Calvin opened another piece of crumpled paper. Using his nail to slit his wrist, he dripped the blood coming out of his wrist towards the piece of crumpled paper. A silent prayer ensued, and the paper was successfully infused with the blessing of Goddess Grace. This should be enough to contain this much low-level demons. Las Filipinas has a leveling system similar to MMORPG games of Earth. That a single look was enough for Calvin to deduce that the levels of these demons weren't even at level 10 if the Benevolent Father and the Butcher of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum were at level 10. These demons should be at level 3, while that big mountain of fat called Sir Nick should be at level 5. Of course, the level of the Notebook of Secrets that will destroy your life was obviously higher than anyone in this place, but that didn't really matter since artifacts like that notebook weren't classified through the use of a leveling system. Instead, there was a ranking system in place to categorize artifacts. The Notebook of Secrets that will destroy your life could be considered as a ranked 3 artifact. In comparison, the Great Book of History that Calvin possessed for the last few decades was a rank 0 artifact. The difference between rank 3 and rank 2 wasn't that huge, but the difference between 2 from 1 and 1 from 0 was an insurmountable gulf. Calvin raised the piece of paper in the air and started absorbing the souls of the demons. These souls could serve as a hidden trump card for Calvin, and if he wasn't able to turn these souls into his own power, then he could at least detonate them to deal huge damage, even against the Benevolent Father or the Butchered, of course. Detonating these demon souls could be considered as Calvin's last resort. After all, even though the level of these demons was pathetically low, they were useful for the low-leveled Calvin, He could consume these souls through the use of an unorthodox spiritualist ritual to turn the soul power of these souls into his own strength. Such a method of increasing one's strength was not only tyrannical, but also dangerous. However, Calvin had done enough risk assessment, and he concluded that it should be possible for him to absorb these souls, albeit with a small sacrifice within his self-established safety limits. In short, Calvin may pay a price. But that price was negligible in exchange for a higher reward. Calvin was willing to pay that trivial price. A few minutes passed, and the souls of these demons were now inside the small piece of paper that he ripped off from the small notebook that he got as a bonus from Rhea. Staring at the small notebook, Calvin felt strange. He was grateful to Rhea for giving him this small notebook, that he wanted to pay him back. But he knew that it was impossible, that he didn't plan on returning to 5 cents anymore. He knew that after this final phase, all the newbies would undergo a year of guided tutorial and training before they would be released into the harsh world of Las Filipinas. That a tutorial and some guidance wasn't really that problem, but the thing was, Calvin knew that he didn't have that much time. Knowing the future of humanity gave him an immense advantage over his next course of action, but it also placed immense pressure on his shoulders. He felt as if he wouldn't be able to forgive himself if he wasn't able to change the future despite knowing what was about to happen. Sigh. Calvin let out a drawn-out sigh. Afterwards, he then walked towards the direction of the exit. But before he got that far, his ears perked up for he could vaguely hear the sound of footsteps coming his way. Ivan. The appearance of a familiar young boy appeared in front of Calvin. His young face still had that trace of baby fat, but the watery, worried look in his eyes made him seem quite mature than his peers. Leonard and Ivan. A crisp feminine voice rang from behind Leonard. It was Zia. Zia sat beside Calvin, while Leonard sat directly in front of Zia. Both of them never communicated openly with Calvin like this. This was the first time that the two of them spoke with such loud words towards Calvin. But Calvin himself knew why they did what they had done. It was because they were afraid of being implicated. But now that they had realized that someone was actually willing to sacrifice himself for their own sake, these two kids couldn't stand by anymore. Despite being afraid, they suppressed their fears and followed after Calvin. Why are you here? Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. He still needed to pretend that he didn't notice them earlier. Zia and Leonard teared up when they saw Calvin's tattered clothes and his dusty complexion. Furthermore, when they saw the blood on his arm and legs, the two couldn't hold it back anymore, as Leonard cried out, I'm sorry. What? Why are you apologizing? I have somewhere else to go, and I don't have that much time to talk. If you're not in cahoots with these bullies, then make way. Calvin could feel that the darkness surrounding the school was getting thicker and thicker. First, he could still see the image of Zia and Leonard, but now, both of them were going blurry. We are here to help you. I know that. We know that you want to end this nightmare for us, but can't let you suffer just because we are incapable of doing what we needed to do. We should have fought against those bullies before everything became like this, but we didn't. It's because we are cowards. We're cowards. I'm a coward. Leonard's eyes turned bloodshot, and he became agitated. Zia was also the same. Her small frame continuously trembled as if she was holding back something. Calvin let out a soft curse. From the first time that he saw both Leonard and Zia, he had already understood the reason why these two were being constantly bullied. It was because they hadn't truly become demons. Yet, demons were humans before they became demons, and before one could turn into a demon, one must also experience an insurmountable amount of hopelessness and despair. Judging from the fact that Calvin could still see some purity within the eyes of the two, despite the constant pressure that they faced, it was obvious that these two were pure souls. Kevin must be talking about these two when he requested that Calvin should give the demons a chance to reincarnate. These pure souls, if they reincarnated and their paths didn't stray, they would be a huge help to humanity in the future. Calvin couldn't bear to annihilate talents and people with such pure souls like these two. However, before he exorcised them out of this place and sent them on their way to reincarnate, Calvin must return the purity of their souls. He must ensure that they weren't influenced by the negative emotions of this place anymore before he would allow them to reincarnate. This was a difficult feat to do since the souls of the two were here for several years already. In fact, the purity that they had was nothing but a mere cup compared to the ocean of negative emotions that they were feeling. But Calvin still believed in that trace of purity. He knew that so long as the two had a rapport with someone that wanted them to turn for the better, both of them still had a chance to reincarnate. However, at this moment, both Zia and Leonard were showing signs of transforming into true demons similar to these bullies. Calvin couldn't let that happen. He caught the arms of the two and dragged them into his embrace. No, you're wrong. Both of you weren't cowards. Both of you are just too kind and nice for this world. Human nature is innately kind, and most people want the best for others. Both of you belong to that category. But these bullies are the opposite. They aren't kind at all. Humans are kind in nature, but these bullies aren't even humans anymore. They are demons, and they do not deserve to live. But both of you are the opposite. The two of you are still kind. In other words, human nature still exists in your heart. Don't let hatred take over your heart and soul. If you must hate, then give that hatred to me, and I will handle it. Didn't I tell the two of you earlier that I will end this nightmare? Calvin lifted a gentle smile. Zia and Leonard saw the smile on his face, and they started bawling like children. Ha! This is more like it. Now they're acting similar to what they look like. Children. Calvin ruffled the hair of the two and explained, "What's more, do you really think that all the students here are bullies?" Zia and Leonard shook their heads. That's right. Not every student here is a part of those bullies. Those bullies are a minority, and we are the majority. Why should a pack of wolves be afraid of a few tigers? They may be able to injure some of us, but I am confident that we can overcome them with our numbers. But, Zia softly uttered, that they have a lot of people from outside the school. Some of the good students are also their accomplices. There are so many of them, and I'm afraid that... That's it, Calvin suddenly exclaimed. That's the mindset. That's the reason why this nightmare has continued for so long. Facing against a group of bullies and helping those that are being bullied. Everyone knows that this is a tough decision to make. Why should we help those who are being bullied? Why should we sacrifice ourselves for others? But have you ever considered what will happen if even a single student stands up against those bullies? No, that's the reason why. Everyone thinks like that, and that is the reason why this nightmare has continued for so long, and those bullies dare to push us so far. Calvin exclaimed, I told you both earlier that I will end this nightmare. Since no one is willing to stand up, then let me be their scapegoat. I cannot fail. I have to prove to those bullies that I am an insuperable mountain. There is no need to be afraid of them. If we had done that, and everyone stood up for their own sake than for the sake of others, and collectively derided and mocked those bullies for what they were trying to do, then this nightmare would have met a premature end. Silence is never the answer. Silence is not the answer. It will never be the answer. Leonard wasn't even listening anymore. He couldn't understand Calvin's wordings, but he felt that he was right. The contrasting emotions surging in his heart right now caused his blood to boil. The madness in Zia and Leonard's eyes receded, and their eyes returned to normal. Calvin let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he managed to pull both of them out of the edge before it was too late. I don't know about how many bullies are there out of this school, but believe me when I say that I could defeat them, that what's more, if we rally every good student to our side, can they really ensure that they will be able to defeat us? We have the advantage of numbers. Why must we be afraid? Both Zia and Leonard nodded, but the fear in their eyes made it obvious to Calvin that they were still quite afraid. Calvin didn't mind. Change doesn't happen in a blink of an eye, at least their perspective towards the matter at hand had changed subtly. Come with me, we're going to go somewhere. Calvin dragged both Zia and Leonard by the hand. His mind madly churned, creating plans after plans and simulating the success and failure of those plans at the same time. This was the kind of person Calvin was in the face of imminent danger. Instead of panicking, he would create plans after plans until he discovered what he needed to make a breakthrough and survive. One could say that this trait of him was a part of the reason why he managed to survive until he was the only Earthling remaining. An Earth in the world of Las Filipinas. But unfortunately, Calvin may have been cautious back then, but he ultimately didn't add the insignificant variable that made all of his plans collapse, leading to the destruction of humanity. And that was human nature. The IT was the human heart. Calvin let out a sigh. Where are we going? I already called the teachers here. They should be coming soon. I'm sure that those who try to bully you will. Before Leonard could finish, Calvin raised his hand in front of Leonard and stopped him from speaking. Have you forgotten what Sir Reyes had done earlier when I was being bullied by these punks? Calvin's words were cold and clear. Leonard hesitated. He knew too well that the teachers of this school didn't care about the bullied at all. However, if he couldn't rely on the teachers, then who would he rely on? Ivan. Zia gnashed her teeth. I believe you. Calvin nodded. Thank you. But this time, it's my victory. However, if I do fall down, I hope that both of you will learn not to bow to anyone that doesn't deserve your respect like these punks. Leonard took a deep breath. He made a sidelong glance at Zia, and the gazes of the two met in midair. They still looked worried, but the obvious difference was that the despair in their hearts had shattered. Hope bloomed in their hearts. Calvin then dragged them back towards the school corridors, and the three of them raced for the infirmary. There were no students at all in the corridors. but some faculty members of the school could be seen wandering about. Calvin was unsure as to what they were doing. IT took the three quite a long time to go to the infirmary, for they tried their best to hide from these faculty members. Come in. Calvin led both Zia and Leonard into the infirmary. Reaching the innermost room, he twisted the doorknob and went inside with the two in tow. Kevin is here. Leonard and Zia stopped on their tracks. Hesitation could be seen in their eyes. Both of them felt immensely guilty towards Kevin. Back then, they didn't have these feelings since they knew that they were just trying to protect themselves. Nothing was wrong with protecting yourself. But since Calvin convinced them that silence was not the answer and it would never be the answer, the beliefs that the two had in their hearts collapsed. They started blaming themselves for being silent. Why did they not stand up to him when he needed them the most? Could they even be considered his friends? No. They abandoned him. They abandoned him when he needed their help. They didn't deserve to be his friend. Leonard and Zia started trembling like sieves. Mustering their courage, they approached the bed and set the white curtains aside. Seeing the mummified-looking figure of Kevin wrapped with innumerable bandages, the two children started crying. Leonard profusely apologized to Kevin, saying that he was weak and a coward, and he hoped that he could forgive him. Calvin let out a sigh. He didn't plan on interrupting these two, but he noticed that Kevin's reactions were quite abnormal. Kevin, who was an overly hyped and excited young boy earlier, was now quite taciturn. He seemed to be internally struggling against something deep in his heart. Human nature was never Calvin's forte. He could see Kevin struggle, but he didn't know how to solve it. But seeing him struggling like this, it was obvious that person in front of him at this moment was the genuine Kevin. Not that Kevin whom Calvin faced after he had revealed the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. At least, I could see that the three of them were friends. They may not be the best of friends, but it's obvious that they have a lot in common. Leonard and Zia finally stopped their crying. It seemed that Kevin had accepted their apologies. When silence descended between the three, Calvin didn't waste any time anymore. He took a stool, sat on it, and gathered the three around him before saying, "I've taken care of those bullies. They will never be able to bully you all anymore. I will also take care of them in the future." Calvin ruffled the hair of Leonard and Zia. Zia lifted a sweet smile. "Yes, Ivan. I can see it. I bet that they're too scared of you right now, that they wouldn't dare to bully you anymore." Zia's mood turned for the better after being redeemed by Kevin. Leonard also now had a smile on his face. It has been a long time since he felt so happy that he couldn't stop the smirk from creeping up his face. Kevin had been possessed by the spirit of the notebook of secret that will destroy your life after Calvin revealed that he knew of the notebook's presence. In other words, Calvin was a stranger to Kevin. All he knew was that he remembered that Calvin accompanied him on writing some of his groundbreaking secrets on that notebook. After that, his memories were fuzzy and his head ached whenever he tried to recover his memories after that event. But he knew that Calvin meant well, that he wasn't here to harm him. But suddenly, Calvin grabbed his arm and pulled the bandages wrapped around his body. Kevin instinctively jumped backwards, but Calvin was unexpectedly strong. Calvin pulled the bandages, and what was revealed underneath was a slew of wounds festering with maggots, radiating a nauseating stench. Kevin swiftly hit his neck. He cried out loud and jumped back into his sickbed. Leonard and Zia scrunched their eyebrows. Tears threatened to fall down their eyes. They knew that Kevin was injured, but they didn't expect that his injuries were this severe. "I won't mince words any longer, for I don't have enough time. Inflicting pain to yourself is a useless endeavor. Do you really think that those bullies would feel remorse when they heard that you died from the injuries that you inflicted on yourself? No, those bullies would never shed a single tear on your behalf. They will stand by your grave, and may even spit on it, as they laugh at your foolishness." Calvin grabbed Kevin from the sickbed and pulled him to his embrace. The disgusting sensation of the squirming maggots didn't disturb Calvin at all. Instead, there was this look of seriousness and sincerity that Kevin had never seen before. "I know that I am just a stranger to you, and you will definitely not believe me. But trust me at the least. I will use my actions to prove to you that I mean no harm." Calvin let out a sigh. "This school is changing. It's far too dangerous for the three of you to stay here. Why don't you come with me along with Zia and Leonard? The three of us will protect you." "Ivan is saying the truth, Kevin. This time, I won't stand by that. I won't run away anymore. That I will stand with you along with Zia and Ivan." Leonard stepped forward and even persuaded Kevin. Seeing the serious looks on the faces of Zia and Leonard, Kevin was slowly being persuaded into coming with them. "See, can I really trust you?" Kevin turned to look at Calvin with hesitation. "Yeah." Kevin pulled out a piece of crumpled paper. "I want the three of you to hide in here for now, that I will deal with all the trouble myself. I will keep you safe with Zia and Leonard." The piece of crumpled paper started glowing. Zia, Leonard, and Kevin made a sidelong glance at each other before simultaneously nodding their heads. They had made a decision. They wouldn't be afraid of the light anymore. With a will, the bodies of the three turned into resplendent lights as they flew towards the piece of crumpled paper. In an instant, the paper in Calvin's hands grew inexplicably heavy. Calvin revealed a small smile, taking the small, archaic notebook beside the pillow on the sickbed, where Kevin laid earlier. He softly whispered into the air, "Wake up, spirit. It's time for us to end this madness." "Yes," a rather excited, yet conflicted voice rang out of nowhere as a response. The crumpled piece of paper now held the souls of Kevin, Zia, and Leonard. "What are you going to do with all the souls that you captured?" The spirit of the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life asked. "Didn't you hear what I said earlier? I thought you were eavesdropping. I said that I will be protecting them." "Oh, are you really that kind?" "FCK off. Just what kind of person do you think I am?" Calvin shook his head and bitterly smiled. "Anyway, since you're not really Kevin and was just possessing his body, how do I call you? Do you even have a name?" Calvin teasingly asked. "How rude. Of course I have a name. It's that I don't deserve to keep that name anymore since I become ownerless." The spirit within the notebook seemed to be embarrassed. For the spirit, the issue of not being able to use his previous name was quite delicate than what Calvin had expected. "What does that mean?" Of course, Calvin had to pretend that he didn't know what the spirit was talking about. You clearly know what I'm talking about. Why must you tease me like this?" The spirit rolled his imaginary eyes at Calvin. Calvin felt a shiver down his spine. "All right, I know. I'll give you a name once we're done and over here." The spirit fell silent. He could feel that Calvin was serious. He felt gratitude towards him. But not only because Calvin was willing to grant him a name, but it was also because Calvin was so kind to the souls in this school that still had that trace of purity. Calvin may be ruthless, but he knew where to draw the line. The spirit appreciated such people, and his resistance toward being Calvin's blessed artifact had lessened. "Since you're the one that created this F-Ket-up world, can you tell me more about it?" Calvin locked the doors of the room and started speaking. "All right, but calling this world that I made as F-Ket-up seems to be too much." "Too much. All right, let's just say that I'm wronged. I don't have time to waste with such pleasantries." The spirit felt irritated. It knew that it was wrong for creating this nightmare of a world, but could anyone really blame it? The spirit felt lonely, and that was why it made this world under the nose of 5 Cent. 5 Cent permitted its existence for the company was afraid of pushing the spirit's patience too far. After all, a cornered rat would bite as a last-ditch effort to escape. 5 Cent didn't want something like that to happen since they wouldn't stand to benefit in that scenario. In short, this school could be considered as the only place suppressing the spirit from falling over the edge and going berserk out of loneliness. If an ancient artifact like the Notebook of Secrets that will destroy your life really went mad, it would be far too difficult for 5 Cent to stop it. This was why they didn't push the spirit too far and permitted the existence of this school. The spirit let out a sigh and started talking. "Out of all the souls in this school, only a few of them are actually demons. To be honest, most of the souls that 5 Cent gathered were all souls with varying purity. Unfortunately, they were tainted by the demons, and most of them had gone too far into the abyss that there's no saving them anymore. But I'm grateful that you're trying to save Kevin, Leonard, and Zia. I think that in this school, only the 3 of them still have that purity that could be their gate to reincarnation, and I'm really happy that you came here at just the right time, that if you arrived here too late, then you would have nothing to save. Instead, you wouldn't be able to do anything other than just to cleanse this place." The spirit let out a sigh. "Just what is the reason why you build this place? Could it really be because you're lonely? Or does it have anything to do with your inexhaustible thirst for secrets?" Calvin probingly asked. "Yes, those souls, even though they were puny and I could easily snuff them out with a flick of my fingers, their memories actually contain a world that I have never heard before." "Stop!" Calvin suddenly spoke and interrupted the spirit's speech. "What do you mean a world that you have never seen before?" "Yes, I was just about to tell you what kind of world I saw in their memories. That world, it's full of wonders. They have lights without the need for fire. They have artifacts that can fit in their pockets containing knowledge that I have never seen before. They are masters of arithmetic, and they also have buildings that could tower over mountains. Such a world like that. I'm sure that it's a treasure trove of secrets." Bang! A loud explosion occurred. Calvin had slammed his fist on the wall beside him. "What are you doing?" The spirit scrunched its imaginary eyebrows. The IT was obviously displeased of Calvin's sudden interruption. "Those bastards, those souls came from Earth. So, that's the reason why there's a lot of suspected human trafficking cases lately. It's because 5 Cent is kidnapping children with the purest of souls all over the world so that they could satisfy your craving for secrets. Calvin's eyes turned bloodshot out of anger. Back then at the Waterback Hotel, Calvin vividly remembered the newscaster talking about some nationwide search for thousands of missing children at S.O. Those children. They were here all along. They were killed. Then their souls were harvested before being given to this ancient notebook. The notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. Calvin's goodwill towards 5 Cent collapsed right here, and then he felt guilty that he was planning on ditching 5 Cent, so he didn't have to attend their guided tutorials that lasted for a year so that he could save some time. But now, he had no guilt at all that in fact, he was happy to think that he dodged such a bullet. But Calvin was wondering, why was it that he didn't know about all of these back in the previous timeline? Could this timeline really that vastly different from the previous timeline? Calvin was already suspicious. But was he scared? Of course not. How could he be scared of facing adversity? But he was greatly incensed. 5 Cent, I'm glad that you raised me up back in my previous life. But now that I know the unscrupulous things that you have done before the backs of everyone, that there's no way that I can still idolize you like what I've done before. Calvin silently made a decision. Afterwards, he turned to the spirit and asked, how many enemies do I have left? The spirit promptly replied, there are about 3 cannon fodders, and there's also that final boss of the disciplinary committee, Sir Nick. Oh, Sir Nick? That fat piece of acid? All right, I'll gladly fight him. Don't be too complacent. The final boss of this place isn't something that you can easily handle. The spirit warned. He felt that Calvin was being too arrogant. Don't I have you to support me? What? The spirit was confused. You're my blessed artifact, right? Yes. Then, aren't you going to support me? Well, I will. Then, why are you so confused? Well, I thought that you're going to face them all alone. What? Are you stupid? Why would I dare to face them all alone? I may be quite brave, but I don't have a death wish. The spirit was speechless. But Calvin was right that he was indeed too weak to fight against the disciplinary committee members. But with the spirit in tow, that he had a huge chance of defeating them. That it's just that. The spirit felt that Calvin was being too shameless. Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. The spirit avoided Calvin's gaze at this moment. The spirit of the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life has assumed the image of Kevin. Since it was incredibly familiar with Kevin's image, that IT decided to temporarily borrow the figure of the young boy in order to manifest in the physical world. Calvin didn't really mind it. Kevin stretched his hand out and handed the ancient notebook to Calvin along with a pen. What is this? What you ask? An hour has passed since you wrote the earliest secret that you have. You must write another one. Oh, sure. Calvin took the pen out of Kevin's hands and pondered for a moment. Kevin stared strangely at Calvin. He didn't expect that Calvin would just casually take the pen and reveal an earth-shattering secret that, of course, he knew that Calvin was a treasure trove of secret due to his past identity. However, he was still shocked since usually when he asked someone of their secrets, they would do their best to hide it and would only write it in reluctance. But Calvin was so casual about it that wasn't he afraid that I'd reveal his secrets to the public? Kevin furrowed his eyebrows. Calvin noticed his strange gaze and said with a smile, Nope. I'm not worried about that at all. What are you talking about? Aren't you thinking that I may be afraid that you'll reveal my secrets to the public? Yeah, aren't you? Kevin nodded. No, that I in fact, can you even do that? I heard ancient notebooks are tight-ass when it comes to rules, and as much as how much you like to talk and how much you like secrets, I heard that it's your rule to never prattle the secrets of others to anyone. If you do, then a certain punishment will come that I don't know about that punishment though. But is it true? Kevin went speechless for a moment before he heaved a sigh. Why the long sigh? Calvin asked in curiosity. Nothing. It's just for some reason that I feel naked while you're staring at me. It's as if you already know what I am and what I can do. Ha ha ha. That's true. Calvin lightly chuckled. Kevin stared right at Calvin and saw that he didn't even deny his words. But Kevin didn't know what he should feel. Should he say that all of these were as expected to that of a previous apex predator of the writer profession? Kevin could only shake his head and bitterly smile. With his future master knowing everything that he had to offer, Kevin had virtually no trump card at all against Calvin. What if Calvin mistreated him and tried to make him do his bidding despite his refusal? Kevin felt the world around him collapsing. But a word given should never be taken back despite Kevin's worries. He knew that his fate was sealed. He would become Calvin's blessed artifact. Calvin turned to look at Kevin. Even though human nature and the human heart could be considered as his weaknesses, Calvin wasn't as dense as a neutron star, of course. He could see and notice Kevin's worries, but he knew that words were useless here. Deep-seated worries couldn't possibly be diffused with mere words. Calvin knew that he had to act. You still haven't told me about who among the remaining demons I should be careful with. Kevin looked at him and said, You should be careful of that mountain of Fat Nick and Sir Reyes. Reyes? My homeroom teacher? Calvin was astounded. Yeah, But don't be too shocked that you didn't feel his strength despite your perceptiveness. It's completely normal since that demon is not an ordinary demon. Sir Reyes is a blood wraith, while that fatty Nick is a moon wraith. Kevin stared right at Calvin after he said all of these. It was as if he was gauging Calvin's reactions to his words. A blood wraith and a moon wraith. What's more, I have to face them at the same time. DMN, why did you bring these two territorial monsters in such a tight space like this damn school? Calvin softly commented. Kevin rolled his eyes at him and replied, as I said, I wasn't the one who brought them here. In fact, if they weren't useful to me in keeping the order in this school, then I would have already annihilated them. Well, can you do it now? Can you annihilate them? Calvin snapped right at Kevin. Well, I was talking about myself in the past. Several years have passed since then, and my powers have considerably weakened. I may be able to take on one of them. But two? Not a chance. Kevin revealed a wronged look on his face, but he still coldly snorted out of disdain at the end of his sentence. Oh, really? You can take on one of them? In that case, I'll give one of them for you to handle. You'll take the moon wraith, while I take the blood wraith. How about it? A deal. Calvin teasingly said. Kevin froze and lifted a bitter smile. He was only bragging when he said that he could take on one of those specters on his own in his current condition. Shouldn't he be able to detect that I was only bragging with how observant he is? Could it be that he's purposely doing this to me? To humiliate me? Kevin's eyes dangerously narrowed, but his eyes glittered in joy when he realized that Calvin had not added a secret on the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. He swiftly capitalized on that fact. You still haven't written an earth-shattering secret on the notebook. Do you know the consequences of not writing a secret and ignoring my warnings? I will be able to take over your soul. Change the topic. Oh, dang, I almost forgot. Calvin scribbled some words on the ancient notebook. His words turned serious as he went ahead and confirmed some of the theories that he had using the notebook. 5 Cent does human trafficking of children on Earth. The word shimmered with a silvery white light for a moment before it temporarily vanished. When it reappeared, the word verified was written after the comma of the sentence that Calvin's expression immediately turned serious. Democrat, Minnesota, those bastards. He clenched his fists and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. But he knew that getting angry right now wouldn't bring him anywhere. In fact, it would just be a waste of time and would only give him unnecessary worries. This moment. What he must do was to complete his final phase, fake his death, and reach the nearest civilization in Las Filipinas once he was out of this place. Only when these goals were completed could he make some plans on how he could expose 5 Cent. For now, he had no business thinking about how he could reveal 5 Cent's dirt. He had far more important things to do. Opening the small notebook that Calvin had in his pocket, he started writing all the details that he knew about moon wraiths and blood wraiths. When the sun sets, the earth becomes the domain of demons. Moon wraiths are demons born of moonlight, wind, and the earth. These elements, if gathered in the right combination at the right time, creates these atrocities that hunt those that dare to lay their eyes on them. Once caught peeping at the ghastly glory of the moon wraith, the mortal is captured and entranced by the fleeting beauty of the night, and is forced to follow the moon wraith until it vanishes when the sun rises, sometimes even becoming a moon wraith himself. Moon wraiths appear as soon as the moon rises. They are specters, but at the same time, they have a strong connection to the material plane. They see the living but cannot understand them. The living hears no dead, and the dead communicates with no living, fueled with frustration and the ambitions of completing their unfinished business. Moon wraiths roam the material world in search of mortals that could potentially help them. Sadly, most of those mortals end up dead before they could do anything to solve the moon wraith's plight. Moon wraiths are specters, so they are immune to physical attacks. Attacks made out of runes can and will harm them, but they are generally fearless. The addition of sun-scorching oil on one's weapons could cause substantial damage to any specters, including moon wraiths. They are able to manipulate the rays of moonlight and can blind their enemies with it and launch a surprise attack using that opening. Moon wraiths remain immaterial most of the time, but reveal a moment of weakness when they briefly take on their tangible form when they are about to send their attacks. When weakened, moon wraiths can summon clones of itself to confuse the enemies while the true body itself hides within the spirit plane, discreetly consuming the vital energy of its enemies to recover its own vitality. In order to force a moon wraith to take on its corporeal form, one must lure them to attack, for they are quite slow. One could also pray to the goddess of compassion and light to smite the moon wraith and temporarily weaken it. In addition, a blast of the fleeting butterfly bomb can force it out of the spirit plane, while greatly weakening its capabilities. So, this is everything that I know about moon wraiths. If not for the fact that I frequently fought against them in the Valley of Death and Sorrows, then I wouldn't know this much about them. Calvin lightly chuckled. The spirit of the notebook, who was assuming Kevin's figure at this moment, took a peek on what Calvin was writing, and he couldn't help but comment. From what I can see, what you wrote is quite accurate. But where's the excerpt about the blood wraiths? Wait, I'm writing it now, Calvin replied. Blood wraiths are born from the blood and sweat of the battlefield. The end of a slaughter signifies the birth of blood wraiths. The combination of regrets, remorse, and the desire to live of the men who died on the battlefield creates these creatures that hunt on earth and lands for the blood of others and the chance to possess to complete their unfinished business. Blood wraiths do not bleed and are immune to most physical attacks, for they are specters. Similar to moon wraiths, they have a brief moment of weakness whenever they are about to launch their attacks. Their weaknesses are similar to other wraiths of the specter category, but they are incredibly difficult to wound and could mend their injuries by sapping on the blood of their victims. They could launch on the mortals they are preying and suck all the blood of their bodies, leaving only a carcass so dried up that it could crumble into dust with a single touch. Fighting fire against fire is recommended. Calvin scribbled. I've written their weaknesses and strengths, but I won't be able to capitalize on them since I don't have the necessary ingredients nor materials to create those items that can weaken them. Say, for example, the sun-scorching oil. Where in hell can I find something like that? As for attacking them, specters are considered as ghosts and can turn intangible at any moment they wish except for when they're about to attack, that I can capitalize on that weakness. But weapons coated with silver are the only weapons that can possibly cause them substantial harm. Where can I find silver in this goddamned place? Calvin's mind madly spun, but then his thinking came to a halt. Wait, silver, he mumbled. Afterwards, he rushed towards one of the cabinets in the infirmary. I found it. There is it. It's coated in silver. Oh, is it? Kevin was somewhat surprised. What? I thought you're the one who made this world. You don't even know what items you have in this place. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows at Kevin's surprise. Of course. I know the items in this place like it's the back of my palm. How could I not know such trivial information when I'm the one who created this school? Umph. Kevin suddenly found the need to defend himself in the face of Calvin's scrutinizing gaze. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Now that we have some silver, I guess this should suffice. Can you turn this silver into a weapon? I mean, you're the one who created this school, right? You can at least do something so simple as that, right? Calvin teasingly smiled at Kevin's direction. Why do you always undermine my capabilities? Something so simple as turning that much silver into a single silver sword is not that hard for me. Kevin rolled his eyes at Calvin. Even though he had become quite dull when it came to interpersonal relationships, he could see that Calvin was deliberately doing this to bait him into action. But Kevin didn't really mind. He was happy to prove himself in front of this previous apex predator. Taking the silver-coated medical instruments and apparatus that Calvin gathered from the infirmary's cabinets, Kevin, or more accurately, the spirit assuming Kevin's form, stretched his hand out and started his work. Lights coated the instruments, and in a blink of an eye, it transformed into a sword with a proper hilt and handle. There you go. Handle it with care. Kevin hurled the silver sword at Calvin. Thanks. All right, we can finally start. Calvin swung the silver sword around and was evidently pleased by it. Kevin stared right at him and asked, What should I do? You? Calvin sized him up. Can you possess this sword? If you can possess this sword and help me in the battle in an autonomous way, then I'll be glad. Yeah, I can do that, and I can also enhance the strength of the silver sword as well as its durability and sharpness, that I can also adjust its weight, so it won't feel heavy when you're using it. I mean, you're immortal right now. Even if you were powerful in the previous timeline, you're nothing but a mortal at this moment, so I hope that you won't forget that. I know. Calvin solemnly nodded. He didn't jest this time, for he knew that he couldn't go too far. He reckoned that if he got struck by a single attack from those specters, then it could be game over for him. That Calvin's attitude may be quite casual at this moment, but he himself knew how tense he was right now, stretching his silver sword towards Kevin's direction. Kevin nodded and turned into a resplendent ray of light that sunk into the silver sword. Nice. The sword is indeed lighter now. Hey, can we communicate telepathically? Yeah, we can. Kevin's voice reverberated in Calvin's mind. All right, I'll communicate with you telepathically when the battle starts. For now, let's go ahead and meet those two. Calvin walked out of the infirmary, but when he opened the doors, he found two people standing in front of him. One had a body similar to a mountain of fat, while the other had the physique of a gym teacher. Both were clad in uniforms dedicated to the teachers of this school. They wore frowns on their faces, which further deepened when they discovered Calvin. You're such an unruly student. Ivan, to think that you would beat up so many people on a rooftop. I heard what you have done. There's no way that you can escape from any responsibility this time. I've already informed Sir Nick, and he's here to handle you. Even if you went ahead and called your parents, you won't be able to escape punishment. Sir Reyes spoke with bloodshot eyes. His words were righteous, yet his face had that look of manic excitement. He was even licking his lips as if he couldn't wait to devour Calvin. Sir Nick, the mountain of fat, stood beside Sir Reyes. His towering figure was more intimidating than Sir Reyes. When he took a step forward inside the infirmary, the floor trembled under his weight. Suddenly, he stretched his hand out to catch Calvin's hand. But Calvin was even faster. He took a step backward and tilted his body to avoid Sir Nick's hold. You, unruly child, how dare you disrespect me like this and try to run from what you have done? I will punish you. Right here and now. Sir Nick and Sir Reyes finally stripped their disguises and transformed into their ghastly and grotesque true forms. The temperature in the room went down in an instant, and Calvin felt a shiver down his spine. Finally, they're done with pretending. Calvin took a stance with his silver sword and stood steadfast at the center of the infirmary's consultation room. Now, then, Ivan, how do you plan on fighting these two? Oh, I forgot. Ivan should be a made-up name. Now that I think about it, I still don't know your name. Mind telling me your name? I mean, you're going to be my master anyway, so it's completely normal for me to know some details as to who you really are. Well, that does make sense, and I would oblige if we are not about to face these two monsters. Don't say anything, you're distracting me. Calvin replied with some irritation. Both of them were telepathically talking right now, and since Calvin was quite used to doing that, he had no qualms on doing it. But at this moment, he was about to face two specters, a moonwraith and a bloodwraith. He had no time for leisure since these two could instantly turn intangible and attack him from his blind side. Thankfully, it seemed as if these two specters were enjoying the hunt. They weren't in a hurry and seemed to be even admiring the sight of their prey. These guys, they're completely toying with you, Kevin commented. What, me? You're a part of this too. If I die, then do you really think that your plans could succeed? Calvin lightly chuckled. Kevin rolled his eyes at him and said, Why does it feel as if you're more leisurely than them? Is it because you've fought monsters that are far stronger than these two? Or could it be because... Kevin was about to say that Calvin was just trying to cope in this stressful situation, but Calvin interrupted him by saying, Who knows? Kevin shook his illusory head and asked, What are your plans? Are you just going to engage them in a fight like this? Of course not. That's just SI-dash. Then what are you trying to do? Just wait. Calvin lifted a smile and took a piece of crumpled paper from his pocket. Kevin saw this, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Are you going to ask her to smite these demons? An adept spiritualist like Calvin could indeed summon the strength of the 7 gods and goddesses to smite his enemies so long as they were demons. But the price to pay for that endeavor was 3 times more than the usual. In fact, it wouldn't even be called an equivalent exchange anymore. Spiritualists with enough sacrifice, so long as they were targeting the appropriate god for their sacrifice, could pretty much do anything possible as long as the god agreed to their request. However, some gods disdained the use of their divinity for unscrupulous deeds, such as hurting mortals and gaining wealth acquired from the expense of others. Of course, there was a caveat point: one couldn't use the power of the goddess of compassion and light to hurt others unaffiliated with darkness. But one could use the power of the god of infighting and war to cause trouble to some extent, depending on the sacrifice and the terms agreed upon by the mortal and the god. Kevin asked Calvin if he planned on asking the help of the goddess of compassion and light to smite these demons. But he was doubtful, since the price that he had to pay for that to happen was far too astronomical. In fact, the only reason why he asked was that he was somewhat confident that Calvin could somehow pull it off. But of course, that was because he had considered Calvin's previous identity, that a man who had reached the peak of his profession was a man with 1,000 means and 100 schemes. He wouldn't be someone simple. But Calvin shook his head and replied, No, I will earn the goddess's ire if I asked her to smite these weaklings. That a goddess still has some feelings, you know? Even if she did smite them after my sacrifice, she may refuse to hear my future prayers, and that would be a problem. Yeah. That makes sense. Then, what do you plan on doing? Kevin changed the topic. I know that I can't directly ask her to smite these demons, but I can ask her to temporarily enhance my physical abilities to beyond that of an average mortal. You can't ask me to fight them with this trashy body, right? Before I knew it, they could decapitate me with a single strike. Kevin didn't ask anything anymore. He turned his focus to the upcoming battle while Calvin requested, Protect me for 3 seconds. Kevin replied with no words, but with his actions. The silver sword in Calvin's hands suddenly floated in the air as if it was being wielded by someone invisible. The sword is floating. Interesting. That sword. It's made out of silver. It seems that this outside really came here to kill us. But does he even know who we are? Sir Reyes boisterously laughed. He laughed. A crazy and tyrannical aura burst from his body, and the stench of iron emanated from his figure. He was obviously the Bloodwraith that Kevin was talking about. Ha ha! It seems like this brat from the outside has some tricks up his sleeves, but I wonder how he will taste. It's been such a long time since we've got something new to consume. This will be a party. Sir Nick tore his clothes that were already bursting on the seams. He let out a mad howl, and his eyes turned bloodshot. A shiver ran down Calvin's spine, but he remained steadfast. He raised his left hand while his right hand held a scalpel that he got from the infirmary. I can definitely kill these bastards with runes, but in order to do that, my body must be physically strong. The body of a mortal won't suffice against these monsters, so I must enhance my physical abilities first. The price that I need to pay in order to ask for some help from her is really high, but at least it's not as astronomical as the price that the unscrupulous god of infighting and war would demand. I can pay the price if I ask the goddess of compassion and light to bless me. After all, she's compassionate, and that is in her name. Calvin gnashed his teeth and sliced open a wound on his wrist using the scalpel. FCK. Calvin grasped from the pain. Meanwhile, Kevin's battle against the two specters had already begun. What the FCK is he doing? Why did he slice his own wrist? Sir Reyes, who was a bloodwraith, instantly detected the flavorful smell of blood. However, when he turned to look at Calvin, he was dumbfounded by what he had seen. Calvin sliced his own wrist and was letting himself bleed. Was he trying to commit a suicide dash? No, that didn't make sense. He wouldn't deliberately go to this place carrying that silver sword just to commit a suicide in front of the enemy. In other words, he must be planning something. Sir Reyes's eyes flashed with viciousness when Sir Nick stood in front of the sword. He took advantage of that opportunity to pounce at Calvin. Kevin swiftly maneuvered the sword, but Sir Nick stood in front of him and took the blade of the sword. These two demons were really smart. The moment they saw the flying sword, they quietly surmised that Calvin must be the person controlling it. In other words, the crux of the matter was Calvin. So long as they killed Calvin, then the sword should stop moving. The conclusion that the two demons had reached was completely normal, for they were ignorant of Calvin's circumstances. But at this moment, their mistake would cost them an arm and leg. The demons thought that Calvin should be in a panic right now, while trying to defend Sir Reyes's attack. So in other words, he should be unable to properly control this flying sword. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that the silver sword wasn't actually in Calvin's control. Sir Nick stood in the way of the sword, and the silver sword decisively cut through to make a path. This sword is strange. Sir Nick hurriedly leaped in order to dodge the incoming attack, but it was already too late. The silver sword has sliced through his left arm and completely detached it from his shoulder. A miserable shriek rang out. Sir Reyes's movements came to a sudden halt, astonished by Sir Nick's scream. But when he turned around to look at Sir Nick's direction, what he saw was a flying silver sword speeding to him. His eyes constricted and perfectly reflected the slowly growing image of the silver sword as it approached his neck. FCK. Sir Reyes snapped out of his fear and hurriedly ducked his head out of the way. Normally, his swift movements due to the fact that he was a specter should be enough for him to dodge the attack. But he was stunned when he realized that Calvin had sent a punch at his jaw. The force of the punch clearly didn't belong to an average mortal. It was far too strong. It was strong enough that it raised Sir Reyes's entire body back to the path of the sword. Sir Reyes softly cursed as the silver sword cleaved through his neck and severed his head off his shoulders. He didn't even have enough time to become intangible and dodge the sword. Thud! Just like that, Sir Reyes died. Back then, Calvin's class was considered to be the weakest class out of all classes in existence. He couldn't wield a sword for his class, didn't permit him to do, so that a pen couldn't fight a sword. That was a given. But did Calvin give up his pursuit of strength? Of course not. Calvin learned and mastered several dozens of martial arts in the previous timeline. But there was a particular martial art that he loved the most for. It was the most devastating martial art of all time. It was the exclusive martial arts reserved only for the noble children and blood of the Rosenstruck Empire. The Rosenstruck Empire's imperial hand-to-hand combat arts. This martial art was suitable for Calvin since it involved no other weapons but one's body and fist. Of course, it had a physical harsh requirement, but the desperate Calvin back then could care less. He tempered his own body in all sorts of ways until his body became as sturdy as steel and his fists as devastating as cannons. The Rosenstruck Empire's imperial hand-to-hand combat arts demanded powerful physiques from its users, for it completely harnessed the potential of one's body. A single punch may not look that powerful, but under this martial art, a simple punch could equal the power of 100 average martial artists. Point one must not use this combat art if their bodies weren't sufficiently powerful. Else, a backlash would happen. Calvin successfully enhanced his physical body to that more than an average mortal. But he was still too weak for the Rosenstruck Empire's imperial hand-to-hand combat arts. He managed to generate a force similar to that of a bullet with a single punch. But in exchange, he broke all the bones in his right hand. Calvin sucked a mouthful of cold air as he endured the sharp pain, but in the very next moment, that sharp pain had disappeared. He couldn't feel his right arm anymore. But was Calvin in regret? Of course not. He had calculated that only the Rosenstruck Empire's imperial hand-to-hand combat art could produce enough force for him to send Sir Reyes to his death due to the fact that his physical body wasn't powerful enough. If he used another combat art, then he reckoned that it wouldn't be as strong as the Rosenstruck Empire's hand-to-hand combat art. Calvin acted fast. And without hesitation, he didn't care that there was a chance that he couldn't use his hand anymore in the future. He clenched his fist and sent a powerful punch at Sir Reyes' jaw, sending his head flying upwards back to the trajectory of the silver sword. Blood drenched the ground, and a dull thud rang out. Sir Reyes, the Blood Wraith, had died. Sir Nick let out a sharp bestial roar, seeing that his comrade had died. The sound wave of the roar created a ripple in the air. Watch out! The silver sword floated in the way of the silver sword, but the sword was far too thin for it to defend Calvin. Calvin was struck by the sound wave on the chest and was sent flying towards the door. Bang! The force carried by the sound wave was too strong that Calvin's back broke through the door and he collapsed on the school corridor. How dare you? How dare you kill my friend? Sir Nick leaped towards Calvin's direction. The silver sword sliced at him, but Sir Nick turned intangible. The sword passed through his body like a mist as he arrived in front of Calvin. His claws flew towards Calvin's head. Calvin rolled to the right in order to avoid the claw bang. Another explosion rang out. The force from Sir Nick's claw was too strong that it carved a hole in the cemented floors of the school corridor. But he wasn't over just yet. He raised his foot and sent a turning kick directly at Calvin's chest. For defense. Calvin raised a crumpled paper and activated the runes inscribed within that a flash of yellow light momentarily enveloped Calvin. Punk! A dull sound rang out similar to that of something blunt crashing against metal reverberated. The yellow light had formed a barrier around Calvin, protecting him from the attack, but it couldn't dampen the inertia from the kick. Calvin flew backward once again, and he landed miserably on the entrance of Class 3. Sir Nick didn't let this opportunity pass by. He vanished and reappeared in front of Calvin with his fists ready, but the silver sword stopped him on his tracks. How annoying! He slapped the silver sword on its hilt, and it was sent flying to the side. Sir Nick was just too strong when compared to that silver sword. Although the silver sword could kill him, Sir Nick didn't seem to mind its existence that much, for he had already considered that Calvin must be the one controlling it. As long as he killed Calvin, that silver sword would definitely stop flying. Push. Calvin took another crumpled paper and activated the runes lying dormant on its surface. The runes flashed with a bluish light, and it transformed into a force that sent Sir Nick staggering backward. Whoosh! With a whoosh, the silver sword finally managed to return, and it stood in the way between Sir Nick and Calvin. FCK off. Sir Nick's eyes went bloodshot. He was now completely annoyed by this silver sword. He sent a kick directly at the sword, but he didn't expect that the silver sword could twist so deftly like a snake. IT managed to avoid his kick and was now flying toward his neck. Slash. The attack managed to slice through Sir Nick's figure, but it passed through nothing but an afterimage. Sir Nick had already become incorporeal as soon as he saw the silver sword slip past his defenses that Calvin's eyes darted around the dark corridor, and when he spotted a strange ripple from a normally silent location, he turned to look at that area and telepathically shouted, "There!" Kevin controlled the silver sword to fly to that location, and it accurately struck Sir Nick, who was about to become tangible in his heart. "I did it!" Kevin exclaimed in joy. "Not yet. That's a clone." Kevin's joy was short-lived, for Sir Nick's true body appeared in front of Calvin. "You're dead, you brat." Sir Nick's face was full of madness and excitement as he extended the claws on both of his hands. Calvin took another piece of crumpled paper from his pocket. "Do you really think that the same trick will work on me twice?" Sir Nick's body started glowing with the silvery white light of the moon. The glow immediately intensified to the point that Calvin subconsciously squinted his eyes. "Ivan!" Kevin cried out and made a mad dash towards Calvin's direction. Calvin might have strengthened his body through the use of a spiritualist ritual. There was still no way that he could endure a killing blow from a moonwraith demon. That Kevin's eyes went bloodshot. Calvin was his only means of escaping from this nightmare. If Calvin died, then it would surely be impossible for him to escape from this place in the near future. Perhaps he might have to stay for 100 years here before he could escape. What? More. He felt that his life would turn for the better if he escaped with Calvin. I can't. I can't let him die. The silver sword hummed as it flew through the air, but Sir Nick's attack was faster than the sword. No. Kevin let out a scream of desperation. What the hell are you screaming for? Calvin unexpectedly replied telepathically. Afterwards, he then raised another piece of crumpled paper and opened it in front of Sir Nick. Sir Nick's claws flew towards Calvin's head, but before it could even land, Calvin had already unleashed his trump card. Give us release. The piece of crumpled paper shone in bizarre crimson light. Before Sir Nick could even comprehend what it was, a ghastly howl came from the paper, and what followed suit was the assault of several dozens of demonic souls that Calvin had captured earlier. Calvin had inscribed a rune within that piece of paper, and a single keyword was enough to activate that rune. As for the function of the rune that he inscribed on the paper, well, it was to detonate all the souls contained within the paper in a single direction. Bang. A fierce explosion rang out. The entire school building trembled. The detonation of several dozens of demonic souls was far too strong to handle. Even for a moonwraith demon, who could become intangible like Sir Nick, he was swept up by the explosion even when he was already in the spirit plane. Being injured in the spirit plane meant the manifestation of his physical form. The moment his physical form manifested in the material world, it was instantly consumed by the fierce explosion. All of these took time to describe, but this actually happened in a few seconds. That a few seconds was all it took for the moonwraith demon to die. How formidable! Kevin let out an audible gasp of admiration. Ivan. Kevin was thoroughly astonished, witnessing the explosion of the demonic souls. He rushed to Calvin's side and discovered that Calvin was still alive. Calvin turned to look at him and cheekily smiled. What the hell are you shouting for? I won't die that easily. You should have known that. Kevin had the urge to roll his eyes at him, but he was indeed too worried about Calvin. He decided to let him go and asked an even more important question. What the hell was that? Kevin knew exactly what happened, but he still couldn't help but question. I forcefully detonated the demonic souls of the bullies that I captured here in school. That I used rune crafting to turn the omnidirectional explosion into a single direction so that I won't get caught up with the blast. But as expected, the foundation, the paper used for rune crafting, was too low in quality that it didn't manage to hold up and almost got me in the explosion too. Sigh. It's good that I'm still alive. Calvin let out a sigh of relief. Point one could see beaded sweats dotted on his forehead. What he did was really daring. But as the popular adage in his hometown had said, Walong Tyaga, Walong Nilaga, point one who doesn't work doesn't get to eat. Calvin had done his part of the job, and he was rewarded with survival and the death of the two demons who could be considered as the main perpetrator as to why there were so many demons in this school. That, of course, the bullies that Calvin captured earlier were pure, blooded demons, unlike the students whose souls came from children captured back on Earth. This was the reason why Calvin didn't hesitate to detonate their souls and preventing them from going back to the cycle of life and reincarnating. They didn't deserve to reincarnate, Calvin thought to himself. Hey, is it over already? Are there no enemies left? Calvin asked in a soft voice. Pong! The silver sword fell onto the cold cemented floor of the school corridor, producing a ringing sound as it collided with the ground. The spirit of the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life went out of the silver sword and physically manifested using Kevin's figure. He smiled and softly replied, Yeah, it's over. You've done well. Huh. Calvin felt drowsy all of a sudden. Don't talk to me like that. What are you, my mom? Calvin suddenly slumped on the walls of class 3 and collapsed. Ivan. As Calvin's consciousness darkened, he could vaguely hear the spirit's worried shouts. The only thought that he had in his mind at this moment as he stared at his still profusely bleeding wrist was, I hope this spirit knows how to stop my bleeding. His consciousness dispersed before he could even think anything more. Calvin had a dream. In that dream, he was an observer. He had a pen in his left hand, and on his right hand was a book. A slaughter was unfolding in front of him. His acquaintances and his friends whom he held deep in his heart were being slaughtered right before his eyes. His eyes went bloodshot. His mouth opened as if it wanted to shout, and his knees continuously trembled like a sieve. Why? Why can't I move? I have to save them. I need to save them. The man struggled and struggled. He looked down and discovered that his feet were glued to the ground. His left hand suddenly moved. The pen in his hand had no ink at all, yet it managed to write on the surface of the book, You did not deserve to live, that you're a traitor. Once a traitor, always a traitor. You deserve to die. Why did you live? On what basis? Die, die, die. Stop, no. I didn't. It's not my fault. It's not my fault, everyone. I was forced. I didn't mean to. Calvin struggled against his uncontrollable hand, But when he raised his head to stare at the battlefield in front of him, he discovered that his friends and acquaintances who had died and the soldiers who slaughtered them were now staring at him. The bodies of the dead and the living were drenched in blood. Their eyes were bloodshot, and a wicked smile spread on their lips as they simultaneously said, "You did not deserve to live." Calvin exclaimed. "Ivan, why are you crying? Are you okay?" Voices inundated Calvin's ears as soon as he woke up. He felt his cheeks and discovered that he had been crying. "What a nightmare," he softly commented. But apparently, the room was too silent, so his visitors heard what he had said. "You had a nightmare, Ivan." Calvin turned to look at the source of the voice and discovered that Zia was the one who spoke. "Zia, Leonard, and Kevin, haha, we're here. I heard from the headmaster that you've gotten pretty injured, so we came here to visit." Leonard smiled and handed over a glass of water. "Here, drink this. You must have lost a lot of fluids from all the sweat and crying that you did." "Wait, you three saw me crying?" Yeah." Kevin was the one who answered. Calvin felt inexplicably embarrassed. He turned to look at Kevin and was about to complain when he realized that the Kevin standing in front of him wasn't the spirit of the notebook. The IT was the genuine Kevin. "The headmaster?" Calvin caught on something weird, and he couldn't help but ask. "Yeah, the headmaster," Zia softly whispered. "He told us to send his regards to you, since you really did well on cleaning up the scums of this school." Calvin felt strange hearing what Zia had said. "Tio think that such a young girl would use such a crude word. Well, they deserve to be called as scums anyways, so I guess it's fine." "Hey." Calvin suddenly felt happy. "Didn't I tell you three that I will end this nightmare? Now that those bullies are gone, I'm sure that your lives here will change." Calvin ruffled the head of the three children one by one as he sweetly smiled. Zia felt abashed and started twitching on where she stood, and a blush could be seen on her cheeks, making her look incomparably cute. Leonard, on the other hand, rubbed his nose and turned his head away. He seemed to be afraid of being discovered that he was touched by Calvin's gesture. Kevin stood frozen and didn't know how to react. He had his mouth opened wide agape. Seeing the reactions of the children, Calvin suddenly felt sad. He knew what was about to happen. With this nightmare over and the fact that the headmaster of this school, which should be the spirit of the notebook, the graduation ceremony was nay. Evidently, the three knew everything about the graduation ceremony, and they also knew about who they really were and why they were in this place. "You three, do all of you already knew about everything from the start?" Calvin could see their hesitation, fear, and sadness that he may not be that good when it came to understanding the human heart, but deduction was one of his stronger points. "No, we just discovered it recently, when the headmaster told us everything. We were actually dead. This is purgatory. We're in this school to graduate, and to graduate means that we can go to heaven with the angels." Zia revealed a sweet smile on her face. Calvin was astonished. He swept his gaze across the three and discovered that all three of them had similar smiles on their faces. "Hey, are you not afraid?" "Uh-huh. Why would we be afraid, Ivan?" "Haha, you're strange. We're going to heaven. Why would we be afraid?" "Yeah, I've grown tired of this place. I want to go to heaven." "Me too." The taciturn Kevin even spoke up. "Can we meet up when we get there? I really want to play with the two of you in the future. I want to have fun too." Of course. We'll see each other there." Leonard boisterously laughed. Staring at these three, Calvin didn't know how he should feel. Should he be sad that these three would be going now? Or should he be happy for them since they were now released from the nightmare of this school? Calvin didn't know the answer to that question, and he couldn't answer it until the last remaining person, Zia, stood on the stage and smiled at him. "Ivan, I'm really glad that I met you. We're glad that we met you. Ivan, thank you for everything. Once you graduate from here, I'll see you soon up there. Don't you ever forget about me. We're still going to play." Zia's smile blossomed like a flower as her body became covered with the resplendent divinity of the gods and goddesses. This moment, Zia was returning to the source, to the heavenly cycle of life. That was her heaven. As for her reincarnation, it was her reward. She was born, but she hadn't lived her life to the fullest, now that she was about to reincarnate. Calvin could only hope that she'll have an easier and bountiful life in her next life. And so does Kevin and Leonard. Calvin prayed that the cycle would reward them well and reincarnate them into a caring family that would thoroughly love them. Staring at the slowly disappearing light from Zia's soul, Calvin uttered a reply. "Have a safe trip." Sniff, sniff. Sobbing and whimpering sounds rang out within Calvin's mind. The spirit of the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life had entered Calvin's glabella and was now crying his eyes out. He officiated the recently concluded graduation ceremony. Calvin could still remember the stern look of encouragement on his face as he ruffled the hairs of the children. Earlier, Calvin had admired the spirit for having a heart of steel. in fact. He had even doubted if the spirit could even feel sadness. But at this moment, his theories collapsed. The seriousness on the spirit's face earlier was nothing but a mere facade. When the children disappeared to reincarnate, he rushed into Calvin's glabella and started bawling. Crying itself wasn't really a problem for Calvin, but his cries sounded obnoxious to the extent that Calvin couldn't help it anymore. Man, can you shut up? Just how old are you? To think that you could cry like a child. Calvin commented, "Shut up. That's the last thing I want to hear from you. You cry baby. Do you really think that I didn't know that you were crying in your sleep earlier? Oomph. Cry from a nightmare. What a joke. What? Do you want mommy to sleep with you so the bad guys can't get you while you sleep?" The spirit retaliated with a sharp jab. Calvin replied, "At least I wasn't whimpering like what you were doing right now." Huh. The spirit was infuriated and it threatened to leave Calvin's glabella so that it could send even a single punch right across Calvin's cheeky face. But after its burst of anger, silence descended in the room that a school without any students was without life. Both the spirit and Calvin could feel that. Letting out a sigh, Calvin suddenly asked the spirit, "Are you the one that healed my left hand?" "Yeah," the spirit replied. "Be grateful that I fixed that arm of yours. You really went too far this time. If not for the fact that I was there to save your arm in time, then you would have been forced to amputate it." Calvin nodded, "Thanks." He felt grateful to the spirit. He knew that he had indeed gone too far earlier. However, if he didn't use that combat art earlier, then the battle would have lasted longer and Calvin could have died before he could scratch those demons. What he did was a high-risk, high-reward maneuver, and in the end, he got his rewards if he didn't kill those two on time. Then he would have collapsed from blood loss. He had sacrificed the blood on his left arm to the goddess so that he could enhance his physical abilities after all. The spirit may have prevented enough blood loss so that his left arm wouldn't die and be amputated, but his right arm was still broken from using the Rosenstruck Empire's hand-to-hand combat arts. Thankfully, everything went well. Calvin lightly chuckled. "Hey." Calvin suddenly raised his volume. "What is it?" The spirit realized that Calvin was talking to him. "Well, there was no one in this school apart from him and Calvin." "Can you tell me your name already?" "Oh, my name? Yeah. I need to have something that I can use to call you." "That makes sense, all right. Let me see. I guess you can call me Dandelion." "Dandelion? That's such a peculiar name for an ancient spirit. A flower. Is it your favorite flower?" Calvin asked while he walked along the school corridors. He swept his gaze across the school. Finally, he had some time to admire the scenery. He was tense the whole time ever since he arrived at this school. But now that everything was over, he could finally relax in fact, he even felt like whistling some tunes as he walked on the dark school corridor. What if it's my favorite flower? Is there something wrong? Not really. There's nothing strange about it. It's good that you understand. The spirit lightly chuckled. "So, should I call you Dandelion from now on?" Calvin asked once more. "Yeah, go ahead. Dandelion shall be my new name." Wait. Just as the spirit felt proud of his name, Calvin suddenly interjected. "You're my blessed artifact, right? In other words, I should be the one that gets to decide about your name." "What? You? Don't you dare change my name. From now on, I shall give you the name." Calvin purposely lengthened the end of his sentence. The spirit was now making a ruckus inside Calvin's mind, making him feel somewhat dizzy as he lightly chortled. "Ha! All right. I won't go and change your name, okay? It'd be sad if I change it when you clearly like and love dandelions." Calvin praised. "FCK off." Dandelion barked. "Is that how you should speak to your master?" Calvin raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat angry. "Oomph. The deal is that I will become your blessed artifact once we are out of here. But we're still here. In other words, I'm still an independent spirit. I'm a master of myself and a slave of no one," the spirit proudly said. Calvin pondered for a moment before he gave a cheeky smile. "Is that so? Then you don't want to hear any secrets from me anymore?" What? The spirit of the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life craved secrets more than anything in this world. Before Calvin came here, it understood that it was impossible for it to know any substantial secrets out of the souls of these demons and students. But now that Calvin was here, he was actually trying to deprive him of what he wanted. That was basically the same as dangling a bottle of water in front of a man dying from thirst and quickly chugging that water down before the man could get to it. How cruel and inhumane. Calvin saw the spirit's heartbroken expression, and he couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh, what's wrong? Could it be that you want my earth-breaking, life-ruining secrets? But what should we do? You're still not my blessed artifact. You can't just expect me to tell you one of my secrets. Once the word goes out, they can potentially ruin my life." Calvin lifted a teasing smile on his face. The spirit went silent and didn't reply anymore. But his silence evoked louder laughter from Calvin. This spurt He's too amusing. Calvin felt as if he had discovered a new toy. He kept on teasing the spirit until he had reached the exit of the school. Opening the doors, a bright light flashed across his face for a moment before he suddenly found himself standing in a bathroom stall. Oh, I'm back. The air was now incomparably heavy and turbid, so Calvin discovered that he had teleported to another place. He turned to look at his left hand since it seemed to be holding something. There he found the ancient notebook that he had longed for, the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. Finally, it's mine, Calvin inwardly exclaimed. Shut up and write the next secret already. How long are you going to make me wait? The spirit's irritated voice rang within Calvin's mind. Oh, Dandelion, you're there. No, it, detective, that I'm here. Hurry up and write something. I can't control my cravings anymore. Dandelion's voice seemed to be tinged with madness. Calvin didn't dare to delay any longer. He used his broken right arm as a stand for the notebook, and while enduring the pain and gnashing his teeth, he wrote, "The goddess of compassion and light. Her Highness often wears knee socks and likes to be dominated." Calvin wrote so fast that he didn't discover just what kind of secret he had revealed to the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. That be why the time that he was done searching. Through his murky memories and writing on the notebook as fast as he could, the words that he had written now had a word next to it written in a pink-colored font. Verified 3, a heart symbol was even added next to the word. This was true, a secret that could not only ruin Calvin's life, but could also ruin his chances of ever reincarnating in the future when he died. Any god among the 7 gods and goddesses, no matter how weak that god was when compared to the others, were still infinitely stronger than any mortals in the material world. Calvin had reached a peak that no mortal had ever reached, and he had understood some complexities in life and the universe. Yet he also realized at that moment that he was still weaker than the 7 gods and goddesses. They were in a whole new realm when compared to him that had reached the realm of apex predators. The 7 gods and goddesses were incredibly powerful to the extent that any mention of their name and title could be heard by them. When Dandelion saw the words that Calvin wrote in the notebook, he felt his soul leave his body. What the FCK did you just write? Why did you do something like that? Don't you know that a simple mention of, I know. Calm down and don't panic. That I know that the gods and goddesses up above can sometimes smite mortals that dare defile their name. But do you really think that she will bother about someone like me? Just relax. All right. On the contrary, I believe that what I did should be beneficial instead. Beneficial? You just offended a goddess, man. A goddess. Don't you know about the phrase, one can irritate a drunk and a sleepless man, but never a woman? Oh, you're surprisingly literate. Are you mocking me? Calvin shook his head. He pointed at the ancient notebook and chuckled. If you're that worried, then come here and look at this. What? Dandelion was irritated. He had thought that Calvin was a cautious man, but to think that he would be this careless. But the logic of the world that he knew was overturned when he saw the heart symbol written beside the verified. What? What is this heart symbol? What do you think? The font is different. The style is also different, as well as the depth of the strokes. Who do you think wrote this heart symbol? Calvin revealed a small smile. Cece, could it be that it's her? Yes, that's right. Calvin boisterously laughed. What do you think of this secret? Are you satisfied? I hope this secret can satisfy you in the next few months at least. Yeah, I'm satisfied. Wow, this is such a huge scoop. To think that. Dandelion was about to say the name of the goddess, but he ultimately refrained. Even though he could be considered as a powerful ancient artifact spirit, he wasn't so arrogant to think that he could endure the anger of a goddess. But man, do you really want to die that much? It's a good thing that she gave us a leeway, or else. Dandelion revealed a horrified look on his face. It's all right, really. Calvin chuckled once more. Before Dandelion could even speak, Calvin pushed open the bathroom stall, and he found that he was in the same bathroom as Hugo. Poor Hugo was still tied up. Calvin removed his restraints and checked the time, but a mere 30 minutes had passed since Calvin entered that school. You can actually distort time and space. Yeah, what about it? Shocked, yet. I guess even the apex predator of the previous timeline can still be surprised by something. Yeah, I'm surprised that think that a mere notebook like you could manipulate such a complicated concept. Calvin slightly smiled. Oomph, Dandelion snorted. The two talked a bit more telepathically, but Hugo suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, the first scene that he saw was Calvin staring at him with a smile. Am I in a dream? Where am I? Hugo raised his upper body off the cold floor. Calvin, why am I here? Where are the others? Hugo swept his gaze across the room and realized that he was in a bathroom stall. Graffiti and some words written in blood could be seen on the bathroom walls. His face immediately went pale as he cried out, No, I'm in this place. Why am I here? There are ghosts here, Calvin. There are ghosts. We must run out of here as fast as possible and never return. Hugo shot up from where he was and made a mad dash towards the exit before he was stopped by Calvin. Calvin held the hem of his sleeves and said, "Calm down, we can't get out of this place without gathering the others. Besides, we still need to find Arthur Chase and get the security room access keycard from him." Calvin's words reverberated in Hugo's mind. He was suddenly reminded of the main objectives that they had before they came here. But just what was the reason why he walked away from the others? Hugo could vaguely remember that it was related to ghosts, his greatest bane of all time, but he couldn't remember how he arrived in this bathroom stall. Calvin could clearly see Hugo's confusion, and he couldn't help but comment, "I'm the one that dragged you here. I can feel that there's something scary outside, but I don't think that they are ghosts." "What? They aren't ghosts?" Hugo asked in confusion. "Yeah. Did you forget where we are right now? We're in a mental institution. We're in Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. How could there be any ghosts in a place like this? In other words, what lured you away from the others should be the patients of this hospital and mental institution. They purposely acted like ghosts to scare you." "What?" Thankfully, Hugo was a simple-minded man. Added on to the fact that he really didn't want to think that he was facing ghosts, he instantly believed Calvin's words as his eyes reddened in anger. He felt humiliated. His desire for revenge burned unceasingly. Those insane bastards. How dare they play me like this? Hugo stood up, and he seemed to have transformed into a new man. Calvin lightly chuckled and telepathically asked, "Are you sure that you can prevent those demons from going into their tangible form?" "Yeah. Why are you doubting my abilities?" "Well, I'm just being cautious. As far as I can remember, you didn't have that ability earlier." Dandelion seemed to be incensed. "It's because I'm manipulating the stability of that world. I may be able to multitask, but there's a limit on how much work I am able to do at the same time." "All right. Okay, I believe you. There's not much that I can do anyways other than to believe you." Calvin was still doubtful, but doubting was useless in this case. He just had to believe in Dandelion's abilities, as long as those demons were in their tangible form. Hugo shouldn't be afraid of them anymore, and he'd be able to easily crush their skulls in his large palms. "Are you okay now? Shall we go out?" "Yeah, I'm okay now. How dare they deceive me? I won't forgive them." It's been a long time since Hugo became this angry. He cracked his knuckles, and even his neck. He was raring to fight. Calvin looked at him with a smile. Leading the way, Calvin walked out of the bathroom and arrived at the hospital corridors. The hospital corridors weren't so dark anymore. The faint light coming from the light bulbs beside the doors of the nearby sick rooms illuminated the corridors. Calvin took out a walkie-talkie that he had in his hand, all this while he turned to look at Hugo and said, "Why did you not use this thing when you realized that you had strayed away?" Hugo shook his head. "I don't know. I can't seem to remember why. Maybe that thing slipped past my mind. To be honest, I was so scared earlier that I didn't even know what to think anymore." Hugo revealed a pitiful expression, and Calvin couldn't help but sigh. "Perhaps. Are you afraid of ghosts because you dream of them every night?" Hugo's deep footsteps came to a halt. "No, I'm not. That's not true." Hugo suddenly flailed his hands in a panic. Madness appeared in his eyes as they went bloodshot. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows and let out a low growl. Calm down, Hugo. I understand. I believe you." The hospital suddenly became quite noisy. All sorts of rapping noise and the sound of something repeatedly banging on the walls could be heard from the distance. But Hugo seemed to have ignored those noises as he stared right at Calvin. "I believe you." Calvin spoke. "Actually, we're not so different from each other. We both have a past that the two of us do not wish to bring up. That is why you don't have to worry about me finding out your true nature, that I won't disdain you. Because of that, I mean, who in this world can say that they are clean?" Calvin shrugged as he said these words in a matter-of-factly voice. Hugo dramatically calmed down. The madness in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced with seriousness. "To tell you the truth, I came here not because I have a lot of debt. It's because I'm being pursued." Calvin was astonished that Hugo was suddenly willing to speak about his past, but he didn't say anything about it. He just stood there and quietly listened. "I'm a hired mercenary from Africa. My job involves looking the other way when something happens that gives me good money. But several years of working with those bastards took a toll on my mental health that in the end, I was dishonorably dismissed from the service for some reason still unknown to me. But I have an idea why. My immediate supervisor should be the one that dismissed me from service that I know. Because that night, I saw him. I was the only witness. I saw him taking several girls from the nearby ethnic tribe to his underground dungeon. There were 4 of them that went into the dungeon, but he was the only one who came up. When he came up, he noticed my presence and immediately gave me a warning that, of course, I was obedient, that I never said anything to anyone. In fact, I tried forgetting what happened that night. But they appear in my dreams. Those girls. They visit me in my dreams every night. I can see from their wretched faces that they wanted justice. At first, I thought that I was just thinking about it too much, but eventually, those hauntings started affecting me outside my dreams. I would sometimes find my shoes in a different location than I remember, and my car keys, as well as the remote to my television, would suddenly disappear from the place where I thought I placed them. In the end, when they realized that such subtle hauntings weren't enough for me to notice them, they became even crazier. Whenever I'm about to sleep, they would pull the sheets covering my body down to the floor. When that happens, I would vaguely feel a chill slowly creeping up my spine. It was so scary that in the end, I became a whistleblower. After I was dishonorably dismissed, I turned into a whistleblower. That is the reason why I am being pursued. I know that what I did was stupid, since what can a few ghosts do to me? A hired mercenary being afraid of a few ghosts? What a joke. Hugo's eyes went bloodshot, but I didn't care anymore. I told the world about what was going on in that company and I managed to shut that company down, but I also lost my home. Thankfully, before those bastards found me, Madame Ria discovered me and gave me another chance to survive. And that is the reason why I am here. Hugo let out a sigh. He seemed to have been greatly relieved of his burdens when he told Calvin his past. Calvin let out a smile. I didn't realize that you have such an adventure. Hugo also smiled. I may be afraid of ghosts, but I'm not afraid of the living. Since you told me that the ghosts here are patients who are masquerading as ghosts to scare me, then let me handle them. Calvin nodded his head and revealed a smile of reassurance. But inwardly, he was now in a panic. Are you sure that you can prevent those demons from turning intangible? I bet that Hugo will be so scared if they suddenly discovered a patient disappear from his eyes in a blink of an eye. You better do this properly. All right. Hugo is an indispensable asset to US.at least until we get that keycard. I know. Stop telling me what to do. Dandelion replied with irritation. The noises around the hospital suddenly stopped. Calvin pressed on the walkie-talkie. Hello, hello, hello. How do I use this, Hugo? It's working now. All right. Calvin tested the walkie-talkie and asked Hugo for confirmation if he was using it right. When Hugo gave him a thumbs up, he cleared his throat and started talking. This is Calvin. I've already found Hugo, and we're coming to you guys so we can regroup. Can you all tell me where you are? Have you already discovered Arthur Chase? I hope you all remembered what I said about not engaging him when Hugo and I still aren't with you. That person is incredibly dangerous. Calvin sternly warned. Only static came out of his walkie-talkie. He couldn't help but frown. But in the very next second, a distressed voice came from the other line. I am near the decontamination chamber, where we first came to the hospital. I don't know about the others. Everything suddenly became crazy, and fire engulfed us all. Philip went crazy too, and he rushed towards the corridor next to the medical ward. Scarlett had gone crazy. She's unconscious right now, and she's with me. Calvin, please help. I don't want to die. I'm with Zara right now, and we don't dare to move. Please find us. Jane's voice was mixed with sobbing sound as she stifled her cries. This was the first time that she got into a situation like this, so it was normal for her to have a nervous breakdown. Calvin listened and frowned. A fire engulfed them? It must be those protective charms. As for Scarlett going crazy, she must have been possessed by one of the demons in this place. Thankfully, they used the charms that I gave them. I guess Scarlett must be fine now apart from the fact that she's still unconscious. Let's go get them, Calvin. Hugo spoke up when he saw that Calvin fell silent. Calvin nodded his head. She said that they're near the decontamination chamber. They must be hiding behind the receptionist's desk. That's only about 30 meters from here. All right, let's go and fetch them. The group started walking. Calvin led the way as both he and Hugo headed for the receptionist's desk. The group soon arrived at the receptionist's desk. It was empty, but when the two walked behind the desk, they found Zara and Jane along with the unconscious Scarlett lying on the cold floor behind the receptionist's desk. Jane! Calvin exclaimed. Hugo swiftly helped Scarlett up and checked her vitals. She fainted. Her vitals are stable. There won't be any problems as far as I can see, but she's in shock. I can't predict when she will wake up. Just what happened? Hugo asked. Jane and Zara seemed to be unwilling to talk about what just happened. Calvin let out a sigh and explained everything to Hugo for them. What? Philip went ahead. He went mad along with Scarlett. What the hell is wrong in this? Could it be that it's true that there are ghosts here as I suspected? Hugo's face went pale. There are ghosts in this place. Jane was now even more scared. Zara had a similar expression to her as she shivered like a sieve. Calvin frowned and said, Look at what you did to them. Hugo, don't just casually say such things. Didn't we already discuss that there are no ghosts here? The ghosts that you're talking about are those mental patients enjoying the thrill of the hunt as they toy with us. Jane and Zara stared at the two, particularly at Calvin. The patients, they are here. That makes sense since we still haven't met a single patient ever since we came in this damn place. But why would they be in a hospital out of all places? Zara was frustrated. The shock that she received this time was too great. Jane bit her lips and didn't say anything, but the tears welling up in her eyes alone was enough evidence that she was indeed too scared to even continue on moving. However, we have to find the others. She may be scared, but that didn't mean that she could just abandon her teammates. Calvin could see her determination despite her fears. Letting out a slight smile, he secretly applauded the courageous girl in his heart. That's right. We can't just stay here. We have to find them, Calvin said, but Zara actually shook her head and hastily replied, No, I'm not going back. I won't. I'll just stay here. I'll stay here and wait for you. I'll stay here and protect Scarlet. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. With your state, can you really protect Scarlet? What's more, those mental patients will easily detect that you are not moving, and when they realize that their prey was just waiting for its death, then what do you think will they do? When they found out that the chase is not fun anymore, oh, you think they'll let you off? Hugo nodded in agreement. He knew the feeling of being relentlessly pursued, so he also knew the importance of never staying in a single place for an extended period of time. Hugo calmly explained all of these to Zara without giving out his personal experiences, so Zara wouldn't think that he was being biased. In the end, Zara bit her lips. Fine, I'll go with you, but what do we do with Scarlet? We can't just leave her here, can we? Of course not. I will carry her on my back. Calvin shook his head and then volunteered to take care of Scarlet. What? Why would you do that? Can you really carry her on your back long enough? I'll do it. I reckon that she's quite heavy, so it's better if I do it. Hugo immediately went against his proposal, but Calvin took a look at him and said, If you have her on your back, can you properly protect us? Even if you say that she's not that much of a burden for you. Extra weight is still extra weight. I'd rather carry her on my back than let you suffer that extra weight that could potentially take your life in the battlefield ahead of us. Hugo's expression changed. Calvin was right, that he was too focused on making himself useful to the extent that he forgot his limits. Hugo may be stronger than an average human, but he was also a human in the end. He had his own limits. He may be able to carry Scarlet on his back, but her weight would undoubtedly become a burden for him in the battle. Just as Hugo was feeling conflicted about what he should do, Calvin lightly smiled. Don't worry about me. You should worry about how you can protect yourself as well as Jane and Zara. Oh, you really think that I am that weak? I may look like a matchstick right now, but I'm still quite capable. How else would I be able to find you in that bathroom? Hugo was finally convinced. Before the group walked out to find the others, Calvin gave Jane and Zara the same piece of crumpled paper that he had given them earlier. How about it? Jane turned to look at Hugo. He'll be fine without this, that I bet he's stronger with his fists than using these. Calvin lightly chuckled. Just what are these papers? How can they conjure a flame? That's unscientific. Zara questioned with a frown. Don't worry about it. That you'll soon come to know about everything after all of these is done and over with. Calvin reassured them with a smile. The group then proceeded to walk out of the receptionist's desk. They arrived near the corridors, and Calvin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the left corridor leading to the medical ward. What's wrong? Is there something in there? Jane stuck close to Calvin, while Zara went closer to Hugo. All of them knew that there was great danger lurking in that corridor, for that was the corridor where all hell went loose. Those footsteps, did one of us lose their shoes? These footsteps clearly aren't made by shoe soles. Judging from the uneven footsteps, there should be about 6 people that pass through here. In other words, aside from us, there are 6 mental patients roaming through this hospital right now. Calvin's deductions were precise and accurate. Those footprints lead to the right corridor. They should be heading to the medical ward at AS for why it's obviously because they're going after something or someone. Apart from us, who else are the foreigners in this place? In other words, the others are being pursued by those mental patients at this moment. Calvin's expression turned serious. To be honest, he didn't want anyone to die in his team. But his help was limited. He wasn't all-powerful after all. Calvin, you sure have amazing eyesight, Jane praised. How can you see those footsteps when it's practically pitch black in here? Jane now had a renewed admiration for Calvin. Hugo nodded his head in agreement. Zara glanced at Hugo for a moment before she decided to move closer to the matchstick-framed Calvin. Hugo lifted a bitter smile, for he noticed Zara's subtle movements of going closer to Calvin. But he couldn't help but think in his heart, am I really that unreliable? Just as Hugo was feeling gloomy in his heart, Calvin suddenly spoke, Follow me. Calvin's body was slightly slouched due to the weight behind him. His face contorted with pain when Scarlet's limp hand suddenly made contact with his broken right arm. Jane and Zara, who was so close to Calvin, saw his injuries, even though the place was almost pitch black. What happened to your arm? Jane asked in concern. She was horrified to see Calvin's mangled arm that looked to be it was about to detach itself from his shoulder. Nothing. I fell down the stairs. Hugo was also concerned and confused, but he almost spat a mouthful of blood hearing Calvin's casual answer. As someone who received injuries on a daily basis, Hugo instantly saw that the severity of Calvin's injury couldn't possibly happen due to a fall from a staircase. He must be caused by something or someone. Could it be that he has already crossed fists with one of the patients here? That makes sense. If not for that, then how could he be this confident, seeing that he managed to live against those mentally ill patients? There can only be two possibilities. Point one, he defeated them all and sustained that injury. And two, he got that injury from running away. But judging from his confidence, it should be the former. Hugo silently pondered. I remember seeing a nurse's room in this corridor earlier when we ran for the receptionist desk. I think we should go there first. I can tend to your wounds and make sure that it doesn't worsen over time. Zara made a proposal. A medical student. She could see the severity of Calvin's injuries. To be honest, she was quite shocked to see that Calvin was still conscious despite enduring such an injury. Can he not feel any pain? Zara whispered to herself. But that conjecture was absurd. Calvin must be enduring the pain all this while. Thinking of this, Zara pitied him and made a proposal for them to visit the nurse's room first before they continued. Calvin nodded his head. That's probably the best. Lead the way, Zara. Zara lightly smiled and cautiously walked beside Calvin. Humph. That is what you get for acting tough. Dandelion took the opportunity to send a jab at Calvin's ego. I wasn't acting tough. I was about to tell them that we should visit the nurse's room first. Calvin explained. Liar. I bet you didn't even know about the existence of a nurse's room in this place before that girl told you about it. Oomph. Do you think that I'm that stupid? What? Dandelion felt a sense of foreboding. We're in a hospital for FCK's sake. How could there be no nurse's room here? Can you have some common sense, Dandelion? Dandelion went silent. Calvin inwardly chuckled, and the group finally found the nurse's room. Zara added a splint on Calvin's right arm and made sure that it was completely immobilized, checking the medicines on the nearby cabinet. Zara found some unexpired painkillers, and it was given to Calvin, who expressed his immense gratefulness for Zara's care. It was nothing. I just didn't want her injuries to worsen, that's all. Zara turned her head away. She was astounded and embarrassed by Calvin's honest praise. Jane glanced at Calvin before making a sidelong glance at Zara. This was the first time that she saw such an abashed expression on her best friend's face. She's been with Zara for almost a decade already, and she always knew her to be an ice-cold queen. But today, the coldness that froze the hearts of her admirers within the past few years was actually being thawed. Jane inwardly snicked. She felt happy for her best friend. To be honest, she was starting to suspect if her best friend swung the other way. But now that she witnessed this scene, she changed her mind and was now completely sure that her best friend's orientation was normal. For some reason, she heaved a sigh of relief. Calvin swung his right arm around and felt that it wasn't that painful anymore. The coast clear, Hugo? He asked Hugo, who stood before the entrance of the nurse's room. There's nothing strange for now. Hugo emphasized the end of his sentence, for he could feel a sense of foreboding. All right, follow me. Calvin nodded his head and led the way outside. Once they were out of the nurse's room, Calvin spoke. I didn't expect that we would miss such vital information. What? Both Jane and Zara suddenly became scared. Hugo also turned tense. Calvin raised his flashlight and directed the lights at the left walls of the corridor. Can you see what I mean? This entire corridor is full of sick rooms. We just didn't notice the door and the doorknob since it's too dark in here. There are sick rooms lining both sides of the corridor. Some doors at the distance are left ajar. I think something may come out of those doors to scare us the moment that we approach. See, Calvin, please don't scare us. Jane trembled and held onto Calvin's waist. Zara walked closer and held the hem of his shirt. I'm not joking. This place is really dangerous, that we should be careful about anything. Calvin stretched his neck and slightly adjusted Scarlett's posture on his back. That Scarlett's breasts were pushed deeper into his back. Calvin could feel that elasticity, but he didn't pay it any heed. Calvin wasn't a vegetarian, and when it came to the number of breasts that he had fondled in his previous timeline, if he dared to claim that he was first, no one would dare to claim that they were second. As a spy, Calvin had his fair share of honey-trapping trysts. Jane and Zara looked unconvinced. I'm not trying to scare you. All right, take a look at the footsteps on those sick rooms with doors left ajar. They're too focused and overlapped. In other words, they must have stopped in that position for a while. The unconvinced Jane and Zara were now convinced, but their belief only made them more afraid of what was about to happen. Ha. It's fine. Don't worry too much about it. Besides, Hugo's with us, right? He'll protect us all. I'm just telling you guys all of these so you'll be careful when passing in front of those doors. Calvin ruffled the hair of Jane and Zara. Jane's eyes widened due to the sudden affection that she received, while Zara practically stood where she was and froze. Zara, what's wrong? Calvin noticed that she had stopped moving, and he couldn't help but ask in concern. No, it's nothing. Zara hurriedly waved her hands in a panic. Oh my God, she's fallen deep. Jane inwardly sniggered. Calvin smiled and merely nodded his head. The group continued on their journey. Nothing unusual happened when they passed in front of the first 3 sick rooms after the nurse's room. However, when the group was about to go near the 4th sick room, Dandelion suddenly gave out a warning. Almost the exact moment when Dandelion gave his warning, Calvin burst through the door with a kick. The door swung heavily from the force, and it slammed into the wall. Bang! The figure hiding behind the slightly ajar door earlier was now exposed. He was wearing a patient's garb. His expression was as pale as a sheet of paper, and beneath his messy and filthy bangs was a pair of astonished eyes. He stood where he was. The wicked smile that he had was still plastered on his lips. It was painfully obvious that he was about to attack the group, but he didn't expect Calvin to be even faster than him. Hello, demon. It's me, your boy. Calvin lifted an amused smile. The demon hiding behind the door froze. Realizing that he had been caught in the act, he closed his eyes and was about to turn intangible when a dim ray of light struck his body and prevented him from turning into a ghost. The demonic patient's astonishment turned into shock when he found out that he couldn't transform into his intangible form. He turned around and was about to make a mad dash towards the other side of the room when Calvin tripped him up. Thud. A dull thud rang out. You're one of those bastards. Hugo had finally entered the room, that he stood imposingly in front of the panicking demon. Take care of him. Hugo, I'll take care of the girls outside, Calvin casually said. Dandelion had already restrained the demonic soul within the patient, and it was virtually impossible for him to fight against an angry mountain of muscles like Hugo. Calvin swiftly came out of the room to prevent Jane and Zara from seeing the brutality of what was about to happen. He even closed the door as soon as he went out. Both Jane and Zara stood stiff in the corridor and had no idea what just happened. They were too shocked by Calvin's sudden actions of kicking the slightly ajar door. They were too focused on the loud noise when the door collided against the wall earlier. What happened? The two awakened from their trance upon seeing Calvin going out of the room. Let's just wait for Hugo, Calvin answered. 10 minutes later, Hugo walked out of the room with a satisfied smile on his face. I've dealt with it. We can continue now. Hugo dusted his fist and stood behind the 3 once again. Jane and Zara looked at each other with the same confusion in their eyes. But well, all's well that ends well. The group continued their journey. Hugo suddenly approached Calvin and said, Calvin, I heard from that madman earlier that there are several dozens of them in here. What? Calvin was astonished. Several dozens. He had expected that he would face a lot of enemies, but he didn't expect that they would be this many. What the hell is going on here, Dandelion? I don't know. 5 Cent must have tampered with the difficulty. But no worries, they won't be able to turn into their tangible form. That man right there is quite strong anyway, so he should be able to beat them down like what he did with that demon earlier. All right, but FCK, you better make sure that you do your job properly, all right? Yeah, I know, Calvin grumbled in irritation. But since there was no use crying over spilled milk, Calvin could only shake his head and continue. Dandelion didn't give any warnings when they passed in front of the other sick rooms. Taking a turn at the next corridor, the group suddenly stopped moving, for they had realized that this corridor was splattered with fresh blood. Limbs and body parts scorched with fire were also scattered on the ground. Zara frowned. She was a medical student, but this was the first time that she saw such a grisly scene. Hugo also had his eyebrows scrunched up, while Jane had already started to dry heave. The patients in this place sure are unpredictable. To think that they would prank us like this. Calvin crouched. His nose twitched while his eyes focused on the blood splatter, acting as if he was an experienced crime scene investigator. The blood splatter is uneven, and it looks like it has been deliberately placed this way. Judging from the amount of blood, some of it should splatter on the walls, but as we can see, the walls are too clean. That is impossible to happen, since no matter which part you're injured, it would be impossible for it to not splatter on the nearest vertical object, such as walls. The direction of the splatter is also spread on the ground instead of omnidirectional, and no matter what, there is no way that this happened naturally. Calvin swiped some blood off the ground with his pinky finger and placed it under his nostrils. The smell is too strong. This smell is like mashed fresh liver. This can't be human blood. Jane and Zara felt a shiver down their spines as they stared at him in fear. Just how familiar did one have to be with human blood so that they could make an accurate and confident deduction like that? Hugo was also somewhat nervous that Calvin's matchstick-like figure made him seem powerless, but at this moment, He seemed to be even more powerful than what Hugo had expected. In any case, Hugo concluded that Calvin wasn't a simple man at all. Carrying Scarlet on his back, Calvin momentarily leaped and adjusted her posture. Afterwards, he then casually walked on the pool of blood on the ground and said, "Don't be afraid, those patients must be pulling a prank on us to scare us. Who knows what they are thinking? Rest assured, this blood is fake. That it probably came from a dog." Zara and Jane stared right at each other, and they started to have some hesitation in following him. But where would they go? Who else could be braver than Calvin? The two gnashed their teeth and decided to muster their courage. They stepped onto the pool of blood and suppressed their disgust as they followed Calvin from behind. Calvin was very calm in the entire ordeal. They took another turn, this time to a corridor on the left. This corridor was similar to the very first corridor that they went through earlier. The walls were lined with sick rooms, and some of those rooms had doors slightly ajar. The only difference was that there seemed to be a cold draft in this corridor blasting across their faces, and there was also another bathroom. Calvin scanned the ground and reported his findings to the others. This footstep is obviously made from the soles of a shoe. This is vastly different from the barefooted footsteps that we saw earlier. In other words, the person who went into this corridor towards that bathroom must be one of us. Really? Jane was overjoyed. In that case, let's go. Wait. She was about to go towards the bathroom when Calvin suddenly stopped her. Calvin had a curious look on his face as he explained, "Don't get too happy now. I told you all earlier that we cannot let our guards down in this place at any moment. Take a look at the footsteps. They are too even and without any trace of panic. The person who left these footsteps must have purposely done this and is now waiting for us to follow his trail." What? Jane uttered in shock that Calvin's words made sense, so she couldn't refute what he said. However, she was also grateful to Calvin. She admitted to herself that she had been too hasty. If Calvin didn't warn her in time, she may have fallen onto the palms of the person waiting for them to follow the trail in the bathroom. But Zara had her doubts. What if that person is one of us, and he purposely left such an obvious trail, so we'll easily notice it? Calvin nodded his head and smiled. That is true. Well, we won't know the answer for sure unless we go there and check. Go there and check. Are you even sure if he's still there? Hugo asked with a frown. Calvin calmly walked into the corridor and headed for the bathroom. Take a look at the footprints again. They only went way. The person went inside the bathroom and never came out. In other words, that person should still be in there, and we're about to find out who he is. However, since this trail is indeed too obvious, there's a huge chance that this is a trap. So the two of you should wait here while Hugo and I will go inside to check. Calvin gestured at the two women. Zara bit her lips while Jane clenched her palms so strong that her hands went pale. Nevertheless, they didn't utter any complaint and just sat beside the fallen Scarlet in the dimly lit corridors, while holding the piece of crumpled paper that Calvin gave them for their protection. Calvin went inside the bathroom. The footprints lead to the second to the last cubicle. Calvin signaled to Hugo, and Hugo nodded his head in tacit understanding. Calvin extinguished his footsteps as he crawled towards the third cubicle beside the cubicle where the footsteps ended. He peeked from above and discovered that the person hiding inside was Jeanette. Jeanette's expression was filled with fear, and her eyes were wet with tears. She opened her mouth and wanted to scream, but no noise could come out of her mouth, for she was gagged by her own panties. She was on the lap of a man, wearing a patient's garb. The man let out excited grunts as he fondled all over Jeanette's body. Then, he opened his zippers and whipped his thing out for Jeanette to see. It's been such a long time. It's been such a long time that I had a woman to embrace. Those doctors, they are bastards. To think that they would deprive of us of the pleasure that every man in this world deserves. The feeling of being inside a woman. I can't wait anymore. I'm going to put it inside. The ashen-faced man had a wicked smile on his face as he raised his head to howl at the skies in excitement. Jeanette's struggles reached a crescendo as she fidgeted as much as she could, but it was all for naught. She was ultimately powerless against the demon. It's over. Jeanette gave up and closed her eyes. She stared at the ceiling and mumbled to herself. Mother, Father, I'm sorry. I'm going ahead. Why am I so unlucky in this life? I've done everything that must be done. I studied hard, got good grades, but all it took was a single mistake, that a single blemish on that woman's dress was enough for my entire life to collapse. I promised to compensate her for her ruined dress, but she insisted on making me pay for her dress with my entire life. That I'm sorry. Father, Mother, the daughter will be going first. I'd rather die than be humiliated by this bastard. Jeanette decisively used all of her remaining strength to bite the tip of her tongue, but then suddenly, Gavus, release. A familiar voice reverberated out of nowhere. Jeanette's eyes widened in shock, for she realized that amidst her darkening consciousness, She saw an orange fiery light that seemed to have become her beacon of hope in the darkness. That beacon of hope descended and struck the man above her. Bang! In the very next moment. Uh-huh. A shrill and maniacal scream rang out. The instant that the scream came out, Hugo barged into the bathroom stall. His movements were quick and without any waste just a blink of an eye. He scooped up Jeanette from the lap of the half-naked man, and after turning her head away from the scene, he raised his leg and whipped a kick directly at the screaming madman. Poochie. A dull sound rang out followed by a cracking sound. Hugo's powerful kick caused the madman's head to burst, scattering brain matter and blood all over the bathroom stall. Calvin exited out of his stall and quickly took a towel to cover the naked body of the scarred Jeanette. Even now, she was still trembling in fear. Jane, Zara, we found Jeanette. Take her. Calvin walked out and dragged Jeanette out of the bathroom. He dragged her for Calvin realized that Jeanette couldn't walk. Her legs were trembling so much that it looked as if she would collapse onto the ground at any moment. "That's it," Calvin muttered under his breath. "I hope she can still recover after this ordeal. If not, then I can only say my condolences." The world of Las Filipinas was incredibly cruel to anyone. Violence was the norm there, so one must have a strong heart before venturing out to Las Filipinas. Else, going to Las Filipinas without a prepared heart and a steeled resolve was basically the same as committing suicide dash. That was how dangerous Las Filipinas was. Jeanette, what happened to you?" Jane approached Jeanette. Calvin handed her over to Jane, but as soon as Jeanette left Calvin's support, she collapsed onto the ground, and if not for Zara's quick reactions, she would have had a concussion since she was so weak that she couldn't even protect her head from impact onto the ground. Zara checked her vitals and discovered that she was in deep shock. A frown appeared on her face when she realized that Jeanette was naked. Apart from the towel covering her body, she had nothing to cover her. Bits and grits. Noticing that Calvin was still staring at Jeanette despite the fact that she was in her birthday suit, Zara frowned and asked, "Why are you still staring?" "She's naked." "Oh." Calvin let out an astonished yelp before turning his gaze away. It was indeed inappropriate for him to stare at the naked body of a maiden. Calvin knew about this, but he forgot about it since he already had a fair share of naked bodies back in Las Filipinas. Jane glanced at Calvin and realized that the slender-framed Calvin seemed to be even more mysterious than ever. Think that he wasn't bothered and even blushed at the sight of a maiden's birthday suit. Jane was intrigued, but she also knew that there were matters far important at this moment than Calvin's outlook regarding beauties. "What the hell happened?" Zara asked. Jane nodded in agreement. She had the same question as Zara. She wanted to know just what exactly happened that a courageous woman like Jeanette became like this. Calvin bitterly smiled. It wasn't convenient for him to talk regarding what happened to Jane and Zara. After all, the three of them could be considered friends. That he reckoned that even Jeanette herself didn't want them to know that she was almost violated by a mad patient of this asylum. If they came to know about it, Jeanette would surely spiral into depression. "I can't disclose that, I'm sorry." Calvin shook his head and avoided the topic. Jane and Zara stared at each other. They weren't as dense as Calvin expected to be. They were smart women who could extrapolate information from missing data. The fact that Jeanette was buck naked with purple bruises all over her body, particularly on her breasts and neck. What happened was painfully obvious. Furthermore, there is also that maniacal scream from a third party that they heard from the bathroom. Jane and Zara clenched their tiny fists. Calvin saw the sorrow on their expression, and he let out a sigh. The two women stared at each other for a moment before nodding. Afterwards, they then directed their gazes to Calvin. From their gazes alone, Calvin could see what they wanted to happen. In short, both Jane and Zara hoped that Calvin would pretend that nothing happened. Calvin nodded his head in tacit understanding. But there was an issue that he had to raise. Now we have two unconscious comrades. Our journey will become even more difficult since we have two comrades that we have to look out for. That I can almost manage everything with Scarlet, but with Jeanette added on top of it, that I don't think that we can continue on our journey. Calvin shook his head in sorrow. "What do you mean? Are you saying that we should abandon both of them?" Jane glared at Calvin. No. You're misunderstanding me." Calvin hurriedly flailed his hands in protest. "That is not what I mean. What I'm trying to say is that we should choose who among the two we should wake up. But to be honest, I prefer if we woke up Scarlet than Jeanette." So that's what you meant?" Zara nodded her head. "I know some acupuncture techniques that we can use to wake them up prematurely. But why choose Scarlet? Could it be that you're being biased against Jeanette?" "Oh, please. Why would I? On what basis? I'm just saying that Scarlet is a better choice. Look at her condition. She's just in shock and is barely injured. That if we choose to wake up Jeanette, then she wouldn't be that useful. After all, she suffered that much. What's more, I think she deserves to rest at least." Calvin explained. "That makes sense." Zara and Jane were finally convinced. I'm done. At this moment, Hugo walked out of the bathroom stall that he was wet. His clothes were wet as well as his shoes. Hugo probably took quite a long time in the bathroom, for he was scrubbing himself clean. He asked for why he was doing that. Zara, who was a medical student, instantly noticed the smell of blood floating around Hugo. The smell of blood was so thick and fresh that Zara's expression immediately went pale upon realizing the meaning behind Hugo's words. She covered her mouth and swallowed a mouthful of saliva to stop herself from dry heaving. What's wrong with you, Zara? Are you okay? Jane instantly noticed her pale expression and asked in concern. No, it's nothing. We gotta move. I gotta wake Scarlet up. Zara shoved Jane aside and sat beside the unconscious Scarlet. She lifted her trembling hands and pressed a few acupoints on Scarlet's body. Within a few seconds, Scarlet let out a few pained groans before finally opening her eyes. The first scene that she saw was Zara staring at her in concern. Zara, what happened? You passed out. I had to wake you up so we can continue our journey to find the others. Zara replied. Find the others? Wait, just what happened? The last thing I remember was looking at. I remember. I was looking at a slightly open door, but when I peered through that door to stare into the sick room behind it, I found something. The room was full of ghosts, demons. Scarlet's eyes went bloodshot as she trembled like a sieve in fear that Hugo's face went ashen upon hearing her words. Calvin clicked his tongue and arrived in front of her to calm her down. It's all right, we're here. You're safe now. He tried shaking Scarlet's shoulders so she could calm down. But when Calvin realized that it wasn't working, he pulled her into his embrace and patted her back like a child. Oh, I'm so scared. There's a lot of them in that room. Demons, ghosts. There's a lot of them. And I also noticed that every sick room was full of ghosts. They are everywhere. They are everywhere. There's no escape. Well, I don't want to die. Scarlet's embrace around Calvin's waist tightened. It's all right. Nothing will happen. We will escape this place. Also, there are no demons in this place. We found that the patients of the asylum are pretending to be ghosts to scare us in this hospital. Calvin said with his eyes, radiating no lies, only sincerity. Really? Yeah. In fact, we have Hugo here, and he's able to beat all of those patients up if they dare to come to us. Calvin turned to look at Scarlet, and Scarlet also followed his gaze. Upon seeing Hugo's towering mountain-like figure, Scarlet dramatically calmed down. Calvin wiped the snot off her nose with his shirt and gave her another tight embrace. That is why you don't have to worry. All right, we'll be fine. You'll be fine. Everyone will be fine. With Hugo here, no one in this place can touch us. Calvin raised his head and pushed his chest outwards, exuding a valiant aura as he proudly declared. The crying Scarlet found it amusing, and she couldn't help but lampoon. Where is your part? Of course. With me and Hugo here, no one in this place can touch even a thread of our hair. Calvin revised his speech, eliciting laughter from not only Scarlet but also from the other women. Hugo shook his head and let out a silly smile. The group took a rest for a few minutes first before they continued on their journey towards the medical ward. When they continued, little did they know that Calvin now had a grim look on his face. The reason was Dandelion's report that he heard while he had Scarlet in his embrace. Calvin, the benevolent father, and the butcher are heading towards the hospital. You need to escape as fast as possible. It's pretty much impossible for you to fight against those two, and I can't also give you any help since they're protected by 5 cent. If I helped you, then they will detect my unique mana signature. If that happens, then they will definitely thwart our plans. Good luck now. You're on your own. Adieu. Dandelion then went silent and never responded again. That, of course, Calvin could still feel his presence. Dandelion only went into hibernation to extinguish his presence as much as possible and escape 5 Cent's detection. Calvin gnashed his teeth. That F-kin bastard who's toying with us all here. I'm sure you're happy now. Pretty amusing to see us being chased by 2 madmen. Rest assured, once I'm out of here and strong enough, I'll find you, you F-kin bastard, and I'll have you meet your creator. Calvin inwardly swore. The group continued on their journey, and after taking another turn, they found yet another blood splatter. Do they not know about any other trick? This is getting quite old. Scarlet immediately covered her mouth upon seeing the blood splattered on the ground. She turned to look at both Zara and Jane as the pair supported her, so she wouldn't collapse. Are you guys okay staring at that? Scarlet asked in frustration. She felt weird and left out that she was the only one violently reacting like this. No, we're not okay. This place is mad. I want to get out of here. We want to get out of this place. Yeah, but we can't leave without finding the others. That we can't just let them die, right? Besides, we still need that access keycard. Without that keycard, we wouldn't be able to escape. Jane seriously said, Scarlet nodded her head and didn't say anything anymore. Calvin, I found another blood trail. Hugo, who went ahead and scouted the next corridor, gestured towards Calvin. Calvin was crouching beside the blood that a frown could be seen on his face. What's wrong? Hugo asked. Yeah, there's something wrong. This blood. It seems to be human blood. Calvin concluded. The smell of rust coming from this pool of blood evoked familiar memories in Calvin's mind, unlike that blood that he sniffed earlier. Furthermore, this blood didn't smell as strong as the previous pool of blood. In other words, Calvin's conjecture was likely correct. The pool of blood earlier came from a dog, while this blood came from a human being. But the burning question in everyone's mind at this moment was, who's the owner of that blood? Zara asked in concern. Among the girls in Calvin's group, she was the calmest. As a medical student, blood didn't really unfazed her, especially if they came from a human being. On the other hand, Scarlet looked as if he was about to vomit already, while Jane's knees were now subconsciously trembling from fear. Looking at the huge amount of blood splattered on the ground, it didn't take that much deduction to conclude that the owner of this pool of blood should be already dead. Jane turned to look at Calvin. Calvin nodded his head and proceeded to walk towards Hugo. The next corridor was nauseatingly similar to the previous corridors in interior design, as well as the placement of the bathrooms between the sick rooms that, if one stayed here as a mental patient, and they would pass through similar-looking corridors every day, it wasn't an understatement to say that they wouldn't probably recover from their illness. The blood trails left by the person who walked into this corridor was similar to the blood trails that the group saw earlier. The only difference was that apart from bloody footsteps, pieces of torn flesh, as well as torn clothes, could be seen on the ground. That Calvin's expression immediately turned grim. He scanned the ground thoroughly and discovered that from the pool of blood just before the corridor, the blood marks leading the corridor looked as if something was being dragged on the floor. However, when they had entered the corridor, it was obvious that they stopped for a moment, possibly to stand up before they limped through the corridor. In other words, this blood trail should come from the owner of the pool of blood, and judging from the severity of his injuries and how much blood he lost, he must be dead at this moment. Calvin gnashed his teeth. He tried his best to protect them, but it seemed that it was their destiny to die in this final phase. The owner of the blood made a great struggle to escape, judging from how messy the entire corridor was. But in the end, he was obviously cornered at the furthest sick room since the trail of footsteps ended there. Standing in front of the door where the blood trail ended, Calvin signaled to Hugo, while Hugo signaled to the girls. Their signal meant that the two of them would go inside the room, while the girls should stay outside and be on the lookout. Okay. Despite being scared, Jane firmly nodded. Scarlet gritted her teeth and looked incredibly reluctant to part with the boys, while Zara clenched her fists and suppressed the fear rising in her heart. Even though she wasn't alone in this corridor, the fact that they were all girls that weren't as physically strong as the patients here and without any weapon was enough for her to fear what was coming. She wished that Calvin and Hugo wouldn't take too long inside the sick room, or else she wasn't sure if she could still take the fear. Everything will be all right. I should calm down. Nothing will happen. Mind over body. I'm only scaring myself by worrying. Zara silently chanted in her heart. She was trying to hypnotize herself so she could forget the terror and fear. Once inside the sick room, Calvin shook his head when the lights of the sick room were turned on. There, he saw the corpses of Roy and Rose. Roy kneeled in front of Rose, and his hands were stuck frozen in midair due to rigor mortis. His expression was contorted with all sorts of emotions ranging from fear, remorse, and unwillingness that a wound that directly penetrated his heart could be seen on his left chest. Lying behind him was Rose. The poor middle-aged lady was stark naked. She was obviously violated before she died. Bang! As Calvin was shaking his head in regret, a loud explosion suddenly occurred beside him. Hugo had slammed a wooden desk into smithereens out of anger and fury. Just who in God's green earth can do something as atrocious as this? Are they even humans anymore? Calvin shook his head. No, I won't call them humans. What? Hugo was agitated. They are demons, just like what Scarlet said earlier. Demons? Are they ghosts? Calvin almost keeled when he heard Hugo's answer. This man, he's still being afraid of ghosts even at this point. Calvin bitterly smiled and replied, No, demons aren't ghosts, but they're worse than demons since they can physically harm you. Ghosts, on the other hand, can only scare you mentally. But demons? They're beings with a physical form, and they are able to kill you. So, in other words, demons aren't ghosts. Calvin was speechless, but he still replied, Yes, they're not ghosts. All right, as long as they aren't ghosts, then I will take them down. I swear that I will never forgive those bastards who did this. No, you're wrong, Hugo. What? It's not plural. The one who did this was only a single person. What? Who? Who did this to them? Hugo asked in a stern voice. Calvin stared right at Hugo and replied, the one that we were looking for. The madman who has the access keycard for the security room. Arthur Chase. Arthur Chase. Hugo found it unbelievable that only a single man caused all of these. Judging from the state of the room, a struggle had clearly unfolded, and it wasn't a short struggle. The medical instruments and apparatus in the room were in a mess, and the cabinet was even missing a stand. From its close proximity to Roy, and the fact that the wooden stand was chipped after hitting something, he obviously used the wood as his weapon in his final moments. Roy may not be that powerful, but Rose was here with him. Even if they weren't as powerful as Arthur Chase, one of them should be able to escape. Yet, both of them actually died. Just how powerful is that Arthur Chase? Tell me, Calvin, you bribed a custodian, right? I'm sure that if that custodian is worth his salt, he should have told you how powerful this Arthur Chase is. Hugo sternly asked. Calvin nodded his head and replied, Arthur Chase should be on par with you at least when it comes to physical strength. Oh, you know what I mean? Hugo nodded his head. Calvin meant that even though both of them were on par with each other, it doesn't mean that Hugo would now have a difficult time fighting against Arthur Chase. After all, in a battle against experts with similar strength, their strength wouldn't matter anymore as much as their techniques would. In short, the fighter whose techniques were better and far refined than the other would win the battle. Hearing Calvin's words, Hugo was now even more confident fighting against Arthur. Chase.so. What if his strength is on par with me? I roamed the lands to fight against several dozens of mercenaries, and I've killed hundreds of men. A mental patient in this damned place wouldn't stand a chance against me. Hugo clenched his fists. Cracking sounds came out of his knuckles, and Calvin couldn't help but take another look at him. But he judged that if Hugo's innate physical prowess was cultivated properly in the lands of Las Filipinas, he would undoubtedly become a talent that the world would admire. Furthermore, with Hugo's straightforward and honest attitude, his chances of betraying humanity and joining the ranks of the invaders like what the other talents did back then were significantly lower. In short, Hugo was a talent that must be nurtured, for he would become a huge help for humanity in the future. Calvin silently decided. He took a piece of crumpled paper and handed it over to Hugo. What is this? I know that you may not believe me right now, but this paper will help you in our fight against Arthur Chase. We're going to fight against Arthur Chase. Didn't the custodians say that we must run and never fight? Hugo asked with a frown. He had the intention to fight against Arthur Chase, but he was confused regarding who he should believe. Should he believe the custodians and run away from the enemies, or should he believe Calvin's words and fight? Calvin shook his head and said, of course, our priority here is to keep our lives, so we must run. However, a man's got to do what he needs to do. When the need arrives, then we must fight, but I don't expect you to defeat our enemies. We just need to hold them back for a moment while the others escape. So, we're going to be the scapegoat. Hugo seemed to be not in favor of this idea, for he had a frown on his face when he asked, you can say that, but we're not going to die. Trust me. Under my watch, no one will die. I've already failed once. I can't fail again. We can't lose our lives here when our journey still hasn't even begun. All right, I believe you now. What should I do? When you're being cornered, throw this piece of paper at the enemy and shout, R. Calvin instructed. Hugo raised an eyebrow, but since he had chosen to believe Calvin, that he took the piece of crumpled paper and stuffed it in his pockets. Now, their next course of action was to show this crime scene to the others. Hugo objected at first, but when Calvin explained to him that those girls needed to be desensitized, he realized that Calvin's words made sense, and so they invited the three to take a look at the inside of the sick room. Soon as they walked into the room, the three women vomited out their dinners. Even Zara, who had a fair share of experience when it came to autopsies, couldn't suppress her desire to heave as she leaned weakly on the wall. The scene was just too grisly for her to endure. Not only Roy and Rose's innards were scattered haphazardly on the ground, but their faces were also frozen in fear. Furthermore, there were also clear traces that Rose was violated before she died, since her fear-stricken face has been inundated with semen. The two died a miserable death. Their deaths were so miserable that seeing their final moments instantly affected the minds of the three women. Scarlett collapsed on the floor, sitting on her own vomit. Jane silently sobbed, and tears dripping down her cheeks. Zara could barely stand up as her knees trembled like a sieve. Calvin let out a sigh. He took Scarlett to his embrace and secretly took a piece of paper from his pocket. Activating the runes that he inscribed in that piece of paper, he softly whispered into her ears, Axion manipulate. The runes carved onto the paper flew directly into Scarlett's nape. She immediately calmed down. The fear in heart mysteriously vanished. For some reason, she felt that Calvin's embrace was so warm and comforting. She couldn't help but snuggle even more, but Calvin let out a dry cough. Ahem. Ah. Scarlett's eyes widened in shock, and she pushed Calvin in a panic that Calvin's cough made her realize that she was starting to become inappropriate. Are you okay now? Yeah, I am. I'm sorry that I reacted like that. No, you don't have to say sorry. Calvin patted her head and gave a sweet smile. Even though Scarlett may be a few years older than him, he acted as if he was her elder and gently ruffled her hair. Scarlett's eyes narrowed once again. Ah, this warmth. I want to be with this warmth forever. Wait, what am I thinking? Scarlett's eyes widened once again, and she flailed her hands in a panic. Ha ha! Seeing that you're like that means that you've calmed down now, that I'll go ahead and comfort the others. Scarlett absent-mindedly nodded, but when she saw that Calvin did the same to Jane and Zara, she felt inexplicably jealous for some reason. Puffing her cheeks out of spite, she clenched her fists and supported herself to stand up. Calvin then proceeded to give everyone a rundown of their plans. Jeanette also woke up at this moment, and like what he had done to the others, he comforted her until she calmed down. But after hearing that they still planned on finding the others after they took the key card from Arthur Chase later, she furiously shook her head and said, "No, we can't. They're already dead. I saw that guy. They killed them. Nicholas, Ray, and even Philip. They are dead." What? Calvin's eyes widened in shock. He knew that the others must be in danger, but he didn't expect that everything would escalate this quickly. No, that may not be the case. Calvin suddenly spoke up. Jeanette turned to look at him and said, "What the FCK do you know about what happened? You ran away like that bastard there." Jeanette glared at Hugo with hatred that if Hugo was there, then he would be able to defeat the enemies that appeared, but he wasn't there. She reckoned that he had prematurely detected what was about to happen, so he staged his own disappearance to escape. Remembering that Calvin went back to fetch Hugo, she accused Calvin of being in cahoots with Hugo. In other words, she was accusing them of being a traitor. Calvin narrowed his eyes, and Hugo also had a frown on his face. Scarlett stepped forward at this moment and said, "How can you say that? If not for Hugo and Calvin, you would have died a miserable death. They were the ones who saved you." Jeanette turned to look at Scarlett. Her eyes were bloodshot as he barked. "So what? They saved me, and I'm grateful for that, but that doesn't mean that I will be willing to follow them if they want to kill themselves. I have a family to feed. My parents need me. I have a dream to complete, and I'm not ready nor willing to die just yet." Jeanette seemed to have gone mad. Jane subconsciously stepped forward, seeing her crazed expression. Even Zara gulped a mouthful of saliva. "All right, that's enough." Calvin coldly stared at Jeanette. "I know that you are in shock right now, and that must be the reason why you are throwing a tantrum like this. But we are not going to believe everything that you say. Unless we see their bodies, then I will consider them alive." "Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and commit acid dash. I just told you that they are dead. I've done everything that I can do. My conscience is clear, and I will not take responsibility if you died going after the dead." Jeanette responded viciously. Calvin coldly chuckled. "I'm an adult. I don't need you to take responsibility for me." Calvin's cold words permeated the air. Jeanette stood frozen, and so did the others. This was the first time that they saw such a serious expression on his face. All right. Suit yourself." Jeanette coldly snorted and turned around. She walked towards the door, but didn't go out of IT. IT was clear that as much as she wanted to get out of this place, she wasn't planning on straying from the group. After all, no man was an island, and the strength of individuals could only be maximized if they were in a group. Calvin made a mental note to keep an eye out for Jeanette. Judging from her actions, she may be on the brink of falling into madness if she despaired and went crazy while they were in the middle of escaping from the enemies. Then that would be fatal for the entire team. Jeanette had to be controlled the moment she went out of control. Calvin gave a simple prayer to the deceased before covering their bodies with a blanket. Jane proposed to bring the bodies of the dead back to the outside world, but Calvin refused, saying that it was extra work that could potentially kill them. Jane bit her lips and thought that this final phase that the company gave to them was indeed too cruel. Not only they sent them in this nightmare of a place to die, but they weren't even allowed to bring the corpses of the dead with them when they came out. Hugo could only shake his head. Calvin swept his gaze at the others, particularly at Jeanette. Noticing that everyone had calmed down, he said, "It's time. We've been here for so long already that we need to escape that I reckon that if we stay here for too long, those bastards from 5 Cent may push us out of our hiding place." "What do you mean?" Calvin's words intrigued Hugo. "I'm saying that 5 Cent may deliberately guide those patients to us so that we are forced to move." "What?" Jeanette was startled. "In that case, we should go now. Let's go. What are you waiting for? They're already dead. No amount of prayers will bring them back alive." Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. "I know." He urged the others, and the group arrived at the familiar corridors once more. Calvin took out the small notebook that he had, and he discovered their current location in a few moments. According to the map, they were only a few corridors before they reached the medical ward. Urging the others, the group continued their slow journey to the medical ward. This time, Hugo stood on the back lines, while Calvin did the scouting ahead. They stuck close to the doors of the sick rooms so they could instantly hide in the empty rooms if something went awry. Of course, they avoided the slightly ajar doors, afraid that someone may be lurking behind those doors that would grab them the moment that they made an approach. Those mental patients were unpredictable after all. Speaking of mental patients, Calvin's group only encountered a single one. Yet from Jeanette's accounts, she said that they had encountered dozens of patients, and that was the reason why they were easily defeated. In fact, for her, she was quite lucky, for she managed to hide in a nearby sick room before all hell went loose at AS for the others. They didn't even manage to run far before they were caught by the patients, excited by the sight of fresh meat and tea that time. Jeanette did her best to stifle her cries, but she was ultimately discovered by the patients. She was then dragged outside. She described the faces of the patients as looking similar to corpses. Their faces were pale and ashen, their eyes were white, and their pupils were permanently constricted. The patients boisterously laughed upon seeing her fear-stricken face. It was at that moment that she saw the heads of Ray, Philip, and Nicholas rolling on the floor. Plastered on their faces were the expressions of terror. It was clear from the number of stab wounds that they sustained that it took them quite a while to die. Jeanette thought for sure that she would die, but for some reason, the patients out into a fist fight. They fought and fought for a few minutes, and when everyone had collapsed, that a winner was decided. Then, that person dragged him to the bathroom and started beating her up. When that person removed his clothes and started groping her body, it became painfully obvious as to what would happen to her before she died. She started crying for help, but the man removed her panties and stuffed it in her mouth so she couldn't scream. Thankfully, her cries didn't land on deaf ears. Before the man could penetrate her, Calvin's group arrived and rescued her from the hands of that vile man. This was how the story went, but the problem was that where were those men? If they were indeed in a fist fight and fell unconscious one by one, why did Calvin's group didn't see anyone collapsed on the corridors near that bathroom where they found Jeanette? Could it be that Jeanette was lying? No, that's not possible. That scared and scarred body language can't possibly be faked. Unless there was a doppelganger here, which is impossible since there are only demons here and doppelgangers are on a whole new species, Calvin thought. But before he could even think any further, he heard Hugo's whisper. Calvin, is that the decontamination chamber? Calvin raised his head and discovered the decontamination chamber, and on top of the chamber doors were the words, medical ward, embossed on the surface of the walls. That's it. Careful now. Seeing that the medical ward was so near, Calvin immediately warned the others. Even though they haven't seen any enemies yet aside from that patient who tried to violate Jeanette, their looming threat was still there, and Calvin knew that they had to be careful. Since they could disappear in a whim without leaving any traces, then they should be able to appear in unexpected places. The others received Calvin's command, and they immediately stuck close to the walls of the final corridors leading to the medical ward. Calvin held a crumpled piece of paper in his hand. His knees were slightly bent, and his eyes were focused. He was fully prepared for a battle ahead of him. But just as he was moving towards the decontamination chamber, while keeping an eye out for enemies ambushing them near the doors of the chamber, Calvin didn't realize that the first attack would come from beside him before he could even react. A pair of slender hands slithered out of the sick room and grabbed both of his shoulders before dragging him inside the room. Calvin. Hugo let out a gasp. Jeanette, Zura, Jane, and Scarlet immediately went pale from fear and astonishment upon seeing Calvin being dragged into the sick room. Everything happened so fast that before any of them could react, Calvin had already disappeared into the room. Calvin. Hugo made a great leap towards the door of the sick room before kicking it open. The four women in the corridors followed suit. Each of them held a crumpled paper in their clenched fists aside from Jeanette. It turned out that Calvin didn't trust Jeanette enough to give her a piece of crumpled paper to use in battle. Calm down. Hugo, I'm safe. The moment Hugo came inside the sick room, Calvin instantly appeared in front of him. The doors of the sick room were left ajar, so the four women followed suit, and they were astonished by the scene that they It turned out that the person who dragged Calvin into the room was Medea, the one and only final missing person amidst the group of newbies that came here to Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. Medea, Jane cried out in astonishment. But Medea didn't pay attention to the girls. Instead, she dragged her bedraggled figure towards the door and cautiously closed it while looking left and right. A distinct click rang out when the doors were finally closed. Medea heaved a sigh of relief and swept his gaze at the others. It's good to see that you're still alive. Calvin nodded. He checked the room and realized that this room seemed to be a room for VIPs. It was because the rooms had no windows leading to the corridors. In other words, Calvin could turn on the lights in this room without leaking any light to the outside world. Turning on the lights, Medea's pathetic figure was fully revealed. There was a gaping wound on her arm, similar to Calvin's wound. The only difference was that there was a splint holding her dangling arm in place. That wound. I need to treat it. Zara instantly saw this emergency as she rushed toward the nearby first aid kit. Medea expressed her gratitude in a soft voice before she proceeded to talk with Calvin. I thought you were dead. Nope, but I got badly injured, as you can see. Calvin gestured to his hand. Oh, we're kindred spirits then, Medea dryly said. Calvin lifted a bitter smile. Hugo turned his gaze away. Jane felt suffocated. Medea's joke was just too dry and incomprehensible. It wasn't even funny at all. What? Medea raised an eyebrow. I was just trying to lighten the mood. How could she not notice their strange reactions? Staring at the cold-faced Medea, Calvin was suddenly reminded of Rhea. That woman, back then. Despite her coldness towards me, she was actually treating me like I was her family behind the scenes. But I wonder, why was she so unwilling to reveal that she's secretly helping me? Is it a matter of pride or something? I really can't understand how a woman's heart works. Calvin shook his head and placed that thought into the deep recesses of his mind. All right, let's cut to the chase. Oh, you know the whereabouts of the others? No. Medea lightly shook her head. But I know that they are dead. They're dead? Calvin asked in astonishment. Jane went pale in anxiousness hearing that the others were dead. To be honest, she already had a feeling that the others had died. But since she discovered that it was stupid to believe Jeanette's words at face value after that racket that she had made, Jane still had that hope that the others were still alive. But now that Medea was confirming that the others were dead, Jane felt hopeless in her heart. Can we really escape from this place? She was now starting to regret the fact that she took 5 offer. Tears threatened to drop from her eyes, but she knew that she had to be strong, and no matter how thin the chances were, so long as they existed, she would definitely cling to life just for that chance to escape. Jane's eyes shone in renewed determination. She wouldn't falter anymore. Calvin stared at Medea in disbelief and asked, how can you be so sure that they died? Medea almost immediately replied, because I witnessed their execution. After they were beaten up by those patients and decapitated, they consumed their flesh while they were still fresh. That I even saw some of them bring some spices, as well as a hot pot stove. At this moment, they were probably having a hot pot using those. Stop. Calvin only wanted a minimalistic and pertinent answer. Yet Medea was trying to be as descriptive as possible. Remembering that the hearts of the other women weren't as strong as him, Medea and Hugo, he immediately stopped Medea from describing what happened lest her descriptions disturbed the hearts of the maiden even more. Okay, I'm done. Medea nodded in agreement. She could vaguely understand what Calvin was trying to imply by stopping her. Zara exclaimed in joy after she secured the splint around Medea's dangling arm. When all of these were over and done, Hugo swept his gaze at the others and solemnly said, since there are no living comrades out there anymore, I think that we should now prioritize the retrieval of that access keycard. Agreed. Yeah, that's right. We can't stay here any longer. Jane acquiesced. Scarlet also agreed, as well as Zara. Jeanette, on the other hand, had a violent reaction as her expression distorted. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows. Jeanette, you better behave. Keep that attitude up. Then I will leave you here to die. Calvin scolded with a never-seen-before stern voice. Jeanette still wanted to say something, but she choked in her own saliva. She could only stare fearfully at Calvin as she said, no, please, don't leave me here. I admit, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have. She suddenly held her head in pain and collapsed onto her knees. Jeanette. Zara helped her up and checked her vitals. After seeing that there was nothing wrong, she glared at Calvin and said, look at what you did. You're being too harsh on her. Yes, I am. So what? Can she take responsibility if all of us died here due to her stupidity? I don't care if you look at me bad. I'm just trying to increase the survival chances of this team. Calvin scolded once more. Zara gnashed her teeth in frustration and turned silent. Jane and Scarlet went to the two, and the girls started supporting each other mentally aside from Medea. Calvin let out a sigh. Medea suddenly spoke, speaking of survivability chances. Calvin, I think you're the one here that has the highest chance of dying. What? Are you trying to curse me? Calvin raised an eyebrow. He was already irritated by Jeanette's childish tantrums. Yet Medea was attacking him while he was down. No, I'm not provoking you. I'm telling the truth. Really? Then explain yourself this instant. Calvin harshly replied. Fine. Medea's expression became colder. When I was hiding here, I heard the patients talking about the benevolent father, the butcher, and that Arthur Chase. From their words, the benevolent father seemed to have invited the three to look for a single person who has an eye missing. Who else among us has a missing eye apart from you? Medea calmly said that Calvin's pupils constricted. Oh no. The benevolent father, the butcher, and Arthur Chase are looking for me at the same time. This is bad. That big fat butcher has a strong sense of smell. We can't stay here anymore, or else they'll find out where we are. Calvin's mind madly spun. He rushed towards the door and opened it to check the corridors. But as soon as the doors opened, a hand suddenly appeared and stopped the doors from moving. Hello, darling guest. The soft and gentlemanly voice of the benevolent father reverberated in the ears of everyone. His voice was soothing and calming, yet everyone in the room only felt a shiver down their spines as soon as they heard his words. I heard that. Bang! The benevolent father smashed the door into splinters as Calvin leaped backward and retreated. Staring at the figure of the maddened benevolent father, Calvin's heart went cold. I heard from the other darlings that you were trying to escape with these dirty friends of yours. That's rude. That's illegal. You already promised to attend my sweet little daughter's birthday party, and you're trying to renege? The benevolent father roared in anger. Run! Calvin hurled a crumpled piece of paper at the benevolent father and the wall beside them. Give us release, Calvin declared, and the pieces of paper that he hurled shone in a dazzling crimson light. Bang! An explosion occurred in the sick room. A great fire appeared out of nowhere and consumed the benevolent father's figure at the same time. The piece of paper that Calvin threw at the nearby wall bore a hole in that wall. Go! Run! Never look back, Calvin commanded with a flick of his wrists. Calvin didn't even need to say something, for as soon as the hole in the wall appeared, Hugo, Jeanette, Medea, Jane, and Zara made a break for it towards the other side of that wall. Calvin! Hugo was the last one who entered the hole in the wall. He turned around and stared with worry at Calvin. Don't mind me. Just make a break for it. Rush to the main elevator in the administration block, since these three big guys are here. The other patients of the asylum should be close by. Calvin cried out. I can't just leave you here. Can run. Calvin sent a piece of crumpled towards Hugo's direction. Arb, push. He spat, and the crumpled paper turned into an invisible shockwave that sent Hugo flying towards the others who were already far away. Calvin! Hugo shouted with tears in his eyes when he saw Calvin being surrounded by the three madmen. He struggled while he was in the air, but for some reason, he felt his body being shackled by invisible chains. But before he could discern whatever it was that prevented him from moving, he had already landed beside the other newbies. You heard what he said. Let's make a break for it. Jeanette's eyes went bloodshot from the adrenaline coursing through her veins. Hugo turned to look at her and madly shouted, What the FCK are you talking about? Are you saying that we should leave Calvin and let him die? Yes, that's right. We should let him die. What? Surrounded by those three bastards, do you think that he can still be saved? If we went there, we're all going to die. Let him sacrifice himself for the greater good. Let's go. Jeanette coldly spat and turned around to walk towards the decontamination chamber leading to the administration block. But she stopped when she realized that no one was following her. They really want to die that much. What are you doing standing there? Once Calvin dies, we'll be the next target. She swept her gaze at the others and found that there were serious looks on their faces. Jeanette may be in a panic at this moment, but that didn't mean that her mental faculties were impaired. She detected that there was something wrong, so she couldn't help but ask. What's wrong? What's wrong, you say? Even if we can reach the administration block, we will not be able to use the elevator since we do not have a keycard for the security room, which will unlock the main elevators. In other words, we will still not be able to escape. Medea explained that Jeanette's face paled at once. Sit. What should we do then? Her knees went weak, and she collapsed on the ground, apparently having lost all hope to live. Jane and Zara had the same look as her. Earlier, they still had that tiny little hope of living, but realizing that they still didn't have the access keycard, and with Calvin facing certain death, these newbies suddenly lost hope and fell into despair. Even Hugo wasn't an exception, but he was the type that never gave up. Clenching his fists and gnashing his teeth, he turned to look at the others and declared, I'll do it. I'll go back to try and save Calvin. If he's dead, then I'll retrieve his body along with that keycard. And if he's alive, I'll make sure to bring him back with us as well as that keycard. His declaration was quite bold and courageous. No, but unexpectedly, someone denied his proposal. It was Jeanette. What in the hell is wrong with you? What is wrong with rescuing Calvin? If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be alive for so long. Hugo angrily barked. So what? What if he's the reason why we managed to endure for so long in this godforsaken place? Does that even matter? Keep in mind that this is a team effort. Even if he did contribute a lot, you can't just say that his lone effort was the reason why we're alive. Don't you dare scream at me like that. You. Hugo swept his gaze at the others. Scarlett, Jane, and Zara had complicated looks on their faces, but none of them dared to speak up. You bunch of ungrateful bastards. Hugo gnashed his teeth and decisively turned around. He then made a break for it towards the direction where Calvin was left behind. Medea turned to look at his disappearing figure and let out a sigh. Afterwards, she glanced at the other women and said, "I'll go ahead and follow him." Without waiting for their reply, she ran after Hugo. Despite the heavy injuries that she sustained, she still maintained a calm and composed look on her face. But she herself knew that she was incredibly nervous and afraid. But just because she was afraid didn't mean that she could just abandon a teammate. She could recognize kindness when she saw one. That she found out that when Calvin was helping them earlier, he was doing it all. Not because he would have some benefits, nor to impress the girls. It was because he genuinely did want to help them. This was why at this moment, Medea decided to follow after Hugo and try to save Calvin. Furthermore, even if they did fail to save Calvin, she still had her own trump cards. Any woman out there had a secret or two that they would never tell anyone, including their husbands, as a woman herself. Medea also had her own secrets, and that was the reason why she managed to live for so long inside this asylum. The butcher, the benevolent father, and Arthur Chase stood in front of Calvin. The butcher was breathing heavily out of excitement, while Arthur Chase had a look of disdain on his face. Arthur Chase was never a man who could swing both ways, so when he discovered that the person they had cornered was a man instead of a woman that he could potentially toy with, he couldn't help but scoff in disdain. The benevolent father, on the other hand, had a look of anger on his face. His other darlings in this asylum told him that Calvin planned on escaping with his heretic friends, and he felt inexplicably angry realizing that Calvin wanted to renege on his promise. The benevolent father had the title benevolent, for he was indeed forgiving and compassionate, but Calvin touched his reverse scale. Anything that involved his daughter must be taken seriously and with the highest priority. Calvin had promised that he would be in his daughter's upcoming birthday party, but he was actually trying to renege on his promise? Unforgivable. Jet black veins appeared on the benevolent father's face. His figure trembled, and a murderous aura radiated out of his body. The butcher stretched his neck and said in a hoarse, yet grating voice, "I want his head. I need to take his head. We can't let him have his head. We can't let him keep his head." Arthur Chase glanced at him and boisterously laughed. Arthur Chase still had that look of disdain on his face, but this time he was blushing. As for the reason why there was a blush on his face, it was obviously because of the tent he was pitching beneath his pants. He felt ashamed that his body was reacting in front of man, that he wanted nothing but to kill Calvin in order to erase this shame. "I'm going to kill him," he declared. The benevolent father cracked his knuckles. "I'll have you kill him again once he's dead." He started walking towards Calvin. A murderous look was on his face. Calvin had once worked as a custodian for 5 cents, so he knew what kind of a person the benevolent father was. Once he was angry, it was impossible for him to calm down unless he dirtied his hands with blood. The butcher and Arthur Chase also moved, of course. They stood several steps behind the benevolent father. They respected the benevolent father's strength, and they knew that they could never hope to defeat him in this asylum. Strength was the law and authority. The benevolent father, who had overwhelming strength compared to the two of them, was a figure similar to that of a nation's president. They respectfully followed him from behind, but they didn't bother hiding the looks of anticipation and excitement on their faces, being surrounded by these 3 monsters from all directions. Even Calvin couldn't help but feel nervous. He swept his gaze around the area and discovered that the butcher, Arthur Chase, and the benevolent father were spread out in a way that they could easily cover all of Calvin's escape routes once he did try to escape. Bitterly smiling, Calvin let out a sigh. "Finally ready to die? Relax, I'm not that cruel. You once praised my daughter and even dedicated your eye of aesthetics for her. I will grant you an easy death at the least." The benevolent father stared right at Calvin with his jet black eyes. A hideous smile appeared on his face as he said all of these. Calvin didn't know what to say. Was he supposed to say thank you and let the benevolent father in his life? But why was Calvin just standing in front of the benevolent father? Why wasn't he running? Calvin sure had his own trump cards, but this wasn't the right time to use them. The benevolent father may be a perfect killing machine in the eyes of others, but for Calvin, who was once a custodian of 5 cents, he was full of weaknesses. So long as Calvin could survive his first attack, Calvin was sure that he could escape from the hands of the benevolent father. But there was still a huge problem. Was the fact that the security access keycard was still in the hands of Arthur Chase. In fact, even now, Calvin could see the keycard dangling from a strap wrapped around Arthur Chase's waist. "You're not going to leave any last words?" Yeah. In that case, the benevolent father raised his arm and formed a stance. His stance was full of weaknesses and openings, but he didn't care. After all, he was certain that Calvin couldn't possibly survive his punch. Farewell. The benevolent father took a deep breath and unleashed a punch directly at the tip of Calvin's nose. The benevolent father was once a medical student, so he knew where to land his attack in order to grant a painless death, that I in this case. His punch aimed to instantly crush Calvin's brainstem. If that happened, his death would be instantaneous and he wouldn't feel any suffering. But, bang! You! The benevolent father's punch landed, but the feedback that he felt on his fists didn't come from hitting human flesh. Instead of Calvin's face, his punch struck the wall directly behind Calvin. The wall immediately collapsed, sending clouds of dust of smoke flying into the air and lowering the visibility of the already dark area. Calvin took advantage of this opportunity to run away amidst the confusion, as for the reason why he managed to escape. He simply collapsed his own knees that he knew beforehand where the benevolent father would likely strike to grant him a painless death. Using that information to his advantage, as soon as the benevolent father was about to unleash his powerful punch, Calvin instantly made his knees go weak as his body folded and fell onto his knees as he kneeled onto the floor. But this simple action that displayed nothing but fear became the reason why Calvin managed to dodge the benevolent father's attack. The benevolent father retracted his fists and stared right at his right hand in confusion. But soon, enlightenment dawned upon him, and he couldn't help but smile in excitement. How creative! To think that he managed to dodge my attack using such a method. But what a waste! He tried to renege on his promise for my daughter's birthday party, so he doesn't deserve to live. The benevolent father shook his head before he dispersed the cloud of dust with a clap of his hands. The dust covering the area immediately dispersed, but he was astonished when he found Calvin standing there with a smile on his face. You didn't escape? Calvin nodded. Yes, there's no reason for me to escape. What? The benevolent father was befuddled. What you heard from your darlings was mere slander against me. I never had the intention to escape from this place with those heretics. Everything was just a misunderstanding. It was slander, Calvin righteously declared. Slander, you say? The benevolent father whispered. Watching the shuddering jet-black blood vessels on the benevolent father's face, Calvin was sure that if a battle happened at it would absolutely be a one-sided slaughter. Be able to become the scariest monster in Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. It was an understatement to say that the benevolent father was powerful. Slander? Impossible, they can't lie. The butcher said while heavily breathing. Arthur Chase's disdain on his face intensified, but so was the tent he was pitching underneath his trousers. He seemed to be more aroused, noticing that Calvin was trying to subterfuge his way out of death. Obviously, for Arthur Chase, the more Calvin struggled, the happier he would become. Yes, they can't lie. They can't possibly lie. I trained them not to lie. We trained them not to lie. Arthur Chase gasped. The tip of the tent he was pitching on his lower body seemed to have become wet due to a milky white substance. Calvin took a deep breath. Out of the three, he could ignore Arthur Chase and the butcher, but he couldn't possibly ignore the benevolent father. Arthur Chase's strength was his unusually huge stamina, while the butcher's strength was mostly based on his terrifying attacks that could easily pulverize an average human, and his strong sense of smell, which gave him the ability to track anyone in the area so long as he knew the sin of his enemies. Sure, they were powerful, but what if their strength was combined together to form a single madman? Yes, that's right. The benevolent father had what Arthur Chase and the butcher could offer without their weakness. The butcher may be strong, but his stamina wasn't that huge that it was impossible for him to chase prey for an extended period of time. As for Arthur Chase, he may be fast, and his stamina could be considered as the strongest out of the three. But his movements were predictable, and he also had a glaring weakness, his love for women. The butcher and Arthur Chase had clear weaknesses, but even though Calvin could ignore the two, he couldn't possibly let them go away. Calvin may not be appealing to Arthur Chase, but what about the other newbies? Calvin had to keep these three in check. He must do something to keep them here. Calvin's mind madly spun, and upon simulating dozens of plans in a few seconds, he saw a suitable plan to keep these three from going after the newbies. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the benevolent father and said, I never once had the intention to leave without attending your gorgeous daughter's birthday party. Everything that you heard from the other patients here is just slander against me. Oh, the benevolent father turned to look at Calvin and asked, Why? Why would they lie and slander you in front of me? Because they are jealous. Jealous. The benevolent father's interest was piqued. Yes, they are jealous. They are jealous of me since I got the privilege to attend the birthday party of your gorgeous and beautiful daughter. That is why they're trying to sully my name. If they succeeded, then I will be kicked out of the party, and a slot will open for visitors that they could use so they can join the birthday party. Calvin explained. The benevolent father raised his eyebrow. The butcher grunted heavily but kept his silence. Arthur Chase glared right at Calvin. That's... He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could even complete his sentence, the benevolent father sent him flying with a backhand slap. Bang! A small explosion occurred as Arthur Chase's body collided against the wall. When he stood up, he was all bloody and his eyes flared with murderous intent. Why are you looking at me like that? The benevolent father coldly spat. Arthur Chase, who had experienced such a humiliation, quickly swallowed his grief as he stood obediently like a student in front of his teacher. But Calvin could see that despite his subservient attitude, there was visible hatred in his eyes. The benevolent father must be able to see it too, as clear as day. Yet he didn't do anything against Arthur Chase's hatred. It was obvious that he, along with the others, also thrived using negative energies and emotions that didn't matter where it came from, even if it came from his enemies or allies. But this hatred was exactly the most important part of Calvin's plans. He reckoned that the butcher and Arthur Chase were proud beings in this place. If Calvin could tap on the hatred of the two against the benevolent father and manipulate it to his own advantage, it was safe to say that Calvin could probably run away safely from these three bastards. But this idea was easier said than done. The three were united together by a bond called fear and dominance. This dominance was quite deep-seated, judging from the fact that Arthur Chase didn't dare to express his grievance. But what will happen if the butcher and Arthur Chase had the chance to fight the benevolent father with a significant chance of winning? Of course, they would fight. If they managed to defeat the benevolent father, then they would be second to none in this asylum. But unfortunately, Calvin was just an average human. His physique may have been enhanced by the goddess, but he could only take 2 to 3 attacks at most from the butcher and Arthur Chase, while his body would immediately collapse if he received a single fully powered strike from the benevolent father. Calvin had no idea how he could give the benevolent father a significant weakness that the butcher and Arthur Chase could take advantage of, but he had an idea as to how he could force the two into fighting the benevolent father. After all, even a cornered rat would bite. If forced into a corner, Calvin reckoned that these two would fight it out against the benevolent father. But how could he cause them to fall out against each other? Of course, it would be through a struggle for the superiority of their ideas. If their ideas clashed against each other, Calvin was certain that these three wouldn't possibly reach a concession. The butcher and Arthur Chase were prideful individuals, but the benevolent father was even more full of pride than them. Calvin lifted a smile. He turned to look at the benevolent father and said, "I will go with you to attend your daughter's birthday party. But could you honor your previous promise of letting these heretics go? If they stayed here any longer, they will just tarnish the birthday party that is about to unfold." Calvin's figure never exuded a trace of fear. His remaining eye, which was his left eye, also didn't radiate any hesitation nor terror. His sincerity couldn't be doubted, and so the benevolent father decided, "All right, it seems that my darlings actually had the gall to lie to me. Even if they were jealous, that doesn't mean that they have the right to lie to me," the benevolent father exclaimed. His repeated pantings made him seem as if he was out of breath, but Calvin knew that this was just the benevolent father trying to suppress his anger. Calvin nodded his head. He then walked towards the benevolent father, and when he passed through Arthur Chase, he raised his arm and swiped at the security access keycard hanging from his waist. "You!" Arthur Chase angrily barked. "Stop it!" the benevolent father yelled out. "Let him be. Let him take that card to bring to those heretics. I don't want to see them in this sacred place anymore." His voice made it obvious that it was impossible for anyone to change his mind. But Arthur Chase's expression suddenly changed. Pulsating jet-black blood vessels appeared throughout his body as he trembled and struggled to contain his anger. The butcher furrowed what was left of his eyebrows and stared at Arthur Chase. Calvin took several steps backwards and silently prepared a stance. The situation suddenly became tense. But Calvin was full of joy that if this pattern continued, then he would be able to push Arthur Chase and the butcher into the brink of madness to the extent that they would be willing to throw all pretenses and fight against the benevolent father. The patients in this asylum may be powerful and strong, but they were easily manipulated. Calvin maintained a serious look on his face as he observed Arthur Chase. But before Arthur Chase could explode in anger, that a voice rang out from the distance, followed by the appearance of a crumpled piece of paper. "What?" Calvin softly uttered. "Arp." Hugo's voice reverberated throughout the hallways, and an indescribable shockwave burst from the piece of paper. The shockwave sent the benevolent father, the butcher, and Arthur Chase flying back into the wall. Bang! Their sturdy figures directly collapsed the brick wall of the sick room. Meanwhile, Calvin felt himself being hoisted by a powerful force, and when he turned to look closely at the person who picked him up, his eyes widened in shock, for he realized that it was indeed Hugo who came here to rescue him. Hugo, why are you here? Damn it, why did you not run with the others? I told you to run for your lives, yet you came back here and even brought me Dia with you. Have you gone senile? Calvin was angered by Hugo's display of camaraderie. Medea scattered wooden chairs and all sorts of obstacles in the empty hallways, so they could temporarily stop the advance of those three monsters. But Calvin knew that what she was doing was futile. This was the reason why he got mad at them for coming back to rescue him. His plan was about to succeed, yet was ruined by Hugo, who came at the perfect time. If he came a few minutes later, then my plan would have succeeded, Calvin lamented. But since the rice was already cooked, there was no turning back anymore. The best that they could do was to run all the way to the security room and use the keycard to access the room and the computer that they could use to enable access to the main elevators. Don't talk anymore. Calvin, we can't possibly abandon you when we're this close to escaping, Hugo replied. Calvin glanced at Medea and discovered that she had the same look on her face. Fine. Calvin didn't know what to say. The butcher, Arthur Chase, and the benevolent father had finally recovered from the shock that they experienced. Their eyes shone in crimson murderous lights, realizing that a bunch of weaklings managed to push them down to the ground. The butcher heavily grunted. Those bastards, they must die. Blood dripped from Arthur Chase and the butcher's body. They stood up and were about to run after Hugo, Medea, and Calvin, but they were stopped by the benevolent father. Don't, the benevolent father said as he dusted his clothes clean. Why? The butcher asked. His voice was still calm, but it was obvious from his tone of voice that he was incredibly angry by the fact that the benevolent father had repeatedly stopped him from what he was about to do. Let those darlings handle them. I want to see just how powerful those heretics are before I go ahead and take their lives, the benevolent father said. His title made it seem to everyone that he was kind and compassionate. That it was true, but only to a certain extent. Once angered, the benevolent father didn't care about benevolence anymore. He was angered by Hugo's actions of sending him flying backward, crashing into the wall. The act itself wasn't that of a problem, but when the benevolent father realized that the outfit that he specifically prepared for the birthday party became covered with dust due to what had happened, he couldn't care less about his promise towards Calvin. Arthur Chase lifted his head and revealed a mysterious smile. Aren't you the one parroting about reneging and saying that you don't like those that renege on their promises? But now, why is it that you're planning on not going through your very own promise? He said in a provocative voice. The benevolent father raised his head and stared right at Arthur Chase. So what if I reneged? Can he do anything about it? He can't. He became too full of himself. Just because I respected him due to his decisiveness of giving his eye of aesthetics to my daughter doesn't mean that he can just disrespect us like this. He growled in anger. His muscles bulged, and his clothes looked like they were about to burst from their seams. Oh, my clothes, the benevolent father said in a panic as his figure instantly deflated. Arthur Chase stared at him in anger before saying, Since you do not consider me as one of your darlings, then I should be free to do whatever I want to do. I will go and chase after them. As for that woman. Arthur Chase gulped a mouthful of saliva as his cheeks flushed crimson. The moment his eyes landed on Medea, he had thought that she was the one. She was the next one whose face shall he sully with his essence. He couldn't wait until he captured her and painted his semen on her face. It would be a magnificent sight. Arthur Chase huffed and puffed as he stood there with jet-black blood vessels dotted all over his body. The butcher grunted heavily and took a step forward. He didn't say anything, but his actions were obvious and clear to see for the benevolent father. You too. Cracking sounds suddenly came out of the benevolent father's body. He undressed and carefully folded the clothes that he wore and then placed them onto the ground. This took time to describe, but the benevolent father's actions were so fast and efficient that he was now stark naked in just a blink of an eye. Even now, the benevolent father stared right at Arthur Chase and the butcher. The pulsating jet-black blood vessels dotted throughout his entire body leaked blood as his figure quickly became bloodied. However, despite his wretched appearance, his body never radiated an ounce of weakness. Instead, he seemed to be even more powerful than before. Afterwards, he took a deep breath and howled. Both of you still dare to defy me? His voice pierced through the entire Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, causing everyone to flinch out of fear and Calvin to subconsciously gulp a mouthful of saliva. This is bad, Hugo whispered in shock. Out of everyone among the newbies, he considered himself as the most familiar one when it came to killing intent. The shout that reverberated throughout Mount Spirit Sword Asylum was imbued with killing intent far stronger and heavier than he could even imagine. Sweat dotted his forehead as Hugo suddenly increased his pace. Medea had a grim look on her face. She wasn't a greenhorn, so she knew the implications of that voice. What's more, she also saw Arthur Chase among the monsters, and Arthur Chase also discovered her from the patient files that they had read from the computer lab in the administration block. Arthur Chase had a fascination for females, and he also had an illness called persistent sexual arousal syndrome. Just falling in the hands of such a despicable bastard sent shivers down her spine. Calvin, who rode piggyback on Hugo's back, reached out for the walkie-talkie. Hanging out from Hugo's waist, he took it out and tried to use it, but he couldn't hear anything other than static noise. That's it. Those bastards must have used the signal jammer in the watchtower. Calvin softly cursed. Calvin, what should we do? Hugo asked. Calvin could see the struggle on Hugo's face, and he couldn't help but comment, Hugo, am I that heavy? You can put me down, you know? I can run on my own. No, I can't put you down. Just stay there and answer my question. We're about to reach the receptionist's desk where the others are hiding. Hugo replied. Calvin nodded his head and didn't argue with him anymore. I managed to take the access keycard for the security room just before you appeared with Medea. God damned it. Thankfully you didn't appear earlier, or else I wouldn't be able to get the keycard. What? Really? You have the keycard in your hands? Hugo exclaimed in joy. Yeah, I have it. All we need to do now is to get back to the administration block and unlock the main elevators using the security room to escape. Calvin gave a positive reply. Medea heard what he said, and she couldn't help but speak up. Will everything really be that easy? I saw dozens of patients earlier, and they must be lurking somewhere around here. A worried look was subtly plastered across her ice-cold expression. Don't worry. Most of those patients must have passed through the medical ward to go to the art room, directly across the medical ward. I'm sure that the benevolent father invited those bastards here to have them help prepare for his daughter's grand birthday party. Calvin said. Art room. Medea furrowed his eyebrows. She couldn't remember anything about the art room. You don't have to think too much about it. Just remember that we are safe. As long as we can open the main elevators in the next 10 minutes, then we can successfully escape from this place. Calvin urged it as far as he could remember. The art room was directly above the vocational block. In other words, it was just a few hallways from the administration block. Since it was so close, the mad patients of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum could catch up to them in less than 3 minutes. One may think that Calvin was being stupid for not telling Medea this vital information. But sometimes, a white lie was necessary for success. If Calvin told her the truth, then she might unnecessarily panic. After all, she may look imposing at this moment, but she was still ultimately an ordinary young woman. An ordinary human being. It was the same in the case of Hugo. Hugo might be able to endure such pressure, but Calvin couldn't risk it. In short, he decided that it was better for him to withhold such information. Though what's more, Calvin was sure that even without that information, these newbies, along with Hugo and Medea, would probably do their best to get the hell out of this place as fast as possible. That Calvin's eyes shone in a shrewd light. The three soon arrived at the receptionist's desk where the others were hiding. Calvin! Scarlett exclaimed in joy upon seeing that Calvin was safe and sound. Jane, Zara, and Jeanette, on the other hand, had awkward looks on their faces, particularly Jeanette, who clearly didn't expect that Calvin was still alive. She couldn't help but inwardly curse, for she felt that she had lost her face. But nevertheless, since everyone alive was already here, it was time for them to go. Wait! Calvin exclaimed. What is it? Hugo turned to look at Calvin. But Calvin didn't bother on replying. He directly turned on the computer on the receptionist's desk and accessed the servers of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum through the username and password scribbled on a nearby post-it note, typing in some words. Several strings of words filled with complicated jargon appeared on the screen as Calvin exclaimed, All right, it's done. Let's go. Calvin then ran towards the decontamination chamber and opened it with a press of a button. Once inside the decontamination chamber, the hydraulics immediately did their work and disinfected the bodies of everyone within the chamber. Hugo took advantage of this downtime to ask, What did you do earlier? Calvin turned to look at him and realizing that everyone's eyes were on him. He explained, I closed every door above the floor where the administration block is located. That should buy us some time, but I reckon that it should only be a few minutes at most. Those madmen, it wouldn't be a problem for them to collapse the steel gates just so they could feast on us. Calvin's words astonished everyone. Jane shivered in fear, but she was quickly reassured when she realized that Calvin brought them some time. That's good, it's good. Jeanette absent-mindedly nodded her head. Medea furrowed her eyebrows and suspiciously stared at Calvin. How do you know the password to the receptionist's desk? But her suspicions were swiftly dispersed by Calvin's answer. I found it written on a post-it note. I see. Medea gave a small and Odita tea this moment. The decontamination chambers opened once again with a fizzling noise. Hugo stuck his head out, and after checking that the coast was clear, they ran towards the security room. It didn't take them that long to reach the security room, and with Calvin's expertise, it only took them half a minute to open the main elevators for usage. Afterwards, the entire group made a break for it towards the main hall of the administration block. "Here is it," Calvin exclaimed and swiftly slapped his hand on the big red button beside the elevator doors. Ding! A clear and distinct sound rang out. What followed afterwards was the appearance of a transparent window floating in the air. "Congratulations! You have reached the final checkpoint necessary for the completion of the final phase. However, since your group's final phase difficulty was set at impossible, a countdown of 2 minutes will begin before the arrival of the main elevators. Until the 2 minutes are up, do your best to survive. Access restrictions in every area have been lifted. You can now access the following areas: prison, underground lab, recreation area, vocational block, art room, watchtower, and Mount Spirit Sword Asylum courtyard. The countdown will start in a few seconds. Please do your best to survive. Ongoing objectives have been updated. Current objective: survive for 2 minutes until the main elevators arrive. Good luck, candidates. Peace out. The difficulty of our final phase has been set to impossible. What is this? Who did? Why? Why would they really want us to die that much?" Jeanette directly collapsed on her knees, realizing the harrowing reality that they were really sent here to die. Calvin's calm and composed facade broke at this moment as he clenched his fists. His eyes went bloodshot as he raised his head and stared at the ceiling. "You bastards from 5 Cent. Are you enjoying this? Are you entertained yet?" He yelled with such vigor and volume that everyone's attention turned to him. Soon, they all stood up and shouted at the ceiling. "That's right. Why did you send us here if you want us to die? We came here to take advantage of the opportunity to clear our debts, but that doesn't mean that we wanted to die." Jane mustered her courage and shouted. Albeit, her voice was so small it seemed as if she was whispering than shouting. Scarlet also stood up and ranted. So many people have died just so we could escape. But now that we are about to escape, you are preventing us from escaping. Does that mean that you don't want us to live? Do you bastards out there still have some conscience?" Scarlet was a woman who had a proper upbringing. She didn't want to curse and even disdained it, but at this moment, she knew that she had to curse. She had to curse in order to vent her feelings since she didn't want to die as a ghost full of grievance and be stuck on this place for all eternity, unable to return to the cycle of life and reincarnate. What they were doing seemed to be futile, since a multinational company like 5 Cent wouldn't possibly listen to their cries. But unexpectedly, as soon as Scarlet finished her rant, another transparent window appeared in front of everyone, and it said, "Countdown will start in 20 seconds, 19, 18, 17. It's starting. We still have a few seconds to run. It's good, we can run now." Scarlet exclaimed in joy. But Hugo had a different opinion. "It's not good. In a few seconds, we will still be swarmed by those bastards. They should have canceled this bullshit event and let us ride the elevator to safety to Fkin. Hell that I swear, I will bash the skull of that bastard who decided to set the difficulty of our final phase to impossible." Hugo's eyes reddened as his chest violently heaved with emotions. "We lost half our members in a blink of an eye just because a bastard with authority decided that some of us needed to die. FCK this. FCK. 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 Hugo howled. Everyone turned to look at him in astonishment. The first impression that everyone had of Hugo was that he was a man of dignity and composure. They had never seen him panic even once, but at this moment, he was actually yelling out his frustrations like this. To think that a man like him had several layers of personalities underneath. Everyone thought for sure that Hugo was a hired killer or an ex-convict. And that was the reason why they felt that they could never get close to Hugo, since that endeavor seemed to be too dangerous. But right now, they were amused seeing him rant like this. However, their amusement wasn't that significant compared to the despair that they were feeling in their hearts at this moment. Calvin took out a map that he had already memorized and handed it over to Hugo. Without saying anything, he walked towards the nearby corpses of security guards and took their guns. He then gave those guns to the others. "Memorize that map. We're going to use the route that I highlighted so that we can have those bastards follow us from behind, but we're actually circling around the administration block. I predict that after this 2 minutes, we will end up in this staircase adjacent to the main elevators." Calvin pointed at the staircase, and everyone followed his finger in line of sight. Hugo nodded his head. "I've memorized it." "Good. Keep that notebook, and you lead the way for the others. I'll clear a path with my gun." Calvin checked the magazine and discovered that the gun had 30 bullets. When the group reached the vents that they needed to crawl through in order to reach the church in the administration block marked on the map, Afterwards, they planned on going to the second floor of the vocational block through the use of the church's staircase, and then going down back to the main hall of the administration block using the stairs directly beside the main elevators. The route that Calvin had outlined was the shortest route possible, and it would take them roughly 2 minutes or more to complete the entire route. However, the ending was still the same. They would reach the stairs adjacent to the main elevators, and then they could just jump in the main elevators and close the doors to escape. Each and every one in the group was full of adrenaline at this moment. They didn't care about anything else. The women were the first ones to crawl into the vent. Jeanette was at the forefront, while the others were behind her. Calvin raised his head, and a beautiful scene was dimly revealed in front of him. Jane! She's such a timid and modest girl. But to think that she's bold enough to wear black lace panties. Calvin thought to himself, but then he suddenly revealed a bitter smile as he shook that silly thought. The number of dangers that he had experienced in his past lifetime reached several hundred times, and their danger levels far outstripped the danger of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. Back then, Calvin even had to escape from the hands of a great demon. If a great demon was at level 100, Calvin's level at this moment should be at level 1. The disparity was so great, and that disparity was the reason why. Calvin felt somewhat desensitized of dangers. He could recognize that Mount Spirit Sword Asylum was dangerous. But whenever he compared it to the magnitude of dangers that he had experienced back then, he could only shake his head and think that Mount Spirit Sword Asylum wasn't really that dangerous. But since danger was relative to an individual's strength, Calvin didn't know what to feel that in the end, he decided to take the dangers of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum seriously as the others. It's clear. There's no one here. Jeanette looked around their immediate area and discovered that there was no one loitering around. The group then exited the vent, and they soon discovered a chapel with the statue of a beheaded saint. The statue had pulsating blood vessels all over its body, and the fact that it had no head made it look creepier. Any church is a sacred place, and it should fill us with warmth and comfort. Yet, being in this place makes me feel anything but comfort that in fact, this place gives me the creeps. Calvin softly commented. Everyone heard what he said, and they couldn't help but agree. Not willing to stay here any longer, the group quickly discovered the staircase that they needed to ascend in order to reach the second floor of the vocational block. But as soon as the group entered the second floor, they were surrounded by shadows in a blink of an eye. The mad patients had appeared. They had different colorful expressions on their faces. Some were curious, some had harsh looks, some excited, while some had traces of fear on their faces. But one thing was for sure. They had successfully surrounded the group, and the newbies were suddenly thrown into a dangerous situation without any warning. Calvin took out a piece of crumpled paper and hurled it at the patients behind him. Afterwards, he raised his gun and took a deep breath. Bang, 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 boom. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out along with a fierce explosion that sent a shockwave directly at those shadows. Before the others realized what just happened, Calvin had already unleashed 4 attacks in a row. The 3 bullets that he unleashed accurately struck the brain stem of the madman. They died on the spot. Wah! Jane collapsed on her knees. She was the first one who awakened from her trance. She managed to raise her pistol and pointed at the incoming enemy, but she found herself unable to pull the trigger. Thankfully, Calvin's assault arrived even before the patient could reach her. Stop standing around. We have to move. This is just the start. Calvin knew that the start of the patient's assault must be on the second floor, since the vocational block's art room was located on the second floor. In other words, Calvin's group would face the most resistance on this floor. If they wanted to successfully escape and survive, then they must squeeze through the net sprawled by the patients. Bang! Hugo finally recovered from the shock as he raised his gun and sent a bullet flying toward the patient who was trying to get up. However, his nerves were still disturbed by the sudden ambush of the patients, so his aim erred and he missed his target. Don't waste your bullets. Don't bother aiming for their heads if you can't. Shoot their chests instead. These bastards may be scary, but they are not that durable after all the experiments done to them by 5 Cent, Calvin declared. Hugo sent another bullet flying at another patient. This time, he aimed for the chest. Poochie! A soft sound of flesh being torn rang out, and the bullet directly tore the chest of the patient apart. Hugo's eyes gleamed with understanding. His military training immediately showed its effects as he took control of the situation. Stick together. Aim at the chest. These bullets are powerful, and they can tear through the bodies of these madmen, Hugo declared, and he started shooting at the distant patients that were running towards them. Jane shakily stood up and mustered her courage to aim her gun at an incoming patient. The madman had an excited look on his face, seemingly unaware of the danger. Season the flesh? I want meat. Give me meat. Saliva leaked out of the man's mouth, and his shout startled Jane, who subconsciously squeezed the trigger. Bang! gunshot rang out, but Jane's shot had missed. Her aim was so unsteady that her shot completely missed the target despite the fact that the man was only a few meters away from her. He! Jane cried out in a panic upon realizing that her enemy was still standing. Bang! Another gunshot reverberated. A T came from Scarlet, who had decisively pulled the trigger on her gun and directly shot the patient on his face. Blood and copious amounts of brain matter scattered as the patient directly collapsed in front of Jane. The sight of the milky white brain matter mixing with the crimson blood made her nauseous as she keeled over and dry heaved. "Are you okay? We gotta move. He's already dead. It's fine now." Scarlet comforted Jane. She stared right at Jane's eyes and reassured her with her own eyes that everything was fine. Her method proved effective for Jane, recovered from her trance. "Why yes, I'm okay now. Sorry for being so useless." Scarlet shook her head. "No, you're not useless at all. It's completely normal for you to be like this. Don't say that you are useless, that you're not useless at all." She ruffled Jane's hair before the two of them followed, after the others who had gone several meters ahead. "Let's go. We must descend from this second floor immediately," Calvin declared. "Follow closely and stick together. Not wander off on your own. But we must remember that there is strength in numbers. As long as we stick together, then we can easily help each other. This place is getting more and more dangerous." Everyone nodded, and they stuck even closer together to the point that their skins would touch in just a few steps. When Calvin saw what they did, he nodded in satisfaction before continuing their journey. According to the map, they were still a few corridors away from the turn that would take them on the last hallway that they needed to take before the staircase adjacent to the main elevators. Hugo and Calvin stood in front of the formation, and when they were about to take a turn for the next corridor, Calvin stopped the others from moving as he and Hugo checked the hallway. There, Hugo discovered the silhouette of a baby crawling alone in the middle of the hallway. The baby seemed to be humming some kind of a lullaby. Looking at the baby like this from a distance, the scene was melancholic and lonely. Hugo couldn't help but feel pity for the baby who was probably born in a nightmarish place such as this asylum. Hugo had killed several dozens of people in his entire lifetime, but no matter how cold-blooded he was, he couldn't possibly kill a baby. He signaled to Calvin that the coast was clear, and he was about to take a step into the hallway. After all, what could a baby do to adults like them? But as soon as Calvin saw the baby playing alone in the middle of the corridor, he directly dragged Hugo back by his collar and said, "Is it, you bastard? You almost killed us." Hugo's eyes widened in shock, seeing the desperate expression on Calvin's face. What happened? Is there a trap in this corridor that can kill us all?" "Yeah, there is. It's that baby. If I recall correctly, that baby should be a Tyanak." "A Tyanak? What do you mean? What is a Tyanak?" Medea was about to take a glance at the corridor, but Calvin harshly pushed her aside. "Hide! All the women in the group, hide!" What do you mean? Explain to us, Calvin." Scarlet protested. Calvin clicked his tongue and explained, "A Tyanak is a demon resembling a deformed fetus. They're created from the improper burial of stillborn infants. These monsters feed on women's vital energy, and they are incredibly relentless, as well as ridiculously durable and fast. Thankfully, they're not particularly interested in men, so Hugo and I won't have a problem passing through this corridor. But you?" Calvin swept his gaze across the women in the team. "We need to find a way to hide the fact that all of you are women. We must let the Tyanak think that you are men. As surely you are exaggerating. It's just a baby. We have guns." Jeanette thought that it was ridiculous that a single baby could kill them all. That didn't make sense. "I thought that we've already talked about this several times already. Never question my judgment. My words are for the survival of everyone. I don't want anyone to die anymore, and that is why I want you to believe my words unconditionally." "But fine, if you want to die that much, then go ahead, cross this corridor as you are right now. As far as I can remember, a single woman is enough to satisfy a Tyanak for a few days. That if you sacrifice yourself for us, then we will be able to escape unharmed." Calvin suddenly lifted a wicked smile. "How about it? Can you go and sacrifice yourself for us so we can escape?" "Why you? You're being unreasonable." Jeanette pointed her finger at him. "Yeah, call me unreasonable or whatever as long as you will listen to my words." Calvin rolled his eyes at her and proceeded to ignore her words as she turned to look at the others and asked, "Do you guys have any idea on how we can have you pretend as men so we can pass through this corridor?" Jane, Zara, and Scarlet, as well as Medea, fell into deep contemplation. Even Hugo, who couldn't care less about thinking, also thought about the issue. Meanwhile, Calvin took another peek at the next corridor to confirm the situation, but then he received another shock when he realized that there was indeed a Tyanak in the corridor. But it wasn't a single Tyanak, but a dozen Tyanaks. "That's it." Calvin's blood went cold. Calvin suppressed the gas that was about to come out of his mouth. He took a step backward and retreated. The Tyanax in the distance didn't even notice his presence. He heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, these bastards are only interested in women. If not, then I'm sure that the moment I peeked my head out to look at them, they would have already detected my presence. As far as I could remember, these Tyanax treat men similar to that of a rock. They don't care about men at all. But just how can I have these women masquerade as men? Calvin thought to himself. Calvin, are you okay? Hugo realized that Calvin's expression seemed to be pale, that he couldn't help but feel concerned. So he asked, I'm good, but our situation is not. There are a dozen of Tyanax out there. Calvin sternly declared. What a dozen? How are you going to pass through this corridor? It. Jeanette uttered a curse. Her face was full of terror and fear. She could already imagine herself being sucked dry by those monsters. Calm down. Everything's not over yet. We can still do something. Calvin replied. What do you mean? Jeanette turned to look at him in curiosity. As I said, we must do something to make these Tyanax think that you are men. Calvin explained. A disguise, you mean? Zara interrupted. Calvin nodded his head. Yes, we need a disguise. But not just any disguise. That IT needs to be incredibly convincing. These Tyanax can detect the smell of women if they are in close proximity with them. So we need a disguise that would not only change your appearance, but also your smell. Zara, Scarlet, and Jane pondered. Jeanette had a frown on her face as she fell into deep contemplation. Hugo didn't even bother about thinking anymore, for he realized that the issue was far more complicated than his brain could understand. Calvin's eyes swept around the empty corridors before landing on a door. Without saying anything, he approached that door, and under the eyes of everyone, he opened the door. Wow. The scene beyond the doors was incredibly nauseating, that if not for the fact that most of them were already desensitized when it came to grisly scenes like this, all of them would have dry heaved, or even worse, vomited outright the moment this scene was revealed in front of them. Inside the room was another mountain of corpses. Judging from the clothes, these corpses seemed to be the corpses of the security guards of the asylum. From the slick and sticky blood on the ground, it was obvious that they had just recently died. The room was an office dedicated to the auditor of the asylum. IT was quite huge, and its size was unexpected for everyone who expected a small office due to the fact that the door to this room was somewhat unassuming. Calvin stepped inside. The others were unwilling to stay outside without Calvin, so they also went inside the room. The women of the group were now used to the sight of corpses. But that didn't mean that they were comfortable around them. Jane covered her mouth while Scarlet had a pale look on her face. Medea, Jeanette, and Zara looked better than the two of them, but one could still see the discomfort on their faces. What are we doing here, Calvin? Scarlet asked. Everyone turned to look at Calvin out of curiosity, but Calvin didn't even spare them a glance. He walked towards the wooden desk behind the mountain of corpses and found stationary tools such as a pen, sharpener, and a scissor. He took the scissor from the desk and handed it over to Scarlet before smiling to the others. I found a solution that we can use so we can get past those monsters. What is it? Does it involve this scissor? Scarlet absent-mindedly asked. Calvin nodded his head and explained, Yes, with that scissors, I want you girls to cut your hair short like a man. What's more, I will also use that scissor to remove the uniform of these security guards. I'm sure that if you girls were the clothes of these guards, those Tyanax won't be able to smell anything apart from rotting flesh. Calvin had a look of excitement, comparable to that of a child that had just discovered a new toy. But as soon as he completed his explanation, the faces of the women changed as they gulped a mouthful of saliva and glanced at the corpses on the ground. Is it absolutely necessary for us to wear their clothes? Can't we just cut our hair short? Jane asked with hesitation. But Calvin shook his head and replied, I understand your concerns, but we are on the border of life and death at this moment. We can't possibly hesitate and be wishy-washy. We need to do what we must to survive. That is why I want you all to do what I said, right now. Calvin's voice made it obvious that he wasn't willing to take a no for an answer. Scarlet decisively nodded her head, and she was the first one to cut her hair. Afterwards, she squatted down, and under the astonished gazes of everyone, she stripped the clothes of a nearby corpse. She then proceeded to remove her clothes in front of everyone. Apart from her underwear, she removed all articles of clothing and replaced it with the clothes from the corpse. When she was done, wow, Jane softly uttered, What is it? Scarlet finally snapped out of her reverie and realized what she had done. To think that she actually stripped in front of Calvin. She surreptitiously glanced at Calvin and found that there was this encouraging smile on his face. His smile seemed similar to the smiles of parents whenever their child did something admirable or worthy of praise. Scarlet's lips repeatedly twitched. She didn't know why, but being treated like a child by Calvin made her feel bitter. But since there was nothing that she could do about it, she just turned her head away from Calvin and kept her silence. With an example already set, The others soon followed. Despite the clear disgust on their faces, the women still did as they were told, and soon they came out of the room. Hugo, listen to me. Once we're near those Tynaks, do not attack them. These Tynaks are playful, and even if they do not have the intention to hurt us, they will fake a charge at us. When they do that, never ever attack them, because if you counterattacked, they will immediately treat us as their enemies. When that happens, then probably at least half of us will die. Calvin gave a stern warning. Hugo nodded his head. Calvin swept his gaze at the women and said, "Remember what I said earlier. Never let these Tynaks know that all of you are women, but we will charge through this corridor as fast as we can. Also, you must make sure to never step on them. If you step on them, then they'll be angry at you and will possibly kill you instantly, even if you're not a woman." The women nodded. The group soon reached a decision, and they jogged right at the crowd of Tynaks. The Tynaks bounced happily around each other, as if they were playing, but as soon as they heard the sound of incoming footsteps, they all turned to look at Calvin's group, and at that moment, the pale faces of the Tynaks underwent a transformation. Their snow-white skin became tinged with crimson as jet-black blood vessels filled their bodies. An oppressive aura came from them, and everyone suddenly felt their movements become sluggish. The temperature within the hallway also went down in an instant, and they all felt as if they were inside a 1,000-year-old icy cavern. Jane bit her tongue to suppress the scream that threatened to come out of her throat. Hugo directly covered the mouth of the mentally unstable Jeanette, while Zara and Scarlet tightly clenched their fists until their nails dug deep into their palms. The scene in front of them was just too scary, and these Tynaks were incredibly intimidating. They were scared, extremely scared. But seeing the steadfast back of Calvin, who kept on running towards those Tynaks with the goal to slip past through these monsters, the group suddenly surged with newly discovered strength. The hallway only had a single route, and they had to go forward. None of these newbies had the plan to slow down, for they knew that if they tarry even for a second longer, they would absolutely be surrounded by these curious Tynaks. Fortunately, their plan seemed to have worked, for the group managed to reach the end of the corridor without any problems. But as soon as they took a turn into the next corridor, slick footsteps rang right into their ears. Calvin raised his head to see what was going on, and he saw a man pushing a stretcher with a corpse towards their direction. The body on top of the stretcher had its entire body covered, so it was obviously a dead person. But that wasn't the reason why the group was thoroughly astonished by the scene unfolding in front of them. It was because the tall man, clad in white personal protective equipment clothes from his neck to his ankles, had an extremely scary expression. His lips were cracked open with a creepy smile, as if he wasn't pushing a dead body, but food that he was about to consume. "Stop!" Calvin hurriedly stopped in his tracks, but the others weren't able to react that fast. Hugo, who was running at full speed, collided against Calvin's back. The force pushed towards the stretcher, which made the stretcher wobble, dropping the corpse onto the ground. The tall man abruptly froze. Jet-black blood vessels quickly covered his face as Calvin let out a gasp. The Mortician. The Mortician could also be considered as a monster just below the big three in Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, but he was far powerful than the average patients. But he also had a special place in Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, that he may not be as strong as the benevolent father, Arthur Chase, and the Butcher, but none of these three dared to offend him. It was because the Mortician was a madman, that he was a known corpse collector, and none of the patients, even the big three, knew what he did with those corpses. All they knew was that the Mortician liked to collect them, and he strived to keep the cleanliness of the asylum like the Butcher. Speaking of corpses, Calvin's group had just encountered a mountain of corpses earlier. Perhaps the reason why they bumped into the Mortician was that the Mortician was going towards that room, and they were coincidentally using the same route as the Mortician. And no matter what the reason was, there was something certain in their current situation. This was bad. After all, if the Mortician was here, those cultists should be nearby. Calvin's mind madly spun. They could not turn around, for the Tynaks were behind them, but they also couldn't move forward, for the Mortician was right in front of them. With the appearance of the Mortician, those cultists would be here soon. As the leader of that cult, the Mortician couldn't possibly be alone. Once they were surrounded by those cultists, it would be game over for Calvin and the entire group. Calvin took a piece of crumpled paper and hurled it at the Mortician. "Kaleo, give us release." Calvin made a gesture with his fingers and uttered an incantation. In a blink of an eye, the piece of crumpled paper transformed into a fire dragon that swallowed the Mortician whole. "Let's get the hell out of here. Run." Calvin then gave his command as he rushed past the Mortician. The others followed suit. They didn't dare to slow down at all as they struggled to keep up with Calvin's pace. "He's fast." Hugo couldn't help but comment upon seeing Calvin's speed. Hugo's specialty may not be cardio, but he considered himself as a fast runner. But Calvin's speed was double, no triple than him. He sped through the entire corridor as Hugo clicked his tongue and matched his pace with the others. He couldn't possibly increase his speed anymore, for that would mean that he would leave the others behind. These women may be strong-willed, but in the face of the monsters in this nightmare of an asylum, they couldn't possibly stand a chance. Scarlet and the others saw that Hugo was matching their pace, and they couldn't help but feel grateful. They hated themselves for judging Hugo as a dangerous man back when their nightmare in this place had just started. But while they were feeling grateful towards Hugo's gesture, Jeanette suddenly interrupted their train of thought. "What is that?" Medea's expression paled upon seeing the bright lights near the end of the corridor. Those lights looked dim and ethereal. It seemed as if they could vanish at any moment. However, despite the weak light that they emanated, Medea felt a shiver down her spine upon seeing those lights. The group continued on, and upon reaching about 10 meters before those bright lights, they could finally see the pale faces within those lights. Medea stopped running and shouted at Calvin. "Calvin, stop! Those lights are Santelmos." Hugo detected the panic in Medea's voice. Veins bulged on his knees as he leaped after Calvin and dragged him to stop. However, Calvin's speed didn't decrease at all. In fact, he was angered that Hugo stopped him from running as he complained. "Santelmos aren't that dangerous compared to that tall man earlier. Just slip past them all and make sure to not let their ethereal fires land on your body, and it'll be good." Santelmos, also known as Saint Elmo's fire, were monsters born from the resentment of countless damned souls in the asylum. They were slow-moving balls of light, and it wasn't that hard to evade them. But the most terrifying attribute that they had was that once they touched something with a physical form, their ethereal fire would consume that object or person until nothing was left but dust. And their ethereal fire was also inextinguishable. In other words, touching one of these Santelmos meant certain death. Medea was dumbfounded. In her shock, she didn't notice that a ball of Santelmo had appeared in front of her and blocked her path in the hallway. But before she could even react, Calvin threw another piece of crumpled paper and a fire sprung, swallowing the Santelmo and quickly extinguishing its ethereal fire. "What are you doing standing there like a sitting duck? Come here, hurry!" Calvin gestured for the others, and the group ran like madmen through the corridors. They didn't feel tired, but it was probably because of the adrenaline coursing through their veins at this moment. Even though they couldn't understand Calvin's words, all that they had to know was that this corridor was dangerous. They had to get the hell out of this place as fast as possible. The next corridor had a fork. The map told the group that they must turn left, but just as they were about to reach the fork, they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps tapping onto the ground in a particular rhythm. They turned to look at the right corridor, and each and every one of them froze upon seeing the group of people. The group of people was humming sad tunes, and they also wore mourning clothes. They wailed and wailed, but there were no tears. In fact, they seemed to be happy about what was going on. Paper money, as well as rice, was being thrown about as they danced around the portrait of a person placed on top of a pedestal. The person depicted in the portrait was a particularly handsome man. However, when one stared into his eyes, they could see the madness brewing from within. His madness wasn't the madness of a man that had gone senile or descended to insanity. It was a different kind of madness that had the intention to swallow the world and paint it with the colors of despair. "This is bad." Calvin gasped for air. His fist tightened until his palm looked pale and devoid of blood. They were indeed those cultists whose appearance he feared. "What's wrong? What's going on? What are they doing?" Hugo saw the oddity unfolding in front of him, and he couldn't help but comment. The others also realized that something was off. The Santelmos chasing after them had mysteriously vanished as soon as they heard the sound of heavy footsteps coming from these madmen in the right corridor. "Are they different from the other patients here?" Medea asked with an unusually serious voice. "Yes, these bastards. They are members of the New People's Revelation. It's a cult. Their leader was that man pushing a stretcher earlier. Since the procession is here, it can only mean one thing. That person earlier is about to arrive here, and we need to get out of this hallway as fast as possible," Calvin explained. "Then we'd better move on," Hugo replied. The Santelmos had been scared off by the procession of the New People's Revelation, so the hallways behind them didn't have any enemies. But they couldn't possibly turn around, for they would definitely cross paths with the mortician from earlier. If that happened, then they might as well bite their tongue and commit a suicide dash. The mortician was an incredibly sadistic and cruel man. Any person that he had captured lasted for at least a week before being given the permission to die. In fact, the mortician wasn't only responsible for keeping the cleanliness of the asylum, he was also the head chef of the entire asylum. It was easy to imagine the fate of those that he captured and died from his hands. They were probably within the sewers at this moment after they were transformed into ground meat and eaten by the patients here. Calvin took a deep breath that he shoved the small notebook containing the map of the remaining corridors that they needed to go through. As he swept his gaze at the others and declared, "All of you, go ahead. I'll stay here and buy us some time." Calvin then turned to look at the cultist. He took out several pieces of crumpled paper from his pocket and prepared to meet the cultist halfway when Hugo dragged him back. "What the FCK are you saying? If we're going to get out of here, then you're going with us. We're so close to success. We can't let you die." Medea also nodded her head in agreement, but Calvin pushed Hugo's chest and sent him staggering backward. Afterwards, he hurled a piece of crumpled paper at the cultists and barked at the others. "Quick, move! I'll delay them. The next corridor should be safe now due to the presence of these bastards. We'll see each other in the main elevators." "Don't be stupid. We're going together." Hugo was about to drag Calvin once again, but Calvin dodged him. "I'll catch up in a few moments. I'll just delay them for a bit. Just go ahead. All of you go." Calvin's voice was now tinged with anger. "No," Hugo and Medea exclaimed at the same time. "We do not have the time to argue. Let's believe Calvin's words. He'll definitely be with us later. Let's go now. I can feel something approaching us from behind." Jeanette couldn't hold herself back anymore as she pulled Hugo's arms away from Calvin. The others remained silent, of course. They wanted Calvin to go with them. But if Calvin didn't sacrifice himself to delay these cultists, who would go? Impossible. I didn't want to die. They were still so young. They still had a lot to do in this world. They can't possibly die. Jane and Zara clenched their tiny fists until their nails dug into their palms. Scarlet gnashed her teeth and suddenly lunged at Calvin and planted a kiss on his face. "Come back safely, okay?" These words came from Scarlet's heart as she ran towards the fork and took a turn towards the left corridor. Jeanette quickly followed after her, unwilling to stay in this dangerous corridor for any longer. Hugo and Medea stared right at Calvin. Calvin lightly chuckled. "Just go. Trust me. I'll be back. Don't be silly and go ahead with the others already." He even playfully winked at Medea. Medea didn't know what to say, but she seemed to have reached a decision. She turned her back towards Calvin and made a break for it towards the left corridor. Hugo gnashed his teeth. His raw emotions surfaced in his eyes, and words were exchanged, but Calvin could see the message that Hugo wanted to say to him. "Yeah, go ahead, I'll be fine." He patted Hugo's shoulders before turning to look at Zara and Jane. "The two of you, stick close to Hugo. He'll be able to protect you while I'm not there. This man may not be that strong mentally, but he's quite a strapping man. He's strong enough to protect you all." "Why?" Jane suppressed her tumultuous emotions. "Why are you saying something like that? You're planting a flag." "Planting a flag?" Calvin revealed astonishment for a second. She didn't expect that Jane actually knew such a lingo. "Don't be silly. I'll be safe. I may look like a scrawny young man in your eyes, but I'm quite resourceful and creative that I can survive this and be with you guys in the main hall." Calvin ruffled the hair of Jane and Zara before pushing them towards the direction of the left corridor. Both women didn't say anything anymore. After all, Calvin had already decided. They took one final glance at Calvin before decisively running after the others. "Ha ha!" Staring at the direction where the others had disappeared, Calvin let out a small laugh. "Demon, why did they treat me as if I am a hero that's already in my final moments? Are they not really that confident about my chances of winning?" He whispered to himself and shook his head, but unexpectedly, a reply came out of nowhere. "Well, of course, with how weak you look. They probably thought that your matchstick-like body can't stand a single blow from these bastards." The voice came from Dandelion, who had been in hibernation until now. "Oh, you're finally awake?" "Yeah." Dandelion replied with a cold snort. Calvin gave a smile and said, "Are you ready?" Dandelion's answer came a second later, but his answer was positive. "Yeah, I'm ready." Calvin nodded his head. "All right, since you're ready, let's activate the grand formation and stomp these bastards." Calvin exclaimed before taking out a piece of paper from his pocket. Unfurling the crumpled piece of paper, a silvery white light shone from the paper, and an indescribable might seemed to have descended out of nowhere. The might brought with it a boundless pressure that instantly silenced the noise of the cultists' procession. The cultists turned to look at Calvin's direction, and they could vaguely see the image of a gigantic ancient sword floating behind him. "I could see this moment," Dandelion's voice rang. "Ow, don't get too crazy now. The grand formation only lasts for half an hour, and we must escape from this place before we run out of time, or else everything would be for naught." "I know." Calvin simply nodded his head towards Dandelion's words. Then, without any warning, he leaped into the air and like a wolf jumping into a herd of sheep. He steamrolled every member of the New People's Revelation cult with his fist. Calvin dragged the unconscious members of the New People's Revelation cult towards a nearby room. Afterwards, he made sure to lock the doors of the room before going back outside. Then, he walked towards the corridor where he met the mortician. The mortician was a powerful demon, but he wasn't as strong as the benevolent father, the butcher, and Arthur Chase. But this was a reason why Calvin wanted to meet the mortician. Since he wasn't as strong as these three, he could safely contain the mortician's soul into a piece of paper through the use of rune crafting. However, in order to do that, he must lure the mortician into taking action against him. "Where are you going?" Dandelion suddenly asked. He noticed that Calvin was walking towards the opposite direction of the main elevators situated in the main hall. "I'm planning on capturing the soul of that mortician that we met earlier," Calvin explained. "That mortician? Do you mean Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov's guy?" Dandelion asked in a weird tone of voice. "What? Do you know him?" "Wait, that name? I think I've heard that name somewhere before." Calvin casually pondered as he walked through the empty, cold, and dark corridor of the vocational block's second floor. Dandelion thought that Calvin's actions were strange. It didn't make sense. But when he remembered Calvin's true identity, Dandelion could do nothing other than shake his head and bitterly smile. It was completely normal for Calvin to be unfazed about his current situation, since he was a man that had endured everything that a person could possibly endure in the entire world. Dandelion still doesn't understand the severity of Calvin's past experiences, but he knew that Calvin couldn't possibly be ordinary. After all, it was impossible for someone to be an author of fate if they were nothing but average. Dandelion was sure that Calvin was destined for greatness. Point one could even say that Calvin's clear future was one of the reasons why Dandelion decided to follow him and become his blessed artifact. Calvin continued on walking, and he suddenly noticed someone approaching him from a distance. The man was clad in a jet black coat, and a large bag was in his hands. The bag looked heavy, and it was hard to tell what was being carried from a distance. The man didn't expect that someone was walking here in such an empty corridor. He stopped for a moment, reached out to pull the rim of his hoodie attached to his coat in order to cover his face before continuing his walk towards Calvin's direction. "Hello there, sir. Don't mind me, I'm just passing by." Calvin gave a greeting. His voice was soft and filled with timidness against the stranger, but since the hallway was empty and devoid of any noises that Calvin's voice rang loud and clear, the stranger definitely heard his greeting. The shady man nodded his head, and the two continued their journey. To Calvin's goal was to find the mortician, while the man's goal was unknown. Despite the silence floating between the two, Calvin's nerves were stretched taut. The hallway was wide, but his nervousness seemed to have made him senile, for he still managed to bump into the stranger. Sorry." Calvin quickly apologized, but his expression shifted when he noticed that blood had leaked out from the bag. Both Calvin and the stranger noticed the blood seeping out of the bag. Calvin instantly felt a shiver down his spine. His eyebrows scrunched together. His knees trembled, while his body subconsciously leaned backwards away from the stranger who was carrying the large bag. All of his actions implied that he was trying to escape. In a fluster, Calvin turned around and jogged back towards the corridor where he came from. Panic, anxiety, and fear. Various emotions were displayed on Calvin's body through his subtle body language and micro changes in his expression. If the Oscar Awards were available in the world of Las Filipinas, Calvin would have probably won it for himself due to how good he was in acting. His panicked reaction, as well as his erratic jogging that made him look like he could fall at any moment, made him look like a genuine victim. Of course, the shady stranger studied Calvin's face and his entire body. Calvin surreptitiously glanced at the stranger and discovered that there was a cruel smirk on the man's lips. Calvin was incredibly familiar with this smirk. Yes, someone who had the weakest class in the world of Las Filipinas. He had often encountered this expression. This smirk was the smile of a predator who had found the perfect, unsuspecting prey. Calvin took the next left turn so he could reach the corridor before the fourth that would lead him back to the administration block. But just as he made his turn, the man that should have been following him from behind was now unexpectedly in front of him. Being in such close proximity to the stranger, Calvin noticed that the man was quite tall. The smell of disinfectant was also being constantly radiated from his body. The man proceeded to remove the hoodie that covered his expression. His actions exposed the X-shaped wound on his left cheek and the scar that ran diagonally from his left eyebrows towards his right chin. The disfigurement took away some of the man's charm, but that didn't matter at all for Calvin. It was because the man didn't seem to be living human. Instead, he seemed to be more of a beast, trying its best to contain its murderous and feral nature. "My friend, can we talk for a moment?" The man gave a cruel smirk. The X-shaped scar on his left cheek seemed to throb with life as the man addressed Calvin. "Wow, what is it?" Calvin asked with clear nervousness in his voice. "Did you see what's inside of my bag?" Calvin almost immediately answered, "No, I didn't see anything." Calvin's actions may have been filled with panic, but he was telling the truth. He only saw the fresh blood leaking out from the bag, nothing else. Really? The man opened the large bag and dropped it to his side. The fact that he opened the bag and the force generated when it collided with the ground made the contents of the bag spill onto the ground. Calvin revealed an astonished and terrified look. The contents of the bag were fresh human organs. Now, you've seen what's inside. The man took out the scalpel that he had hidden on his back. He stared right at Calvin and enjoyed the despair and terror twirling within Calvin's eyes before he launched his attack. He lurched forward with the blade, aiming at Calvin's chest. He was prepared to hear Calvin's miserable shriek, but when the scalpel was a few inches away from Calvin's chest, Calvin suddenly grabbed his wrist. The powerful force clamping his wrist made the stranger wince in pain. This moment, the fear and terror radiating from Calvin's eyes had disappeared. It was replaced with excitement that should have come from him instead of Calvin. What was going on? Before he could think deeper into what was happening, Calvin raised his knee and struck him squarely at his chest. Gwa! The impact was so powerful that the man's lungs instantly deflated from the attack. His consciousness swam, and before he could lose consciousness, he saw the vague silhouette of a gigantic ancient sword floating behind Calvin. I'm sorry, Mr. Mortician, but you've lost from the very beginning. It's checkmate. You never stood a chance from the start. Calvin lifted a small smile. He then crouched beside the fallen mortician and swiftly absorbed the mortician's damned soul into the vessel that he had prepared beforehand. Hugo, Jane, Zura, Scarlet, Jeanette, and Medea jogged for quite a long time, yet they still haven't met any other patients. The countdown of 2 minutes signified the start of the danger, and its end should also signify the end of the dangers and the final phase. Everyone in the group was sure that the 2 minutes had passed. It should be relatively safe now to continue their journey. Hugo signaled for the others to temporarily rest, and they all took a turn toward a nearby bathroom. The bathroom was for males, but no one really cared about decorum or conventions at this point in time. All of them only had a single wish at this moment. It was to get out of this place as soon as possible. Then, if that was true, why did Hugo lead them to the bathroom? Well, obviously, it was because he realized that the others were running out of juice. It was an understatement to say that Hugo's stamina was reliable. After all, he had a military background. His years of training in those facilities and the assortment of drugs that they injected into Hugo to turn him into an absolute killing machine has to be good for something. But these women were just average human beings. Some of them were only ordinary office ladies before 5 Cent reached out to them. Of course, they had their own flaws and faults, but no one could question their humanity. Compared to them, Hugo wasn't even human anymore. Considering this fact, Hugo decided to lead them to a nearby bathroom that looked relatively safe. The girls huffed and puffed as they desperately gasped for air. Medea scrunched her eyebrows and said, "Why do we make a turn here? Shouldn't we go for the main elevators in the main hall of the administration block as fast as possible? We're not even in the administration block yet, but why are we stopping?" Hugo turned to look at Medea in astonishment. Are you not tired at all?" Medea was startled by Hugo's questioning, but she didn't show any change of expression on her face. "I am tired, but do we really have the leeway to feel tired? We can't stop here. We must continue. Right now." "Calm down, Medea. You may not be tired, but we are too exhausted to continue. I can't take it anymore. We need a rest." Scarlet interrupted the chat that could erupt into a quarrel at any moment. Medea was never an unreasonable woman. Seeing that the others were indeed too tired to continue, she shrugged and didn't continue with the issue anymore. She took the walkie-talkie strapped on her back and started fiddling with it. "You're going to try and contact Calvin?" Hugo asked. Medea simply nodded her head and used the walkie-talkie. "Calvin, are you there? Calvin, this is Medea. We're safe. Come and fetch us here in a male's bathroom of the vocational block's 2nd floor." She exclaimed into the walkie-talkie, but all that she got in response was static. Hugo shook his head. He knew that Medea's endeavor was useless, but if her actions could comfort her guilty heart. Hugo didn't plan on stopping her from whatever she was trying to do, but that didn't mean that the others would just let her continue, while trying to contact Calvin for the 3rd time in a row. "Shut the FCK up, woman. I'm trying to have fun here, and you're being too noisy." An unfamiliar shout coming from a nearby cubicle suddenly rang out. The shout obviously came from a man, but apart from Hugo, who else was a man in this bathroom? Hugo's expression darkened. He kicked the cubicle open, and his eyes immediately widened from the scene that he saw inside the cubicle. The man who had shouted earlier had his pants down and his rod rock hard whilst in the middle of penetrating the anal orifice of a headless body. The man immediately noticed the commotion, and he angrily turned around. "What the FCK? Why did you open the door? Do you want to watch me have sex? You're sick in the head. Close the FKN door, or I'll FCK you up." Just as the man finished his sentence, Hugo's fist landed on his chin. immediately rendering him unconscious as he fell beside the headless corpse that he was making love to. What? What is this place? Seriously, what is this place? This is mad. I can't. I don't want to stay here any longer. Jeanette staggered backward. Her expression was completely pale, and she was obviously shell-shocked by what she just witnessed. Hugo clicked his tongue and stared right at Jeanette. But Jeanette misunderstood his look, and she felt that Hugo was angry at her, and he wanted to kill her. She let out a shrill scream and made a dash towards the exit of the bathroom. Efkin! Hell, follow her! Hugo exclaimed, and the others followed after Jeanette. Scarlet, Jane, and Zara had grim looks on their faces. They were also shocked by the atrocity that they had just witnessed from the bathroom, but their minds were still intact, and on the other hand, Jeanette's mental faculties seemed to have completely collapsed as she ran like mad towards the last corridor that they needed to take before the stairs. Hugo was about to stop Jeanette for taking the turn since she was being rash, but when he saw that there were no patients nor enemies waiting for them in that corridor, he jumped in joy and turned to look at the others. It's safe. There are no enemies. As we expected, once the 2 minutes timer was up, the enemies would also disappear. Medea, Scarlet, Jane, and Zara revealed relieved expressions on their faces. Finally, after such a long torment inside this damned nightmare, they were about to be released. They could finally go home. The women, apart from Medea, teared up, realizing that they could finally return to the outside world. They quickly descended the stairs and entered the wide main elevators that were already opened. Jeanette was the first one to enter the elevator, while Hugo was the last. Upon seeing that Hugo was already inside, Jeanette reached out for the buttons of the elevators to close its doors, but she was abruptly stopped by Hugo, who exclaimed, "What the FCK are you trying to do? Calvin is still not here. We can't leave this place without him." Hugo glared at her. "That's right. Why are you being so selfish, Jeanette? I've misunderstood you." Jane couldn't take it anymore when she saw Jeanette's despicable attempt of trying to stop Calvin from escaping this place. Even Medea, who normally minded her business, made a comment. "Calvin was the one who gave us advice on what to do and even made a map for us so we can lower our casualties as much as possible. If not for Calvin, I think only a few of us would have reached this far. Yes, we can't just leave Calvin to die here. Can you still sleep peacefully at night, knowing that you killed a comrade and repaid his kindness with enmity?" Hugo added, "Killed a comrade and repaid his kindness with enmity. Are you joking? That guy is obviously dead. He fought with those cultists on his own, try to look cool as much as possible. He's just a naive guy that doesn't know how deep the ocean is. I'm sure that he's already dead, so we must close the doors no-slap." Before Jeanette could even complete her sentence, Scarlet sent a slap right across her face. Don't you dare badmouth and curse at Calvin like that." Scarlet was really angered this time, but Jeanette merely chuckled, "Huh, Scarlet, to think that you would defend that scrawny guy and even slap me. What? Did you fall in love with him or something? Huh. Too bad, he's already dead, so you've fallen in love with a ghost." "Stop!" Medea cried out. She grabbed Jeanette by her collar and threatened to kick her out from the elevator. "Say something bad about Calvin one more time, and I'll make sure to feed you to those bastards. I'll offer you to that perverted bastard. What was his name again?" "Arthur Chase." Everyone was astonished by this sudden turn of events. Hugo didn't know what to say, witnessing how fierce Medea had become. Jeanette's expression quickly transformed from being smug into complete terror. "No, please, I don't want to die. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I just want to escape from this place. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry." She started crying like a child, and Jane started to plead for her. "Medea, you should just let her go. I know that you understand her feelings. We can't really blame her for acting like this. She just wants to go home as fast as possible." Jane pleaded. Medea made a sidelong glance at Jane before turning her gaze to Scarlet. Scarlet also nodded her head, and Medea let out a sigh. She placed Jeanette back onto the ground. "Wait, isn't that Calvin?" "Hey bro, Calvin, here, we're safe now, there are no more." Hugo suddenly exclaimed in excitement when they saw Calvin running towards their direction. But Hugo's sentence was cut short, for he realized that something strange was going on. Calvin's running didn't look leisurely at all. In fact, he was desperate. The place should be safe now, since the monsters must be gone. Yet why was he running so desperately? Everyone stood rooted in shock as the figures of the benevolent father, Arthur Chase, and the butcher came to their view. Jane cried out in fear. Scarlet bit her lips until they bled. Medea clicked her tongue and exclaimed, "You can do it! You can do it, Calvin! Hurry up! Don't let them catch you." Medea prepared herself to close the doors of the elevator as soon as Calvin stepped inside. She was quite confident that they would make it in time, for even though the doors of the main elevator had scissors gates, the design of the elevator itself relied on hydraulics, IT should close faster than conventional elevators. Calvin, hurry up. Please, you have to make it. Scarlet clasped her hands together as she squirmed out of nervousness. Hugo's face was stern. He was prepared to act at any moment in case something goes wrong, and he needed to rescue Calvin. Calvin was now a few meters away from the elevator. The three monsters were not too far away behind him, but Medea was sure that they would be able to make it in time. Medea's arm tensed up. Calvin was now 3 meters away from the elevator, while the monsters were 5 meters away. This moment, Jeanette suddenly let out a despairing wail. They're coming. She stood up, reached for the elevator button, and slammed it with all of her might. Ding! The elevator let out a distinct chime sound that Calvin's face froze as his body collided against the scissor gates of the elevator doors that had already closed. He stared right at everyone with despair twirling within his eyes. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to speak. But before he could even say anything, the benevolent father's fist penetrated his body. Gwa! A mouthful of blood rushed from his throat and drenched the bodies of Hugo and the others. CC Calvin. Hugo let out a howl. He tried to pry open the doors of the elevators, but it was too late. The elevator itself was already descending, and when they opened their eyes once again, they found themselves standing inside the school gym where the final phase began. The remaining survivors from the other groups stared at them with incredulous looks on their faces, but the others could care less about their reactions. Scarlet looked around and discovered that Calvin wasn't with them, and Calvin, where? Is he? He died? No, that can't be, Scarlet's weakly uttered. Her knees went jelly, and she directly collapsed onto the floor. So these are the only survivors. A man who looked to be in his late 20s uttered, Hey, Rhea, aren't these people signed under your name? They're your responsibility, right? How do you feel? Seeing them become the last group of people to emerge from the final phase, you must be quite devastated, right? The man lifted a smile and made a sidelong glance at Rhea. Rhea didn't even pay him a glance. Instead, there was a frown on her face as she stared at the newbies. That IT was because she discovered that all of them had light injuries. Furthermore, one of them had her hand weakly dangling on her side. That IT was obvious that her arm had been crippled. Now, injuries within the world of Las Filipinas, particularly here in the tutorial zone for newbies, wasn't that of a problem due to the number of spiritualists. That 5 cent has that could heal these injuries. However, Medea's injuries were just too severe that Rhea doubted if the higher-ups would allow her to heal Medea without paying a substantial price. Rhea scrunched up her eyebrows. The man who stood beside her didn't mind her disrespect as he said in a consoling voice, You don't have to worry about these small fries, Rhea. Look, they are that injured despite the fact that Mount Spirit Sword Asylum wasn't really that dangerous if they were careful. In short, they became complacent and careless inside the asylum, and now they are paying the price. The man decisively swung down the gavel and passed his judgment as to why Hugo and the others had these injuries on their bodies. Rhea finally glanced at the man, but her expression wasn't too good. Can you mind your business, Romeo? I'm trying to understand the reason why they became like this. Romeo's expression changed. He became annoyed as he clicked his tongue and flicked his wrist. All right, go ahead and do whatever you want to do. But don't take too long. We still have to announce to everyone the end of this final phase and the list of winners that we've been here for 3 days because of these small fries. So you better hurry up. That I don't know if these people can still take it being imprisoned in school gym any longer. Romeo shrugged and walked away to do his own work. Rhea's frown deepened. She walked towards the direction of Hugo's group, but at that moment, Hugo suddenly screamed like a madman. Hugo stood up and howled. It's your fault, you BTCH. If not for you, Calvin would still be here. His eyes became filled with murderous intent as he rushed at Jeanette whilst carrying his fists. Jeanette! Scarlet abruptly screamed. Jane and Zara covered their eyes, unwilling to see the gory scene that was sure to unfold once Hugo's fist landed. Bang! A fierce explosion ensued. Hugo's fist that he threw out of anger contained so much power that when it collided against Jeanette's head, IT directly swept up the dust on the ground, and the shockwave created a cloud of dust that prevented anyone from seeing what just happened. Everyone sat on the edge of their seats. Rhea clicked her tongue and rushed at the scene of the crime. She waved her hand and abruptly cleared the cloud of dust that covered the scene. But the situation was far different than anyone had expected. Hugo's punch didn't collide with Jeanette's head like what everyone had expected. Instead, it was stopped by Medea with a single hand. Hugo's pupils constricted. He never expected, even in his wildest imagination, that Medea could stop his fully powered punch with a single hand and using her small palm that wasn't even as wide as Hugo's fists. You! Hugo weakly uttered. He glanced at Jeanette with venom in his eyes. But before he could even move, Medea was faster. The instant she saw the intent to move within Hugo's eyes, she crouched down and sent a palm strike directly on Hugo's sternum. Pang! The collision created a distinctive noise, but Hugo didn't suffer that much damage from the attack. However, he found himself unable to control his body as he flew backward and miserably rolled on the ground. Stop! At this point, Rhea had finally arrived. Her movements weren't slow, and she arrived in just 3 seconds after Hugo threw his punch. But everything happened so fast that by the time when she arrived, Hugo was already miserably rolling on the ground. She stood in between Rhea and Hugo, that a stern look could be seen on her face as she said, "Both of you, stop! I forbid you from moving." Medea and Hugo instantly froze. Rhea then called for the attention of the disciplinary guards within the tutorial zone to lecture both Medea and Hugo, but before she could even say anything, Romeo's voice suddenly rang out. Now that the final phase is over and there are no remaining participants within Mount Spirit Sword Asylum, that we will now announce the top 5 groups of the final phase. Those who are within the top 5 will receive at least 1,000 Power Stones, a virtual currency within the world of Las Filipinas established and backed by 5 Cent Holdings Limited. Power Stones are the main virtual currency used by 5 Cent within the tutorial zone. In other words, these stones would be rendered useless once the 1-year-long tutorial is over. However, while you're still in the tutorial facility, you can use these Power Stones to buy anything that you like. You can even buy a teleportation portal back to Earth using these Power Stones. Of course, you will be forcibly returned to Las Filipinas after spending a week on Earth. But you get what I'm trying to say. What's more, you can also convert these Power Stones into real money back on Earth. A single Power Stone is worth $10,000. You can buy anything that you want using these Power Stones, so long as you have enough of them. Strength, PC games, a gaming laptop, a gaming computer to a pachinko machine, and even women. We can supply you with whatever you want as long as you are willing to pay the price. Now, let us announce the first 5 groups that cleared the final phase. Coming in hot at the 5th place is Abelanosa Group. 4th, Tampus Group. At the 3rd place is the Jimenez Group. Sliding into the 2nd place is the Alawi Group. As for the group that claimed the 1st place for themselves, Romeo closed the small notebook that he was holding that contained the list of groups before sweeping his gaze at the newbies around him. His gaze temporarily lingered at Rhea, seemingly wanting to see her expression. But he was bound to be disappointed, for Rhea wasn't even looking at her. In fact, she was talking with Hugo and the others. TSSSK. Romeo inwardly clicked his tongue out of frustration. He couldn't understand why Rhea wasn't paying him any attention. Was he really that unattractive? Or was Rhea doing this on purpose, just so he would fall even deeper to her? Romeo convinced himself that it was the latter. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily stopped thinking about the issue, as he declared. In 1st place is the Reyes Group. Yes, a distant shout of joy coming from a youngster rang out as soon as Romeo declared the champion. The crowd also erupted into cheers, and the place became filled with a joyous atmosphere. However, there was a particular group in this school gym that was unresigned. The new leader of that group, Hugo, stood up and stared right at Romeo's direction before shouting, "I object. We, the Villanueva group, should be the champions." His shout created an uproar among the crowd. "Oh!" Romeo raised an eyebrow. He stared right at Hugo and found no trace of deceit in his eyes. That it has to be known that Romeo was a predator with a profession classified as ranger. His skills in finding false amidst the truths could be considered as top-notch. The instant the words came out of Hugo's mouth, he immediately discovered that Hugo wasn't lying. He really did think that they deserved the 1st place. But on what basis? Romeo became irritated. His ability could make him realize the false between the truths, but he had a natural enemy. The bane of his ability was delusional people. For Romeo, Hugo was nothing else than a delusional man that he despised to deal with him personally. But since he was signed under Rhea's name, he had to treat Hugo with the respect that he deserved just because he was scouted and invited by Rhea. If not for this fact, then Romeo wouldn't even spare him a glance. To be honest, he didn't even care about these newbies that were bound to be cannon fodders in his opinion. Only reason why he was even here was because of Rhea. Yes, that's right. Romeo was trying to get Rhea's attention on him, but to no avail. Rhea treated him like a brick wall, something undeserving of her attention. It greatly frustrated Romeo, but it also gave him the courage and motivation to continue what he was doing. He thought that as long as he could have Rhea's attention, then everything would be worth it. "What makes you think that you deserve the championship than the other groups?" Romeo provocatively replied. Hugo remained steadfast in the face of his provocations as he said, "The difficulty that we experienced in Mount Spirit Sword Asylum is far greater than the difficulty that these people experienced. I beseech Sir Custodian to look deeper into the matter and bestow rewards upon those who clearly deserve it more than the others. Hugo didn't mince words at all. As soon as he completed his sentence, an uproar occurred. Screams of anger filled the entire school gym. Some of the students even tried throwing their shoes towards Hugo, but Hugo didn't give them any attention at all. He just stared right at Romeo with a serious look on his face. Obviously, he was waiting for Romeo's reply. Romeo clicked his tongue and found Hugo's interference as annoying, that he surreptitiously glanced at Rhea and found that Rhea was finally willing to. Look at him, sit. She's looking at me. Romeo excitedly whispered to himself. He straightened his back, cleared his throat, and announced, "Stop." His dignified voice was imbued with mana, so his voice reverberated like thunder. In an instant, the rowdy school gym became as silent as the night. That Romeo's eyes flicked with seriousness as he asked, "Elaborate. Tell me why you think that the Mount Spirit Sword Aslium that you encountered is far harder than the others. Sure, there may be a lot of madmen in that asylum, but I do not think that it was that hard to avoid them as long as you are capable of thinking and of common sense." Romeo's voice was grating in the ears. Scarlet trembled in anger. The other girls aside from Medea and Jeanette were pretty much infuriated by his question. But since Hugo was the one facing him, they knew that they had to keep their silence. They stared right at Hugo's back as Hugo took a deep breath and replied, "The difficulty of our experience in Mount Spirit Sword Asylum is far different than what we had imagined, that I don't even think that it's for newbies like us. To be honest, even experienced people will die 9 out of 10 times as soon as they entered that place." There was still this trace of fear inside Hugo's eyes, but as soon as his words came out, amusement flashed across everyone's faces. Some even started laughing without caring for Hugo's feelings. Romeo was also amused. The quality of these newbies is far lower than I had expected. To think that he'd say something like that. Even experienced people would die 9 out of 10 times? What a joke. Romeo inwardly mocked. But of course, on the outside, he maintained a calm and composed facade. Even experienced people will die 9 out of 10 times? Well, I'm an experienced person. Does that mean that I will die 9 out of 10 times if I entered that place with the difficulty that your group went through? Romeo gave a sly smile. That it was clear from the look on his face that he was being sarcastic. The other newbies observing this charade smiled out of amusement. It was just too amusing to see a high and mighty custodian play with the feelings of a mere cannon fodder like Hugo. Now that Romeo asked him a question like this, the crowd wondered about what Hugo's answer would be. Would he say no out of respect for the custodian, or would he say yes to spite him even more? Before the crowd could even think deeper into the issue, Hugo bowed his head, clasped his hands together, and said in a respectful tone of voice, "With all due respect, sir, but I think that even if you personally went ahead and accompanied us back then, we would all die together. We wouldn't even be able to reach the medical ward and get the key card from Arthur Chase, since we will die on the stairs of the administration block adjacent to the main elevators." Rhea, who had a frown on her face all this time, suddenly revealed a look of astonishment and shock. Romeo, on the other hand, had a look of confusion on his face. This was his 3rd month being a custodian of newbies for 5 cents. There was a lot of information that he still couldn't access due to his inexperience. But every information that he couldn't access wasn't really useful as a custodian. He could access every information that he needed. Of course, the fact that he couldn't access some information frustrated him, but when he realized that he already had access to everything that he needed, Romeo managed to convince himself to forget that issue. But now, at this moment, he was reminded of that particular issue. Was because he couldn't understand what Hugo was talking about. Was he really bullshitting? Who is that Arthur Chase? Why in the hell have I never heard of him until now? But it doesn't look like he is lying. He surreptitiously glanced at Rhea and discovered that Rhea's face was pale with shock. What's with her reaction? Romeo thought to himself. Meanwhile, the crowd went into an uproar once more. What the FCK is he talking about? Medical ward. Arthur Chase. Who is that? Yeah, I think he's just talking out of his own ass. The access keycard for the security room is located in the executive office on the right corridor of the administration block at the western side of the asylum mansion. To get there, we had to solve puzzles from the patient files and convince some of the madmen to answer our questions. What the FCK is he talking about? It took quite a while, but Romeo finally calmed down. He silenced the crowd by addressing them to stop, and afterwards he took a deep breath and said, "You told me that I will not be able to survive if I went through the same experience as you did inside Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. But on what basis? Are you sure that you're not bullshitting just to cheat everyone out of their well-deserved win?" Hugo stared right at Romeo at confusion. Romeo was a genuine custodian, but he couldn't understand what he was talking about. Strange. Hugo was never a man who relied on his brains. Furthermore, he was a straightforward man that disliked beating on the bush. As soon as he heard Romeo's question, he revealed a small smile and said, "Actually, I'm not that sure. To be honest, He awkwardly scratched his head and gave a silly smile. Medea, Jane, Zara, and Scarlet simultaneously face-bombed, seeing his sudden change in attitude. But in the very next moment, Hugo's words changed everything, including their fate in the tutorial zone of 5 cent here in the world of Los Felipean. In the midst of everyone's mocking and booing, Hugo calmly said, I think you can survive in that place, sir, if you can handle the combined pursuit of Arthur Chase, the butcher, and the benevolent father at the same time. Hugo's words made Romeo choke on his own saliva. The butcher, the benevolent father, and that so-called Arthur Chase. At the same time, are you serious? Romeo's eyes almost bulged out of its own sockets as soon as he heard Hugo's words. Romeo's shout silenced the crowd and astonished everyone. Wait, that big guy. He's not bullshitting? Everyone in the crowd was confused at this moment. Rhea cried out, You, tell me, when you called down the main elevators to complete the final phase, there should be a prompt that appeared and a countdown before the arrival of the elevator. What did the prompt say about the difficulty of your group's final phase? Rhea's voice seemed to be filled with a desperation that thoroughly astonished Romeo. But when he heard the word difficulty, Romeo subconsciously staggered backward. Fear appeared in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He convinced himself that he had done nothing wrong. It wasn't his fault. Swallowing his own saliva with great difficulty, Romeo forced himself to focus on the discussion that was unfolding. Hugo turned to look at Rhea and awkwardly scratched his head. A difficulty? Well, I'm not too sure. I don't particularly remember. Hugo scrunched his eyebrows. It was obvious that he was trying his best to remember the specifics of what happened back then. But before he could even think any further, Medea was the one who gave the answer. Her voice was filled with a detached indifference as she whispered, Congratulations, you have reached the final checkpoint necessary for the completion of the final phase. However, since your group's final phase difficulty was set at impossible, a countdown of 2 minutes will begin before the arrival of the main elevators. Until the 2 minutes are up, do your best to survive. Access restrictions in every area have been lifted. You can now access the following areas: prison, underground lab, recreation area, vocational block, art room, watchtower, and Mount Spirit Sword Asylum courtyard. The countdown will start in a few seconds. Please do your best to survive. Ongoing objectives have been updated. Current objective: survive for 2 minutes until the main elevators arrived. Good luck, candidates. Peace out. Medea's words were akin to that of a bombshell that exploded in the middle of the crowd. Rhea hurriedly stepped forward and sent a surge of mana towards Medea's direction. The sphere of mana surrounded Hugo's group as Rhea turned her gaze to Romeo and said, Disperse these newbies and return here. We have something to talk about. Rhea's quick actions astonished everyone, including Romeo. But seeing the stern look on her face, Romeo knew that it was impossible for him to escape. He gnashed his teeth and flicked his wrist. A surge of mana came from his body, and another white door manifested. This time, the door was quite wide, and it could accommodate all of the remaining newbies at once. Romeo glanced at Rhea for a moment before saying, An investigation will start. For now, all of you should proceed to the tutorial zone and follow the guide that will appear at the end of the tunnel beyond this door. Romeo ordered. The newbies were confused, but from the looks on Romeo and Rhea's face, it was clear that what was about to happen was quite serious. They had no business meddling in the affairs of 5 cent. They knew their place, so they obediently nodded their heads and walked towards the white door. Some of them glanced at Hugo's group, but that was all that they did. Even though some of them were reluctant to leave, since they could feel that there was a huge chance that Hugo may take the rewards that they believed that should belong to them. But what could they do? They knew where they stood, and they also knew their place. Apart from glaring at Hugo, there was nothing that they could do. They proceeded towards the white door and soon disappeared into the tunnel beyond the white door. Now, within the huge school gym, only the 2 custodians and Hugo's group remained. What did you say earlier? Can you repeat it? Rhea turned to look at Medea in a somewhat panicky manner. Medea repeated the words that she said earlier. Those words came from the system notifications that appeared in front of them when they called for the main elevators. When Medea finished her reiteration, Rhea's shock deepened. Romeo appeared beside her and said in a matter-of-factly voice, I haven't heard of the so-called impossible difficulty. Is it even possible for the system to cause such an error? In fact, why would the company even make an impossible difficulty when the stage is used for newbies? That doesn't make sense. The others in Hugo's group agreed to what he'd said, but all of them were frustrated. Although Romeo's words made sense, he was basically saying that Hugo and the others were lying and was just trying to get out of the bottom list among the newbies. But Rhea had a different opinion. She glared at Romeo and said, "Just because you haven't heard of pigs doesn't mean that they do not exist. The impossible difficulty definitely exists. The system is set up so that the newbies would always be in the lowest difficulty, but this time, the system made a mistake and accidentally placed these newbies in the highest difficulty." Romeo nodded his head. "Well, there you go. The system made the mistake." His words were too casual that elicited a frown from the others. It was as if he didn't care about the lives of these newbies, since he placed so little significance on the issue at hand. His attitude was undeserving to that of a custodian for newbies. Rhea made a sidelong glance at him and decided to reveal the truth. She had given Romeo a chance to explain himself, but it turned out that he was too full of himself. He was probably thinking that even if his actions were discovered, the company would forgive him. Well, the company may forgive him, but Rhea wouldn't. The lives of these newbies may not be that precious for 5 cents at this moment, but all of them had that latent potential that would prove invaluable to the company in the future. The loss of lives among the newbies was basically the same as hurting the essence of 5 cents who relied on these newbies to thrive and grow. "We're the only custodians in charge of Tutorial Zone number 1. What does that mean?" Rhea looked at him and gave a foreboding smile. Romeo furrowed his eyebrows and said, "What are you talking about, ma'am Rhea?" Romeo was a junior, so he had to respect Rhea's authority. "I am the one in charge of signing most of the newbies, and these newbies that suffered in the final phase are signed under me." "What does that mean?" Romeo was still confused. "I don't understand." "It means that I'm not the one that deliberately caused all of these. Can you still not understand? I already knew that you were trying to manipulate the default settings of the system and cause it to malfunction to this extent because you're so inexperienced in handling it. Your arbitrary actions caused the death of these newbies. And for what? For me to pay you some attention? What a joke. You're a huge joke. Get out of this tutorial zone at this instant. From now on, you are no longer a custodian of 5 cents. Rhea's decisiveness astonished Hugo and the others that Romeo's eyes widened in shock. He had never expected that his downfall would arrive so quickly. He was helpless. He was unwilling. He was just trying to have Rhea pay some attention to him, since they were colleagues. But his efforts of trying to get some attention led to the deaths of the newbies within Hugo's group. It was such a stupid move, so stupid that Hugo, who wasn't even that smart, understood what was happening. He stood up and rushed at Romeo. Romeo reacted instinctively and manifested the mana in his body, but his mana was immediately suppressed by Rhea. The immediate suppression became the reason why he was unable to get away from Hugo's fists. Crack! A crunchy sound rang out as Hugo directly annihilated Romeo's jaw. Thud! A dull thud followed. Romeo collapsed and lost his consciousness. "Hugo, you've gone too far," Zara exclaimed in panic. But Rhea held her hand out and said, "It's fine. This bastard deserves that punch." Afterwards, she gave a deep bow towards Hugo. "I am sorry for this incident. I acknowledge the lapses in my management, and if I had done a better job in my work, this incident wouldn't happen. However, the rice is already cooked. I will have Romeo take responsibility and have him resign from 5 cents, and I will also offer your group reparations as well as the recovery of the remains of your comrades from Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. The families of your lost comrades would also be compensated, and I will ensure that they will be set for life that I request for your forgiveness." Rhea, a woman known for her coldness and detached indifference, was bowing at Hugo's group in remorse, grief, and sadness at this moment. 6 months have passed since then. 5 cents launched an operation to recover the remains of the newbies who had died within the impossible difficulty stage of Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. However, only the bodies of Rose, Ray, Nicholas, Roy, and Philip were recovered. Even though traces of Calvin's items, such as the pen that he received from Rhea, were found, his body was never located. The family of the dead were compensated according to their age minus their age of stipulated retirement. Calvin was 28 years old, and since the retirement age of 5 cents was 60 years old, his family received a hefty sum as reparations. "However, we cannot accept this," Yvette, Calvin's mother, said amidst her sobbing. In front of her was a woman who was incredibly familiar to Calvin. It was Rhea. Rhea Nalanon. 5 cents launched a deeper investigation 6 months ago, and they concluded that Romeo's action of tweaking with the system to get her attention was just a part of the reason why Hugo's group and Calvin landed on the highest difficulty for Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. 5 cents discovered that the true reason was far from everyone's expectations. But unexpectedly, Rhea's authority wasn't high enough for her to know about the disappearance of the notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. In fact, she didn't even know that such an ancient artifact existed within Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. Rhea stared at Calvin's mother. As someone who had investigated Calvin for at least a year, She knew that Calvin's relationship with his parents was like oil and water. She expected them to receive the compensation money as if it was the last contribution that the disgusting video game addict like Calvin could give to them. But unexpectedly, Calvin's family wasn't willing to accept the money. Rhea secretly swept her gaze across the room and discovered that the house could use some renovations. If they accepted this money, then they could fix the gaping holes and the scratches here and there. But to think that they weren't willing to accept the compensation money, Rhea didn't know what to do. She just sat there and silently contemplated this moment. Emily came forward and asked, "How was my brother's last moment?" Tears could be seen welling up in her eyes, and her trembling figure made it obvious that she was holding all of her emotions back. Her actions were understandable since she was a maiden. A young maiden couldn't possibly act so miserable in front of guests. But your brother became a hero. He's the sole reason why his friends are still alive. If not for him, no one would have survived. The moment Rhea revealed the circumstances behind Calvin's death, tears burst from her eyes like a dam. She cried out loud before throwing herself in her mother's embrace. Both Emily and Yvette started crying. Rhea let out a sigh before focusing her eyes on the table. "We will accept the compensation money." George Villanueva suddenly stepped forward. Emily and Yvette turned to look at him in astonishment, but before they could even say anything, George sighed and explained, before that boy fell into depravity, that he was someone that always prioritized others before his own. If we do not accept this money and put it to good use, our boy would probably complain to us once our time came for us to visit him in heaven. He'd probably scold us, saying why we didn't accept the money and use it to renovate the house in preparation for Emily's inevitable future wedding. Yvette stared right at George for a moment before she let out an aggrieved chuckle. "Haha, that's right. That boy. He was never a man who liked to beat around the bush. He's straightforward and kind-hearted. All right, let's accept the compensation money. But we'll donate a quarter of it to charity, and half would be used for Emily's future wedding. As for the last quarter, it would be used to renovate the house." Yvette's decisive actions made it obvious to Rhea that Calvin really was a son of this household. In a blink of an eye, the conundrum was solved, but when Rhea handed over the check for the compensation money, Yvette's eyes widened in shock as she saw the series of zeros within the check. $50 million? She gasped. Emily was also dumbstruck. George walked closer to them and discovered that the check was indeed for $50 million. Madam, perhaps did you write the wrong digits? Why is it?" George asked in hesitation. "No, I did not write it wrong. Your son was valuable to our company, but it's really a shame that we lost him." Rhea was quick to explain, "Calvin's friends also donated a lot of their money to your family as a sign of their undying gratitude, that I hope that you will accept it so that Calvin's friends can rest assured." Rhea smiled. George sternly nodded his head. Another discussion ensued once more, but this time it was about Calvin's heroic actions. Back at the tutorial zone, the newbies 6 months ago couldn't be called as newbies anymore. Hugo looked even stronger, and he now had an imposing presence comparable to that of a mountain. Jane had lost her scaredy-cat attitude, and she was now more courageous and braver than before. Zara also lost her indecisiveness, particularly when she found out that she had a healer profession that not only suited her college degree, but was also quite important for the team. Knowing the degree of her importance to the team, Zara learned that she must never be indecisive, especially while they were in the middle of battle. This mindset made her grow, and she was now stronger than before. Scarlet and Medea both received their professions from the 7 gods and goddesses, and the two of them had professions in the same classification. Both of their professions were classified as within mage class. That a few months after receiving their profession, they could now manipulate the elements to a certain degree to send devastating attacks against their enemies. As for Jeanette, Hugo and the others quickly abandoned her like she was the plague. Her performance also dropped as fast as a meteor, and in the end, she was never given a profession and she disappeared into obscurity. Speaking of Jeanette, Hugo turned to look at Medea and asked, "Hey, Medea, what is it?" Medea, who was now even more beautiful and mature-looking than before, said in a soft voice. Hugo lifted a smile and admired the view in front of him for a moment before he replied, "I've just remembered it now, but I've always wondered. Why did you stop me from killing Jeanette 6 months ago?" Hugo's question may have made sense for Hugo's puny brain, but for Medea lifted a bitter smile and said, "Is there any point in killing her back then?" Hugo thought for a moment, but he couldn't think of anything in the end. Medea waved her hand and said, "Let's just get back to training. Let's call the others and see if we can challenge Mount Spirit Sword Asylum again. This time on Master Difficulty." "Oh, Master Difficulty?" Hugo smiled. "I wonder when we will be able to challenge the impossible difficulty." Medea lifted a hopeful smile. "When Calvin comes back to us." "Calvin?" Hugo turned to look at her in astonishment before he gave a bitter smile. Do you still believe that Calvin is alive? Yes, Medea simply answered. On what basis? Medea shook her head and chuckled. Nothing. I can just feel it. I can feel that he's alive. A woman's intuition is often accurate, you know? Spring. This season has always been a season that brought joy and euphoric excitement to many races, transcending mere continents and planes of existence. This was also true not only on Earth, but also in the world of Las Filipinas, that a world so beautiful and gorgeous, amazingly fertile, and full of mysteries. The forest of everlasting light could be considered as a beautiful gem in the jewel-studded fabric continent of Legrias. Even though the continent wasn't the biggest and the most bountiful, it had a fair share of mysteries. Some say that dozens of hidden independent spaces were present in the forest of everlasting light, waiting to be discovered by some lucky, or others may consider as foolish men. Of course, rumors were just rumors, but that didn't prevent the people to venture out and potentially satisfy their dreams of rags to riches by accidentally running into a treasure trove or meeting the love of their life in the form of elves. Sadly, the last kingdom of the elves, the kingdom of Silvermoon, has been lost for several thousands of years, or in other words, elves were considered as exotic and rare amongst the wide variety of demi-human species in the world of Las Filipinas. They do exist, but in this current epoch, most of the elves were half-blooded elves. None of them had the pure and untainted blood of elves coursing through their veins. At a caravan with tens of carriages and more than 30 guards were crawling across the lands not too far away from the forest of everlasting light. The unhurried and leisurely pace seemed peculiar, for most merchants lived by the adage that time was essentially money. Spring was the most beautiful season in every world out there in the cosmos. This was a season that brought joy and lifted the spirits of anyone. The warm breeze, interlaced with the scents of various attractive seasonal flowers, brought a sense of catharsis to the travelers, carrying away their worries and fatigue. The caravan may have a lot of horses, but their individual carriages weren't that big. The marks left on the ground by the wheels of the caravan were also quite shallow. In other words, their goods weren't particularly heavy. The number of guards surrounding the caravan seemed to be extravagant compared to the number of their goods. Furthermore, these guards were completely made up of young men dressed in refined armors and top-notch weapons, as well as superior saddles for their horses. This was clear evidence that this group must not be trifled with. Good equipment and weapons were considered as signs of being good fighters in general. It was obvious that the employer of these guards wasn't particularly thrifty, for he gave each and every guard protecting this caravan equipment and weapons that could be considered as far too extravagant in the eyes of others. But this small detail meant something, as money and power were interlaced in the world of Las Filipinas. Those with enough experience could see that this caravan had goods from the forest of everlasting light, the flesh and fur of demonic beasts, as well as various materials and rare medicinal ingredients. The individual carriages may be light, but their worth far surpassed the annual income of most merchant caravans. The symbol of a lightning strike surrounded by contrasting white clouds up above the skies made it obvious to every scholar as to who owned and ran the caravan. The family running this caravan had deep roots in history. They were ancient enough and had received various merit in past wars. This family wasn't that influential due to the passing of time, but one couldn't say that they were declining either. These subtle hints and clues shouldn't be able to escape from the eyes of those experienced in rogue professions such as banditry. However, several days have already passed since this caravan had departed from its original location, yet they still haven't encountered any bandits. As for the reason, well, it was because of the young man sitting in the most inconspicuous carriage. The young man had his right eye missing and his right arm was crippled, dangling lifelessly on his side. However, none of the guards dared to mess with him, for they had already experienced firsthand as to what the young man was capable of doing. Furthermore, there was no reason for them to provoke him. It was because the young man was the reason why the caravan's travel this time was quite peaceful and uneventful. That a young man clad in the superior equipment of guards yawned loudly and said, "Demon, it's so boring. Why are there no bandits? Are you really that familiar with the safe routes here? Or are they just smarter than before to know that it's impossible for them to fight against us?" The one-eyed young man was obviously the target of his speech, for there was no one else within the carriage. No bandits in this place can possibly be stupid. How else were they able to survive for so long if they weren't smart? The armored young man chuckled and then said in a jesting manner, "How about any courageous bandits? I mean, sometimes courage can take precedence over our minds, you know?" The one-eyed young man stared at the other, and nodded his head. Well, you're right. But the courageous ones die even faster than the stupid ones. He suddenly raised his head and stared blankly at the distance. It seems that we are finally about to meet some courageous ones. A smirk appeared on the one-eyed young man's face. The armored young man quickly caught on what he was talking about. Enemy attack? The one-eyed young man didn't even bother to answer. He leaned back on the walls of the carriage and continued scribbling on his small and shabby notebook. But when the armored young man saw what he was doing, a grim look appeared on his face. I can see that you're revising our plans, Calvin, he said. Yes, the one-eyed young man was Calvin. Yeah. The new record is 6 days without meeting any bandits that I hope that with this plan, I can make a breakthrough and reach 7 days without meeting any bandits. The armored young man smiled. Well, if you can do that, then I'll admit that you're the best cartographer in the entire kingdom of Joselian, no, in the entire world of Las Filipinas. Calvin stared at him for a moment before he laughed. All right, take care now, Craig. I will. The armored young man then walked out of the carriage. Soon, a battle ensued, and the guards of the caravan made quick work with the bandits. Calvin then walked out and made a proposal. How about we hang the heads of one of the prominent bandits that we killed, and we will kill so that none of the other bandit groups would dare to fight us again. We're pressed for time after all. The sooner we get to Ashmelian, the better. His proposal was quickly accepted. Everyone knew that Calvin's actions and words were for the benefit of the caravan. The caravan continued its journey, stopping at every rest stop to replenish their food and supplies. Even so, the number of goods within the caravan never decreased nor increased. It was still the same old goods harvested from the forest of everlasting light. 2 whole months then passed, and the caravan was now nearing the end of its journey. In these 2 months, Calvin did nothing other than write in his diary, as if he was writing a novel. The guards noticed Calvin's peculiar habits, and some of them even tried to take his notebook away to read it secretly. Of course, after numerous attempts, they eventually succeeded. But the moment their eyes landed on the words that Calvin wrote in his notebook, they felt their eyes burn. Some of the guards even had their eyes bleed as they immediately rushed to Calvin for help. Calvin then gave them serious advice. Never try to read the contents of his diary. Point 1 does not simply lay their eyes on the words written in the ancient notebook of secrets that will destroy your life. This particular characteristic was basically protection for the user. What if someone deliberately took his notebook to read some of his intimate secrets and used it to destroy his life? Wouldn't the user of the notebook be screwed up if that happened? This was the reasoning behind that particular trait. Since then, the guards didn't dare to do anything strange towards Calvin anymore, nor to his notebook. Calvin's life was also quite comfortable. He became an honored guest of the caravan after saving the life of the owner of the caravan, which was a pair of beautiful twins, Elena and Luisa, in exchange for traveling with the caravan to the distant city of Ashmelian. Calvin became the caravan's cartographer, and he was an effective cartographer. Elena and Luisa also frequently visited Calvin to ask for some help regarding spiritualistic magic, but Calvin advised against learning spiritualistic magic. It was because even though spiritualistic magic was useful and powerful, it was also quite dangerous. Having the ability to endlessly haggle with merchants, coerce people into doing something they didn't want to do, and to randomly increase one's chances of being lucky was definitely addictive. Even Calvin had to admit that it was. Fortunately, spiritualistic magic followed the law of equivalent exchange. But that didn't mean that the danger still doesn't exist. It was because the sacrifices for using spiritualistic magic doesn't necessarily need to have come from the user. In other words, everyone should not learn spiritualistic magic. Once someone became out of control, then they could easily transform into demons or something that couldn't even be considered as a monster, something that shouldn't exist in this dimension and material plane. The caravan continued its journey, and they finally arrived at the city of Ashmelian. Ashmelian is a Joselian city located in the southeastern part of the Joselian kingdom. This is a bustling city for students, artists, scholars, and free thinkers. Like any true metropolis, Ashmelian has a lot of factories and could be considered as home to all manner of craftsmen offering everywhere possible. Of course, one could find the occasional con men and shady dealers in this city. The city also has numerous banks and even has a zoo for the entertainment of the common populace. Never sleeping is the trademark of Ashmelian, home to an unusually colorful group of both permanent residents and tourists here for long or short-term visits. The most eye-catching amidst the crowd of common townsfolk, stall-keepers, and craftsmen were the unusually high number of loan sharks and those who practiced the more roguish profession. There is no army stationed in this city, so one could consider this city as the freest city in the entire kingdom of Joselian. However, in this city exists a branch of the most terrifying dogs of the Joselian kingdom. the Cavaliers. This was the reason why Calvin came here, to repair his eye and to fully restore the function of his arm. He must make contact with the Cavaliers and become one of them. The group proceeded into the city of Ashmelian, with the banner of the fake family attached to the carriages of the caravan. None of the guards nor peasants dared to cause any trouble. Calvin took a deep breath. After 8 long months, he had family arrived in the city of Ashmelian. The reason why Calvin chose this stupidly distant city was that this city was untainted from the influence of Earthlings. Despicable companies such as 5 Cent and the influence of other Earthlings simply didn't exist in this place. Point 1 couldn't find any other city that was more vanilla than the city of Ashmelian. Of course, it was probably because the city of Ashmelian was quite far from the capital city of the Joselian kingdom. Laguna. Calvin's plans also stretched to Laguna, but until he was stronger enough, he planned on pretending that the capital city of Laguna didn't exist. After all, it was a place full of monsters. If Calvin went there, then he must ensure that he was strong enough, or else he'd be swept up by the tumultuous currents of the capital. The carriage eventually stopped, and the guards, as well as the other passengers, walked out of the individual carriages. Calvin swept his gaze at everyone, particularly at Louisa and Elena. Within the past 8 months, Louisa and Elena always came to talk to him, and they brought colors to Calvin's mundane life. Whenever the two of them came to talk with Calvin, their faces would inexplicably turn red. Calvin had an idea as to what they were thinking, but he could only shake his head. They were people that belonged in 2 different worlds. It was fate that brought them together, but it was also fate that would separate them. On a bridge separating the northern and the southern parts of Ashmelian, Calvin said goodbye to Elena and Louisa. Even though their relationship and the time that they spent together wasn't that deep nor too long, the 3 had grown fond of each other. Louisa even bragged that if ever Calvin ran into trouble in the city of Ashmelian, she would personally get her father to act and solve his troubles. Of course, Elena took advantage of Louisa's bragging to knock her down a notch. Afterwards, she gave Calvin a sizable sum as compensation for helping them reach the city of Ashmelian with the fewest casualties possible. Usually, whenever Eileen and Louisa went to the Forest of Everlasting Light every 3 years, they would always lose dozens of men upon leaving Ashmelian and returning. This explained why they had a lot of guards with them clad in extravagant armors and top-notch weapons. It was their effort of reducing the number of casualties as far as they could. But this year, Calvin graced them with his presence and bestowed upon them the gift of relatively safe routes in the form of a map. The map that Calvin gave to them was incredibly valuable, for it not only marked monster dens and beast territories, it also had lines indicating the routes that bandits usually took while looking for their prey. First, no one believed Calvin's bullshit, but after the caravan paid a heavy price of blood for not obeying Calvin's instructions, everyone's attitude towards Calvin instantly changed overnight. Then, the very next morning, they followed Calvin's map and instructions, upon realizing that Calvin's advice was genuine and he wasn't trying to show off to the beautiful girls, Elena and Louisa. Calvin earned the caravan's respect, but Calvin himself felt that they treated him far better than what he had expected. Of course, Calvin didn't refuse their grace. It was something that he desperately needed at this moment. After all, he didn't want to be in the city of Ashmelian without any money to rent a place. Receiving the pouch containing thousands of Joselian pesos, Calvin checked and found that the currency was made out of paper. The look of astonishment appeared on Calvin's face. But it wasn't because he was ignorant about the existence of paper money in the world of Las Filipinas. He just didn't expect that it would appear so early. Back then, on the previous timeline, it took at least a decade before paper money was widely known and utilized. Is this your first time seeing paper money? Calvin nodded his head out of convenience. All right, let me explain how it works. Louisa lightly chuckled and took a paper note from the pouch. She held it at the sun and said, "Take a look at the purple watermark shining when the note is placed against the sunlight. If you can see this watermark guaranteed by the Joselian Royal Bank, then you can rest assured that your money is legitimate and is guaranteed and pegged directly by gold." Calvin smiled. "I see, now I understand. Thank you, Madame Louisa." Calvin raised his hand and placed his clenched fist on his left chest and slightly bowed. Bowing like this as a sign of gratitude was a tradition in the world of Las Filipinas. Seeing his actions, Louisa held the hem of her skirt and spread it to the side while bending her knees and bowing. "Your words are wasted on me." The pleasantries concluded soon, and it was time for Calvin to leave. Seeing that Calvin was about to leave, Louisa was suddenly overcome with melancholy. From the 8 months that she spent together with Calvin, she came to know that Calvin was different from other men. Louisa was a beautiful woman and frequently coveted by others. Whenever those men stared at her, she could easily see their desires spilling out of their eyes. But when Calvin's eyes first landed on her body, Louisa saw that Calvin's eyes contained nothing but indifference. Either he was a true gentleman, or he was a pervert that knew how to keep a facade. Louisa grew intrigued. She told Elena, and both girls agreed to test Calvin's integrity and personality. But within the past 8 months, both girls had discovered that instead of Calvin falling for them, what happened was the opposite, that it was them that fell in love with Calvin. His ethereal, attractive, and heroic stories, as well as his ballad, that seemed to have come from his heart and genuine experiences thoroughly hooked both women. They wished that their journey wouldn't end, but unfortunately, it was time for them to awaken from their reverie. As both girls stared at Calvin's disappearing back, they took a deep breath and let out a sigh. The hot air that they breathed out carried with it the fleeting feelings that they had for Calvin as they turned around to leave with the others. A different glint could be seen in their eyes, and their bodies didn't seem to radiate that air of immaturity anymore. "Old Gran, let's go," Elena softly uttered. "As you wish, madam." Old Gran, the old butler of the fake family tasked to ensure the safety of both women, slightly bowed and obliged. But as he left, he stared at the direction where Calvin had disappeared and slightly bowed his head. "Thank you, Sir Calvin," he whispered into the air, though no one around him heard what he had said. "All right, my first priority for now is to know how much money do I really have. I have no idea how much money I have in this pouch." Calvin bitterly smiled. He approached a random passerby and asked for some directions toward the nearest bank. As it turned out, the nearest bank was a few kilometers away from Calvin's location, but he swept his gaze around the area and discovered a carriage stop where people can hail carriage cabs dragged by tame and modest horses. As far as Calvin could remember, he would need to pay 2 Joselian pesos for a few kilometers of travel in a carriage cab. Calvin wanted to hail one of them, but he eventually decided against that idea. Point 1. It was because he was certain that the driver wouldn't have sufficient change when he gave his payment. After all, Calvin was sure that the value of these paper notes that he had in his hands was based on gold pounds. According to Calvin's memories, 1,000 Joselian pesos was equivalent to a gold pound. He had 12 paper notes in his hands, which may amount to 12,000 Joselian pesos. But Calvin wasn't so sure. This was the reason why he planned on going to a bank and fetch himself a bank-guaranteed check that he could use for any large payments, as well as convert some of these paper notes into coins and pennies. Calvin followed the directions that he received from the stranger, and he soon arrived at the vicinity of the Joselian Royal Bank. Upon entering, Calvin discovered a lot of people wearing clothes similar to the 18th century people of Earth. The men wore shirts, waistcoats, coats, and breeches, while the women wore shifts, petticoats, and dresses, as well as jackets aimed for the women. The women and men within the vicinity of the bank were fashionable. Their choice of fabric was silk. They also focused on the aesthetics of their accessories, usually made with white linen and lace, although their sense of fashion was definitely not practical. Calvin reckoned that all of them would wear comfortable clothes at home, since it didn't make sense for them to wear these tacky clothes while in the comfort of their homes, standing inside the wide halls of the Joselian Royal Bank. Calvin glanced at his own clothes and felt completely out of place. It felt quite awkward for him to be in a place like this as a man from modern times. But since Calvin knew what he must do, he walked with purpose, and the astonished patrons of the bank inexplicably made way for him when they saw his scruffed look and eyes radiating seriousness of a particular magnitude. Calvin approached the front desk, and standing in front of him was a middle-aged man clad in the same fashion as the others, but with a unique monocle over his left eye. "What business do you have with us, dear customer?" The middle-aged man said these words in the language of the people in the world of Las Filipinas. Calvin had no problems conversing with the natives here, because he was proficient in every language in existence here in the world of Las Filipinas. That, of course, he wouldn't dare to say that his proficiency was at the native level in all dialects and strange tongues, but he could at least converse with anyone in Las Filipinas. The official language used by all inhabitants of the world of Las Filipinas was called universal speech. But this name also referred to the languages that arose into popularity after the first cataclysm that brought humans into the world of Las Filipinas, named by the sages of the past as the cataclysm of there was nothing. Everything was nothing. Of course, universal language didn't mean that it encompassed every dialect and unique tongues dedicated to any given region. It was called universal language for a single and simple reason, because this speech was widely understood, even for demi-humans. Languages that existed beyond the first cataclysm of there was nothing. Everything was nothing were referred to as elder tongues, for some reason, still unknown even for Calvin, who had experienced another lifetime. Any words with proper diction and grammar, if spoken in elder tongues, could manipulate the material world and mana itself. In fact, Calvin even used elder tongue with his rune crafting. Whenever he threw a piece of paper he would say, "Gavus, release." In this case, the word gavus was a word said in elder tongue. Any word said in this language must never be underestimated. Calvin learned that lesson the hard way, and it was one of the reasons why he loved the language so much. May I convert most of these paper notes into a single guaranteed check? As for the remaining amount, can you convert it into pennies and coins with a combined weight of no more than 20 kilograms? Calvin politely said. The middle-aged man's smile seemed to deepen as he received the pouch from Calvin. After verifying the legitimacy of each paper notes and checking the existence of the anti-counterfeit watermarks, he handed over a single blank check towards Calvin, which could only be considered valid if Calvin's biometrics were in place. For this to work, Calvin registered his fingerprint to the bank, and afterwards, he then came out of the bank, carrying a small sack between his underarm, inside his jacket to keep it safe from thieves. After asking yet another stranger for directions, Calvin walked towards Mapayapa Street. Mapayapa Street was the most peaceful street in the city of Ashmelon AS for the reason why. It was because this street was the center of real estate commerce, pawn shops, and upscale department stores. In fact, both ends of the one-way street had guards recruited by these private companies based on Mapayapa Street to keep the general peace of the area. They would also sometimes check every individual whom they deemed to be suspicious. Calvin experienced this when he was about to enter Mapayapa Street. But after flashing a bunch of coins and pennies to the guards, he was eventually permitted to go inside. Calvin realized from what happened in the bank earlier that he needed brand new clothes, so he wouldn't look so suspicious and out of place. But that wasn't the only reason why he came here, that he visited this street, for he was interested in renting out a place that he could temporarily use while trying to catch traces of the Cavaliers. Letting out a smile, Calvin thought to himself, now that I have some money to use, that it's time to splurge. He then walked towards the nearest department store, but he was stopped by a shout of desperation that came from a nearby pawn shop. "Sir, please, that medallion. That medallion is from my late husband. He told me that it can fetch 1,000 Jozelian pesos, but you're only buying it for 50. No, I'm not willing. I don't want to sell it anymore." The voice came from a woman. Calvin couldn't see her due to the crowd that had gathered, but a frown appeared on his face when he heard what the woman had said. "Listen here, BTCH, you still owe us quite a lot of money. Did you forget about it already?" This time, another voice reverberated, but the voice clearly belonged to a man. When Calvin heard what he said, enlightenment dawned upon Calvin. It seemed that the woman was a victim of these vicious loan sharks. It's none of my business. I can't afford to cause trouble when I still haven't recovered. Calvin glanced at his limping arm and placed his hand over his missing eye. Someday, he'll get back against that bastard who maliciously manipulated the difficulty of the final phase. Calvin let out a sigh and continued to walk. Out of curiosity, he made a sidelong glance at the woman. But when his eyes landed on the medallion that the man held in his hand as he taunted the woman, that Calvin's pupils constricted. The humongous sun with 8 rays of light depicted in the medallion was imposing enough, but when the eagle holding his severed hand in its beak was added in front of the sun, the medallion became terrifying to look at. Calvin let out a gasp as his mind madly spun. That medallion of a crow within the sun. That's the medallion dedicated for the members of the Cavaliers. When the sun sets in the battlefield, crows descend from the heavens and feed on the dead. Calvin softly uttered. Cavaliers, a group funded by the government itself and surrounded by mysteries. Some say that they were one of the finest intelligence agencies in the known world, but some say that they were just a bunch of lunatics and barbarians due to their unusually cruel and inhumane way of dispatching enemies and monsters. Despite the rumors floating about, there was one thing that everyone agreed on about the Cavaliers, and that was the fact that they were incredibly powerful and a force to be reckoned with due to their frequent dealings with the supernatural. But members of the Cavaliers, although unknown, were generally feared by the common populace, mainly because of their reputation for frequent executions of those deemed as threats for the kingdom and spies, as well as traitors. They also keep the peace of the kingdom by being one of its bastions against the monsters created after the first cataclysm that brought not only humans into the world of Las Filipinas, but also monsters. If Calvin wanted to recover his missing eye and the functions of his arm, he needed to become a member of the Cavaliers. As far as Calvin could remember, there was a particularly dangerous but surefire method of gaining the attention of the Cavaliers and potentially joining their ranks. It was to encounter a supernatural phenomenon and survive. Before Calvin even arrived in Ashmelian, he was already making some plans as to how he could stumble into a supernatural phenomenon and survive. This was the only way that Calvin knew in contacting the Cavaliers, for they were incredibly secretive with their dealings and often left no traces of their tracks. They were harder to find than a needle in a haystack. Calvin took out the ancient notebook of the Notebook of Secrets that will destroy your life and scribbled a few words into it. Noticing that there was no reaction at all, Calvin let out a sigh. It has been 8 months since Dandelion went into hibernation after he overdrew his power in order to escape from Mount Spirit Sword Asylum. But even now, he was still in deep sleep. It was unknown, even to Calvin, as to when Dandelion would wake up. Fortunately, Calvin could still use some of the powers within the notebook. Staring at the commotion up ahead, Calvin had realized that at least a dozen gangsters had surrounded the woman. Fine, since I need that medallion, then I'll make an exception and save an unknown damsel in distress. Calvin squeezed his way towards the commotion, but just as he was about to escape the crowd and save the damsel in distress, a cute, yet defiant voice suddenly rang out. You, don't bully mommy. Superman will come and beat you up if you keep on bullying mommy. The loan shark and his men stared in confusion at the young girl. Superman, the loan shark whispered. He felt that the name sounded domineering and intimidating. That's right. Scared yet? Oomph. Daddy always told me that whenever there are people in need, and whenever there are people being bullied, Superman will come and save us. The young girl, who looked to be no more than 6 years old, crossed her arms in front of her chest and acted as tough as possible. But when the loan sharks and his subordinate gangsters saw how the little girl's small frame kept on trembling as she stood her ground against them, they boisterously laughed and said, Superman? Huh? What bullshit? What does that even mean? Even if he's Godman or Demon Man, I don't care. If a man like him really comes here to interfere, then he'll suffer the same as you and that mother of yours. The loan shark and the gangsters laughed together before they started to surround the mother and daughter duo. Hand over that medallion right now, and I could consider letting both of you go. It's already good for us to offer 50 Joselian pesos for that cheap-looking medallion, and you're actually looking for more. Do you want to die that much? The loan shark arrogantly said. The woman wept and sobbed as she swept her gaze around her, seemingly looking for help. However, when her eyes landed on the people around her, they instantly avoided her gaze. It was obvious from their looks that even though they didn't want to see injustice like this happen, they weren't willing to do anything, for they were afraid to be the next target of these gangsters. As much as they wanted to intervene, they knew their place and knew that they were not strong enough to defeat these bastards. The woman despaired. It has been 3 months since they last paid their rent, and this was the last month for their remaining grace period. If they still didn't manage to pay their rent, then they would become homeless. Once they lost their homes and started wandering the streets, that it would be an understatement to say that they would die. They would definitely die miserable deaths. Being a woman and homeless in the city of Ashmelian was never a good combination due to the number of slave merchants crawling through the city, looking for suitable vagrants that they could capture and turn into their slaves. More importantly, she couldn't let herself be captured by one of those brutal and unscrupulous merchants that if they were captured, then the merchants would definitely discover her secret, and once that happened, it would be game over. But what should she do? She had no money to pay her debt that had been racking up interest since 3 years ago, and she also wasn't strong enough to fight against these ruffians. Dear, why did you have to die? Why did Goddess Grace take you away from our lives? She stretched her hand out and gave her daughter a tight embrace as the ruffians surrounded them. It was obvious that they would definitely die. These gangsters had realized the value of the medallion, and they were more than willing to do anything just to take it away at least before she died. She wanted to give her daughter one last embrace and express how much regret she feels for being such a failure of a mother. But unexpectedly, amidst her sobbing and cries, her daughter stared at her in confusion and said, Mommy, why are you crying? Daddy told me that Superman will save us if we're in trouble. Are you crying because Daddy lied? The woman stared wide-eyed at her daughter. Biting her lips, she was about to answer that her father indeed lied, but before she could even say anything, a voice suddenly reverberated. Nope, your daddy didn't lie. Calvin squeezed out of the crowd and casually walked towards the center of the commotion. He stood between the ruffians and the mother and daughter duo as he said, The Superman is here. Oh, to think that there's a busybody out here. From the looks of it, you're a foreigner, aren't you? Don't you know how things work here in Ashmelian? Those who borrow money from my company shall pay for it properly. The gangsters weren't intimidated at all, in fact, when they saw Calvin's closed eye and his arm that dangled strangely on his side. The gangsters realized that Calvin was a cripple. Just what could a cripple do against them? The gangsters became even more arrogant. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows and glanced at the soldier station near both entrances of Mapiapa Street. There, he saw both guards pretending to be asleep with their chins tucked and their heads dangling in front of their chests while they leaned on the walls behind them. DMN. Calvin bitterly smiled. He swept his gaze at the gangsters and asked, How much does she owe you? The gangsters and the crowd expected a brutal fight to happen. They were dumbstruck hearing Calvin's words. The leader of these ruffians stared wide-eyed at Calvin before replying in a strange tone of voice. 1,000 Joselian pesos should be enough? All right. Calvin hurled a pouch containing coins amounting to 1,000 Joselian pesos. Afterwards, he turned around to help the mother and daughter duo. Are you okay? Calvin stretched his hand out. The woman stared in shock at Calvin. She didn't expect that someone would help her at this moment. What's more, he just didn't help her fend these unscrupulous loan sharks and gangsters. He even paid for her debt. Complicated emotions flashed across the woman's face. She wasn't a greenhorn. A lot of men offered their help to her. But all of them only wanted one thing from here, which was outright disgusting. But when the woman saw the light in Calvin's eyes, she realized that he had no desires for her body whatsoever. Was he doing this because he's a philanthropist? The woman didn't think so. But at least, it was clear that Calvin's motive for helping wasn't her body. The woman took Calvin's hands and stood up. Her daughter jumped up and down in excitement and joy as she said, "Mommy, I told you Superman will come to save us. Uncle Superman is here." She held Calvin's arm and tugged on it, as Calvin and the woman lifted bitter smiles on their faces. "You're safe now. I've already repaid your debt. I guess these gangsters won't bother you anymore." Calvin said, Why are you doing this?" The woman asked. She was once again reminded as to just what were Calvin's true motives. "Nothing. I just felt like helping someone else today, and it just happens that I was passing through this street and saw your plight." Calvin gave a small smile. "And besides, your daughter believes that I'm Superman. So let's just leave it at that, all right?" "That's—" The woman hesitated, but when she saw the joy and excitement on her daughter's face, she was suddenly speechless and didn't know what to say. "What's your name?" Calvin detected her embarrassment, so she promptly switched topics. "You can call me Charlotte. She's Cecilia." "Oh, what beautiful names. Really suits both of you considering that you two are beauties." The woman went speechless. A crimson blush appeared on her face, and no one knew what she was thinking. However, when she surreptitiously glanced at Calvin's eyes when he said those words, she realized that there was no tinge of desire from Calvin. What he said about feeling like he wanted to help others today was most likely true. "Can you lead me to your home? I'll escort the two of you, so I can ensure that these bastards won't follow you home and demand more payment." Calvin made a proposal. He wanted to leave, so he could prepare more of his plans. But Cecilia just wasn't letting go. It was as if she was afraid that if Calvin left, she wouldn't be able to see Superman anymore. The Joselian Kingdom's tradition placed a lot of importance on purity and etiquette. Inviting a stranger, who was also a man with unknown motives, into her home made the woman hesitate on her decision. But at this moment, Cecilia detected her mother's hesitation and doubts, so she spoke up. For her Uncle Superman. "Mommy, it's okay. Daddy always said to me back then that Uncle Superman wouldn't hurt us. I want Uncle Superman to go home with us. I'm going to give him some snacks." Cecilia seemed to be incredibly excited with the prospects that Uncle Superman would escort them home. Calvin smiled at Charlotte and said, "See?" Charlotte let out a sigh and decided, "All right, thank you." She said the following words in a voice so low that it sounded similar to a mosquito's droning. Calvin merely nodded his head, and he then proceeded to carry and place Cecilia on top of his left shoulder. They then walked side by side with Charlotte on the lead. But at this moment, stop right there. The ruffians and gangsters that they had ignored all this time while they had their small talk in their own world suddenly spoke up with a shout. Calvin turned around and stared coldly at the gangsters. The gangsters subconsciously took a step backward when they saw the cold light within Calvin's eyes. His gaze was so cold that it pierced through their body and made them feel as if they were in a 1,000-years-old icy cavern. However, when they remembered the fact that Calvin was just a cripple, they grew courageous and said, "The amount you gave for the payment of her debt is too low." "Oh." Calvin's eyes landed on the medallion that was still in the hands of their leader. "We almost forgot about taking that medallion back," Calvin said to Charlotte, and Charlotte suddenly squealed in panic. Everything that happened was so unreal for her that she actually forgot about the fact that the medallion was still in the hands of the gangsters. In an instant, she descended into panic as her breathing grew rough. Tears welled up her eyes as she pleaded, Sir Superman, please retrieve that medallion for me." Calvin simply nodded. He placed down Cecilia back on the ground and dashed towards the gangsters. "You bastard, kill him." The leader realized that Calvin wasn't willing to oblige to their requests anymore, so he sent out the command to kill. Calvin glanced at the guards, and despite the leader of the gangsters explicitly saying that they wanted to kill Calvin, the guards were still pretending to be asleep. "I see that you have some connections in the government. In that case, since these guards are willing to turn a blind eye to your actions, don't blame me for taking advantage of that and FCK you up." Calvin took a piece of crumpled paper from his pocket and clenched it inside his fist. Afterwards, he appeared in front of the gangster's leader and opened his palm. "Gov us release our..." Bang! An explosion ensued. An invisible shockwave appeared out of nowhere and overwhelmed the leader of the gangsters in an instant. He flew backward from the force of the shockwave that struck his body before eventually stopping when his back struck the wall of a nearby department store. He murdered him. Guards, there's a murderer here." The gangsters were quick to change their tune. They hurled their bats and weapons high up in the air towards the roof of the nearby houses in an effort to conceal it. Then afterwards, one of them let out a scream, which awakened the sleeping guards. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows and let out a sigh. He turned around and saw a pale-faced Charlotte along with the little girl Cecilia, who was jumping up and down in joy. "Uncle Superman, you taught them a lesson." "Ha ha." Calvin lightly chuckled and then turned to look at Charlotte. "Shall we go now? Lead the way, my lady." Okay." It took quite a while before Charlotte nodded her head and agreed. Then, she led the way for Calvin, but before they could even go far, one of the guards shouted at them from a distance. "Stop! You violated the law." His shout was ear-piercing and loud. His voice was meant to intimidate, and Calvin wasn't happy with his accusations. "Oh no, the guards are here. That's it, I'm out. Yeet." The crowd immediately dispersed upon seeing the guards. From the looks on the guards' faces, it was obvious that they didn't come here to make peace. Charlotte's expression immediately paled as she started trembling like a sieve. She was the reason why Calvin clashed against those bandits. If Calvin didn't help her, then he wouldn't be in such deep it. It was her fault. Everything was her fault. She stepped forward and was about to confess to the guards that she was the one who instigated all of these, but Calvin stopped her with his arm. "Let Superman handle this." Calvin gave a mysterious smile before walking towards the guards. Charlotte was still hesitant. "Mommy, just let Uncle Superman handle it for us. Daddy always said to me that Superman can do anything. He can send those guards away." Cecilia pumped her small fist up into the sky in a gesture of support to Calvin. Charlotte didn't know what to say. She just stood frozen on where she was standing, unable to move, for she didn't dare to do anything other than wait for Calvin. The kingdom of Joselian may prioritize etiquette and purity at all times, but none of them were pure at all. The least, none of these guards could be considered pure. Just from the fact that they pretended to be asleep earlier said a lot regarding their morals. Now, in the face of unscrupulous guards like these guards, what was the best method if you want them to do what you wanted them to do? It was simple. Calvin discreetly handed over the blank check that he acquired earlier from the bank and whispered into the ears of the guard that looked to be the leader of all the guards in this shopping street. "Can you close one of your eyes for me right now? I know that you were stuck in a hard and rock place, but this amount should be enough for the medical fees of these bastards for why would you bother accepting this bribe? I'm working for the fake family in a secret mission that I can't afford to reveal my identity, so I'm forced to do this." Calvin then took a step back and stared right at the leader of the guards. The leader seemed to be a middle-aged man who had seen a lot in his lifetime. Seeing the look of confidence on Calvin's face, that he immediately believed Calvin's words. Even though it was uncertain if Calvin was indeed working for the fake family, IT was better safe than sorry. The guard would rather offend these gangsters than offend someone from the fake family. The least. He could use money as leverage to reason out against these gangsters. But if he offended the fake family by messing with someone they sent for a secret mission, that was basically the same as committing S-ICID- an amount of money could possibly save him from the wrath of one of the powerful families in Ashmelian. Considering these factors, the leader of the guards felt grateful to Calvin that he may be a guard for quite a long time now, but his salary was trash and his savings were null, if not for the fact that he had an injury that prevented him from working directly in the army. He wouldn't be serving as one of the guards in such a dull place full of pretentious bastards. He was grateful to Calvin for not only Calvin instantly saw through his worries and read his mind, he even handed out a blank check for him to use in order to satisfy the anger and grievances of these gangsters. After all, even though being the leader of the guards in this shopping district sounded domineering, the waters of Ashmelian ran deep and murky. Cough, ahem. The leader let out a cough and then turned around. He signaled for his comrades, and they quickly dispersed while carrying the injured leader of the gangsters. Calvin then turned around and returned to Charlotte and Cecilia's side. "Done and dusted. All right, shall we go now?" Calvin lightly smiled. What did you do? You didn't threaten them to obey you, right?" Charlotte mumbled in astonishment. "Ha ha ha," Calvin laughed. "Miss Charlotte, we just met, yet why does it seem like you already know so much about me?" Calvin's words were ambiguous, and Charlotte immediately blushed upon realizing his double entendre. Cecilia was oblivious to what was happening. She was just happy that Calvin was back, and she could finally sit on his shoulder again. "Uncle Superman, make me fly," she exclaimed. "All right, you want to fly? I'll make you fly." Calvin picked up the little girl with one hand and then placed her on his shoulder. Even though the added weight on Calvin's shoulder made his body ache, he endured it all as he opened his palm and handed over the medallion of a crow within the sun towards Charlotte. "Here, your medallion, that it's precious for you, right? You should protect it with your life and not try to sell it like what you have done earlier," Calvin said in a slightly chiding tone of voice. Charlotte received the medallion, and then she stared coldly at Calvin before saying, "What do you know? This medallion is indeed valuable to me, but my daughter is even more valuable. Why are you trying to say as if the decision to sell this medallion was easy for me to make? You don't know anything about me." Calvin's footsteps came to a halt. He had no answer at all to Charlotte's sudden outburst. Cecilia puffed her cheeks and said, "Mommy, why did you shout at Uncle Superman?" "Cecilia, come down." Charlotte glared at Cecilia, and Calvin was forced to put the little girl back on the ground. "I'm grateful for what you've done to us. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have said that." Charlotte clenched her fists in frustration, and Calvin let out a sigh. "I'm sorry." He took the initiative to apologize, but to be honest, he didn't expect that his casual scolding would lead to an argument. Charlotte didn't say anything, and she continued to walk towards her home with Cecilia in tow. Calvin took this time to admire the disgusting smell lingering in the air. Back on his previous timeline, the air within the Ashmelian was so thick with pollutants that the fog in the air couldn't even be considered as fog anymore. It should be called smog. This visible air pollution, called smog, was created from the hundreds of factories in the city of Ashmelian. The group continued their walk without saying anything at all. The entire city of Ashmelian was divided into two halves by the Revoir River. Calvin separated from the fake family's caravan on the other side of the Yang Bridge, which connected both halves of the city of Ashmelian. The Yang Bridge looked imposing due to how wide it was, but the number of vagrants and beggars on its sidewalks diminished its beauty. The Yang Bridge had the highest concentration of vagrants and beggars due to the number of carriages that passed through the bridge every day, wherein the vagrants and could take advantage of to get some alms that the carriage passengers and sometimes drivers hurled towards them while they were in the comfort of their vehicles. Both halves of the city of Ashmelian was also separated into 5 boroughs. The eastern borough was the center of commerce. This place was the headquarters of many small companies. And the shopping district of Mapayapa Street, along with the Jazilian Royal Bank, was also located in the eastern borough. The center borough, on the other hand, which was the closest to the Yang Bridge and Revoir River, housed the Ashmelian Stock Exchange Commission. This place was also the headquarters of the Jazilian Royal Bank, as well as the headquarters of rail companies and bulk cargo commerce companies due to its close proximity to the river. The Church of the Goddess of Compassion and Light. The Lumiere Cathedral was also located in the center borough.as for the Western Borough, also known as the capital of slow death. People often avoid this borough due to the fact that it housed hundreds of factories. The smell in the air was so thick with chemicals and sulfur that it was incredibly hard to breathe. However, even though the air within this borough was so toxic, people suffering from poverty still visit this place to work in the sweatshops. The adults frequented this place due to its brothels and work, while the children also flocked to this place so they could work in the various industries located in this place. The boys worked for the textile companies, while the women, adults, or not often worked as strumpets, while some worked in matchstick companies. The southern borough served as the main residential district for people whose income was in the middle-class range. It also housed a lot of small-scale companies and a wet market, so people from all the other boroughs frequented the southern borough to do their shopping for their daily necessities. As for the northern borough, this was the most crowded area in the city of Ashmelian. Ashmelian had a total population of 10 million residents, and a preliminary estimate of the population count in northern borough amounted to at least 3 million people. This was where the poor lived along with the gangsters, petty thieves, and rogues. One could consider this part of the city as the most unsafe place in the city of Ashmelian. Calvin gave a bitter smile. The city of Ashmelian is also known as the city where dreams begin, but from what I can see right now and what I have experienced back then, this place is more suitable to be called the city where dreams die out. You don't even know when you'll lose your life from gangsters and thieves in a shithole like this. I wonder just how did a pair of mother and daughter live all this while without being captured by the slave merchants and traders. Calvin glanced at Charlotte and felt a sense of admiration towards this tough woman. This city just wasn't suitable for raising children. Calvin knew that Charlotte suffered a lot. Just a single look on Charlotte's yellowish eyes, as well as her unusually pale complexion, made it obvious that she had suffered a lot just for the sake of her daughter. Why? Well, It was because when you compared Cecilia's complexion to Charlotte's, one could easily see the difference. Her daughter looked incredibly healthy, while Calvin reckoned that if Charlotte continued on doing whatever she was doing for them to survive in a shithole like this, Charlotte would definitely die from an illness in the next 5 years. Calvin let out a sigh that he wasn't someone that always saved a damsel in distress, but he was always thorough whenever he gave his help. Since he had already decided to help both mother and daughter in their plight, he made a promise to himself that he would change their lives. After all, Calvin was someone who never finished what he had started. The group continued their journey, and they then arrived in the northern borough proper of Ashmelian. Calvin swept his gaze across the houses in front of him and discovered that the placement of houses and how close they were to each other reminded Calvin of the dangerous favelas in Brazil. Furthermore, the place lacked any sanitation. There was no sewage system, so the people used chamber pots and just hurled their crap and urine out of the window. Calvin felt immense disgust as he stepped on the sticky ground of the northern borough, and no matter where he placed his feet, there was no way for him to avoid the hundreds of feces and urine littering the floor. But Charlotte and Cecilia didn't seem to mind what they were seeing. They merely kicked aside the hardened feces standing in front of them before continuing their journey. She sure is a tough woman, Calvin praised once more. Soon, the group arrived in a place that looked more like a hut made out of cardboard-thin walls. The walls and beams supporting the house didn't even have any nails to support the entire structure. Calvin thought that it was a miracle that the house remained standing for so long without collapsing on its residents. "Oh, Charlotte, you're finally back. Madam Elsa." Upon opening the rotting doors of the house, an elderly woman appeared in front of the group and smiled in delight upon seeing Charlotte's arrival. Charlotte also greeted the woman, and the two started talking to each other. Cecilia dragged Calvin deeper into the house and said, "Uncle Superman, that is where I and Mommy sleeps." She pointed at a bunk bed placed at the far corners of the hut where sunlight couldn't even pass through. Calvin followed her gaze and realized that Charlotte and Cecilia slept on the second bed above the bunk bed, while Elsa, the elderly woman, slept down below. It made sense, since Elsa was already so old. It wasn't appropriate for her to climb up the unsteady ladder to reach the bed above the bunk bed. However, when Calvin's eyes landed on the young boy sleeping on the bed below Charlotte and Cecilia's bed, he frowned. It was because the young boy's complexion was unusually pale and his chest wasn't moving up and down. "He's dead," Calvin uttered in shock. Cecilia nodded her head and said, "Yes, Iggy died yesterday. We just finished playing, but then he said that he wanted to take a nap and he didn't wake up again." Calvin directed his gaze at Elsa and asked, "Madam, is this your son?" Elsa shook her head. "No, that's my grandson. Yes, he died yesterday." Elsa let out a sigh. "Why don't you bury him?" Calvin asked in hesitation. He didn't want another argument to start. Charlotte furrowed her eyebrows. She felt that Calvin was being insensitive. But for Calvin, his question was legitimate, that a dead not given any proper burial could transform into a ghoul at any moment and massacre everyone in this room. Elsa stared right at Calvin, and after realizing that Calvin didn't ask that question to mock her, she replied, "I would love to bury my grandson, but do you know how much that costs? 5 Joselian pesos. It takes me a week to earn 5 Joselian pesos, and that is if I do not buy me some food. But don't worry. Give me 3 days. No, 2 days. I will be able to bury him then." Elsa seemed to have gone mad. Calvin glanced at the corpse once more and realized that the corpse was already rotting and nauseating smell was coming out of it. And if it wasn't buried today or the next day, the smell would intensify to unbearable levels. What's more, it wasn't healthy having a decomposing corpse out here in the open. Calvin looked at Elsa and was about to say that they could probably burn the body as the form of burial. But Calvin remembered that the people of Ashmelian believed in the goddess of compassion and light. Point one, the doctrine said that if the person wasn't buried 6 feet underneath properly, they would forever be unable to enter the cycle of life, and they wouldn't be able to reincarnate. Calvin let out a sigh. He took dozens of coins from his pouch and handed it over to Elsa. "Take this and bury your grandson. You don't have to worry about paying me back." Calvin didn't dare to give Elsa too much money in a place like this. Having more money meant dying early. It was sinful to be rich than the average people in the northern borough. Seeing Calvin's gesture, Charlotte's impression of him improved. After assisting Elsa out of the door with the body of her grandson, Charlotte offered a seat for Calvin and asked, "Why did you want to come here? Do you have something to say to me?" Calvin nodded his head. "That's right, but before we do that, can we talk about your situation here?" "What is there to talk about?" Calvin noticed that Charlotte was still angry. "Uncle Superman, Mommy is angry at you. You've got to make her happy again or else I'd also be angry at you." "Cecilia, quiet. Go and play on your own. The adults have something to talk about. You don't intervene in the talk of the adults, okay?" Charlotte directed her embarrassment at Cecilia by glaring at the little girl. Cecilia gave a bell-like chuckle before she climbed up the bunk bed and stared curiously at Calvin and Charlotte. Calvin glanced at Cecilia, and the little girl immediately pretended to be asleep. Charlotte also noticed Cecilia's antics, and she couldn't help but shake her head and bitterly smile. "I'm sorry about my daughter's antics." "No, you don't have to apologize about that, Miss Charlotte. She's just a child. Let a child have fun in her own way." Calvin waved his hand and didn't seem to be bothered about Cecilia. "I want to talk about what made you so desperate that you tried to sell such an important piece of item." Calvin was obviously referring to the medallion of a crow within the sun. Charlotte quickly caught on what he was trying to say as she let out a sorrowful sigh. "Don't get me wrong, the medallion is valuable for me. But so is my daughter. If I can use that medallion to save both of our lives, then I will do it 10 out of 10 times," Charlotte firmly said. Complicated emotions flashed across Calvin's face. Realizing Charlotte's determination when she made that decision, Calvin couldn't possibly say that the reason why he saved them was that he wanted the medallion right. After all, it was that valuable for Charlotte. The least that he could do was to borrow it. But if he borrowed it, it surely wouldn't be returned once he presented it to the Cavaliers. DMN. It's becoming complicated. Calvin felt a headache coming. "What do you mean by saving both of your lives? Is it because of those loan sharks?" Charlotte nodded. "Yes, but that's not the only reason. It's because it's been 3 months since we paid rent. The landlord is already impatient. He already gave us all the grace period that he can give, but if we wanted another grace period, that would mean—" "Wait." Calvin suddenly interrupted her speech. It was because he realized that there were immense sorrow and remorse laced within Charlotte's voice. Hey, as far as Calvin could remember, landlords were ruthless and inhumane in the world of Las Filipinas. Even if you were only late on your payments for a single day, they would decisively kick you out. After all, with the immense number of homeless people in Ashmelian, any landlord could easily have their place rented out again after kicking out the previous tenant. In other words, tenants weren't that precious at all for the landlords. They view them as assets that they could replace at any moment's notice. But there was something strange within Charlotte's voice when she said that the landlord had already given all the grace period that he could give to them. With landlords being so ruthless, it was close to impossible for them to give out any grace period for their tenants. Even when the law of the Jazilian kingdom stated that a person must not be arbitrarily deprived of their homes, this law wasn't enforced at all. Then, just how did Charlotte acquire 3 months of grace periods? Could it be that, yes, I have no choice, the matchstick factory that I'm working in kicked me out for being tardy. I have no income, the sweatshops and the textile factories are full of workers. The only industry that I can work in to save our lives is the industry that I would rather die than work in. I may be poor, but I would never be a whore. But that shitty landlord, I let him touch my body in exchange for a grace period, but for this month's grace period that he wants to do it with me. I'd rather die than do it with that disgusting man. That's why please don't think of me as someone dirty." Charlotte couldn't take it anymore. She cried and sobbed. "Mommy." Cecilia hurriedly descended from the top of the bunk bed and ran towards her mother. "Mommy, why are you crying?" "Mommy, please don't cry." Cecilia tried her best to console her mother, but Charlotte's tears wouldn't stop. "Whoa. Mommy, please don't cry anymore." In the end, even Cecilia was crying. Calvin stared at the pair of mother and daughter before he stretched his hand out and ruffled the hair of the two. "You've done your best. You've worked hard. You have all the right to cry." To be honest, Calvin was never a man who knew how to console someone. His movements were awkward and his voice was stuttering. He didn't know what to say to comfort the mother and daughter pair. Eventually, Charlotte stopped crying and she hung her head low in shame. Calvin may look to be the same age as her, but he was a member of the opposite sex. As a woman, she found it quite embarrassing for her to bawl and cry in front of Calvin. "Ha ha." Calvin found Charlotte's antics as quite amusing. "Go ahead, cry. No one is around us anyways." "What are you saying?" Charlotte rolled her eyes at him. "Mommy, Uncle Superman means you look ugly when you're crying." Cecilia took advantage of this opportunity to tease her mother. "You, Cecilia." Charlotte was so aggrieved after being teased by her daughter that she bit her pale and chapped lips. "But she's right, Miss Charlotte. You do look ugly when you're crying. That is why you shouldn't cry anymore. You look beautiful when you smile." Calvin said. "Beautiful?" Charlotte trembled. She felt inexplicably happy knowing that Calvin thought of her as someone beautiful. The three continued their talk, and Calvin found out that even Cecilia was working on a nearby matchstick factory. When Calvin knew about this, he immediately ordered Cecilia to quit, and he also promised that he would take care of them from now on. "No, that's not appropriate. We don't know you, and why would you do something like this to us?" Charlotte was quick to express her protest. "Didn't I told you earlier as to why I'm doing this? It's because I feel like helping someone today, and you said that you don't know me, right? Then, in that case, I'll introduce myself. Hello, my name is Calvin. Nice to meet you, little Cecilia. Calvin turned to look at Cecilia. Nice to meet you too, uncle. Cecilia let out a burst of bell-like laughter and comically shook her small hand with Calvin's. Afterwards, Calvin retracted his hand and extended it to Charlotte. Miss Charlotte, my name is Calvin. Just call me by my name. You don't have to add any honorifics. It's nice to meet you. Charlotte stared dumbstruck at the wide smile on Calvin's face. The man standing in front of him may be a cripple, but his heart was as boundless as the ocean. Charlotte didn't know what to say. She subconsciously extended her hand and shook hands with him. Now that you know who I am, I guess I can help you now, all right. Calvin didn't wait for Charlotte's reply. He took out the pouch containing his remaining money, which amounted to a few dozen Joselian pesos, and said, "Take this money and find a better place to stay at the southern borough. I'll be going out for now. Remember to be careful out there." Calvin then turned around. "Wait, where are you going? Uncle Superman. Are you going to leave us? Please don't leave us, Uncle Superman." Cecilia whispered in a wistful voice. Charlotte bit her pale lips and said, "Will you come back?" Calvin laughed. "What's this? Don't exaggerate now, all right? Of course I'll be back. I'm just going to go out there and find a job." "Find a job? But why?" Calvin grabbed Charlotte's calloused and yellowish hands before saying, "From now on, I want you to focus on Cecilia. You've already endured so much, so let me take care of the rest. I'll make sure to earn enough money so the two of you won't have to worry about your food and shelter for the rest of your life," Calvin solemnly declared. Charlotte stared dumbstruck upon hearing Calvin's declaration, but in the very next moment, she started crying once more. But this time, there was something different. Charlotte's eyes seemed to be shining in a greenish light. That light disappeared as abruptly as it appeared, but Calvin was sure that the light he saw wasn't an illusion. Holding back her tumultuous emotions, he wiped the tears off Charlotte's face and said, "I'll be back in a few hours. In the meantime, use that money to get Cecilia some good food." Calvin then left in a hurry. Staring at Calvin's back, the greenish light within Charlotte's eyes returned. "Mommy," Cecilia whispered. Her eyes were also emanating the same greenish light. It's nothing." Charlotte shook her head, and the greenish lights disappeared similar to a burst bubble. "Let's get you some food." "What do you want?" "A dirty ice cream." "Yay, ice cream. It's been a year since I had ice cream." "Thank you, Mommy." Cecilia was immediately delighted, and she quickly forgot about the greenish lights that she saw. It took Calvin quite a long time before he was able to come out of the favela-looking residential area of the northern borough. Afterwards, he checked his pockets and realized that he only had 5 Joselian pesos. The empty check, which was supposed to be for his own usage, so he could buy a residential house in the southern borough, was now out of his hands. But Calvin didn't feel any regret using that money to get out of that sticky situation earlier. After all, money was just a tool for him. Compared to the hassle that he would experience if he was to be interrogated by those bastards, he considered his decision as wise and correct. The Joselian Kingdom law states that a person could be arbitrarily incarcerated for not more than 72 hours after being arrested, but if no complaint was made in the next 72 hours, the person must be released. 72 hours wasn't that long. But for Calvin, who was in a hurry to make contact with the Cavaliers, it was an awfully long time, that he didn't have any time to deal with the guards. So he used that empty check as an escape from being in prison card. His method worked, and he successfully bribed the guard to turn their eyes away from what just happened. But Calvin was now broke. 10 Joselian pesos was about 2 weeks of salary for the poor peasants working in textile and matchstick factories, but in the southern borough, that amount of money was nothing. Calvin grew to learn about this difference when he saw that the dishes served in restaurants situated in the southern borough was painfully expensive than those served and hawked in the northern borough. After taking a carriage taxi to reach the southern borough, Calvin was left with 8 Joselian pesos. It was at this moment that he felt his stomach rumble in protest. Calvin then walked toward a nearby sidewalk vendor. "Can I get a serving of chicken porridge, please?" The middle-aged man vendor nodded his head and silently gave Calvin a bowl of porridge. Calvin received the bowl and handed over 3 Joselian pesos, but the sidewalk vendor suddenly complained. "It's not enough." "What?" Calvin doubted his ears. The price placed on the plaque hanging beside the signage of the stall clearly said that the price of a chicken porridge was 3 Joselian pesos. What did he mean by not enough? "The price has changed an hour ago, that it's now 4 Joselian pesos." "What?" Calvin was even more confused. The vendor stared at him and said, "It seems like you're a foreigner, since you clearly don't know about the protest that happened in the center borough a few days ago. Those bastards in their comfy mansion at the Hilton borough clearly do not understand the feelings of us peasants." They arbitrarily passed that Bountiful City Trade Act, which imposes sanctions and quotas to our farmers, resulting in prices suddenly going up in a blink of an eye. Let me tell you how ridiculous it is. A few days ago, the price of a single pound of meat was 11 Joselian pesos. But now, guess how much it is? The vendor asked. 12. Calvin replied. It's 15. 15 Joselian pesos, and it's still increasing as we speak. Now, do you understand? Those bastards only think about increasing their own wealth while we peasants suffer under their selfish sanctions and laws. The vendor let out a sigh. Calvin also gave a bitter smile to express that he sympathized with what the vendor was talking about. The vendor was obviously a verbose man. He still wanted to talk with Calvin, but he found his hands full when the customers here to eat for their lunch suddenly swarmed him for a bowl of chicken porridge. Calvin took a seat on the sidewalk and proceeded to eat his own bowl of porridge. After paying 2 Joselian pesos more for a cup of juice, Calvin lazily stretched his body before taking a look at the 2 Joselian pesos that he had remaining. He noticed that the vendor was now free of customers, so he approached the talkative man and asked, "Do you know a place where I can earn a lot of money as fast as possible here in Ashmelian?" To be honest, Calvin had several candidates in his mind, but he knew that it was more effective to ask a local. After all, on the previous timeline, Calvin was a tycoon in Ashmelian back then. He didn't bother about trying to earn any money in Ashmelian, for he already had a lot of money beforehand. But now, since he was as broke as a beggar, he needed to earn a living. The vendor turned to look at Calvin and said, "I would love to recommend you the combat arena, but seeing that you're obviously not going to survive in a fight against even the weakest fighters in that place. Let me think. Do you perhaps have some money to use as a capital?" The vendor noticed Calvin's bitter smile. "Oops, it seems like I asked a stupid question. But if you have no capital, I have no idea where someone can earn a lot of money in a short time. Most of the ideas that I have required strength for it to work. And if not strength, it requires capital for a chance to earn a lot of money in exchange for that capital. How about burying the dead in the Fallen Angels Cemetery? It's in the southern borough, so it's nearby." The vendor asked. Calvin let out a sigh. The vendor need not ask about Calvin's answer upon seeing him sigh. "It's such a shame that you're a man. If you were a man, you could become a strumpet and earn a living through your body." Calvin simply nodded. "All right, thank you for the time. I must go now and peruse the area for any job opportunities." Okay. Take care now. Remember to come back here if you're hungry. I can give you a discount seeing that you're so polite." The middle-aged man vendor waved Calvin goodbye. Calvin walked through the street in deep contemplation to DM in. "I have a lot of plans, but I never considered the fact that I needed money to do most of them. Could it be because back then I never lacked money? Is that the reason why I've grown complacent? Now, how am I supposed to earn money?" Sigh. Earning money is unexpectedly hard. Calvin lovingly rubbed the deflated pouch hanging on his waistband. The pouch looked big, but it only contained 2 Joselian pesos. How unfortunate and sad. But Calvin didn't lose hope that if worse comes to worst, he could just use spiritualistic magic to earn a sizable amount of money. After all, he still had the soul of the butcher, the benevolent father, Arthur Chase, and the mortician. He could sacrifice their souls to the god of infighting and war, discord in exchange for money. But unless Calvin was pushed into a corner, he didn't plan on wasting the souls of the 3 for money. It was too wasteful and uneconomical. Calvin thought for a moment, and he eventually came across a viable idea. But before he could formulate plans based on that idea, someone bumped into him. "Ouch, watch out, man." Calvin glared at the young man, who didn't even apologize. But in the very next moment, a piercing scream of anger reverberated through the street. "He's a snatcher. Stop him." A commotion immediately occurred in the middle of the busy street. Calvin furrowed his eyebrows, annoyed since the commotion had interrupted his train of thought. But when he realized that his pouch attached to his waistband was missing, he was immediately enraged. "Fkin hell, you bastard! You didn't even spare my 2 Joselian pesos." He turned around and ran after the snatcher like he had gone mad. The snatcher was surely a fast runner. With his expertise pertaining to the streets of Ashmelian, he weaved through the crowd, and in just a few seconds he vanished from Calvin's eyes. But Calvin wasn't willing to give up. 2 Joselian pesos may not be a lot, but 1,000,000 pesos started from 1 peso. Calvin was never someone who disdained the value of a single coin, for he preferred the value of 1,000 coins. He ran after the snatcher. His knowledge of Ashmelian was no less than the snatcher. His movements were even more practiced than the snatcher, so in a blink of an eye, he managed to catch up and could finally see the back of the snatcher. "Stop right there. Make way, that's a thief." The crowd had thickened even further. It was understandable since it was lunchtime. The people working in the center borough and the commercial shops within the southern borough flocked towards the nearby wet market where the snatcher was heading. The thief was wise. He knew how to use the crowd to his advantage. Calvin had never been a thief, so he was baffled with the snatcher's proficiency in mixing himself to the crowd, that he stood on an elevated platform and using his wide view angle. He perused the crowd looking for that thief. Just where in the hell did he go? DM. His frame is too average when compared to others, and he's also wise not to use clothes that will make him stand out from the crowd. What should I do? Maybe I can find it by filtering the crowd based on their actions. FCK. There are too many shady individuals in Ashmelian. Man, I'm starting to hate those drug smugglers. I can spot a dozen drug mules in this crowd, but none of them is the snatcher. I'm sure of it. DM it, man. My 2 pesos. Calvin mourned for his 2 Joselian pesos, but he knew that it was impossible for him to retrieve it anymore, that he walked down the platform and let out a sigh. But before he could even walk any further, Calvin had a brilliant idea in his mind. What if I use spiritualistic magic to find the location of that bastard? I don't think it's worth it to sacrifice my blood essence just to retrieve my 2 pesos, but wait, I'm not the only one that had my money stolen from me. If I manage to find that thief and return the item to its owner, there's a chance that I'll be able to get some monetary rewards. That's it. I can use this opportunity to get myself some money and use that money as capital to further increase my financial capability. And also, Calvin lightly chuckled. The Cavaliers were a group of mysteries people, but they would certainly investigate a matter once they detected that spiritualistic magic was involved. If Calvin could use this opportunity to get himself some money and also attract the attention of the Cavaliers onto him for a chance to join their ranks, this would be worth it. Calvin let out a smile and decisively bit on his left cheek. Blood immediately filled his mouth as he spat into his palm and chanted, "Oh, our beloved goddess Grace, the magister of light and the commander of compassion, I invoke your name with my essence. Bestow guidance upon your lowly servant. Show me the path to which leads to the thief." Tremont. Upon firmly saying the word Tremont, Calvin splashed the blood that he had in his palm onto the pavement. The sense of fatigue and weakness came over his body as he felt his strength waning due to the effects of spiritualistic magic. But this sense of fatigue was also a piece of solid evidence, indicating that the ritual had succeeded. Calvin turned to look at the blood that he splashed onto the ground and discovered that it was a mess. The blood had haphazardly collided against the ground, and no message nor guidance could be deduced from this moment. Calvin's pupils constricted. Spiritualistic magic had the law of equivalent exchange that it would never succeed if the god or goddess in question judged that the sacrifice wasn't enough for the request. But since Calvin felt a sense of general weakness washing over his body, the ritual should have succeeded. Yet, why was there no message at all depicted on the blood? There were 2 possibilities. First, someone directly intervened in the ritual.by interference. The thief probably used a great deal of sacrifice to render his location unable to be discerned by another ritual for a certain amount of time. But items necessary for spiritualistic magic was expensive in this current epoch. How could a mere thief afford those items? But what if the thief used his blood essence similar to how Calvin used his blood essence every time he did the ritual? The chance of that happening was impossible. Why? It was because Calvin was the one who discovered and pioneered the use of blood essence as a sacrificial material. Apart from him, no one knew that one could use their blood essence as a sacrifice. In other words, it was unlikely that interference had happened. What about the second possibility? Calvin used spiritualistic magic to find the location of the thief, but what if the thief wasn't that thief anymore? What if he changed his identity the moment he disappeared from Calvin's eyes? The first cataclysm trapped all sorts of unusual monsters in the world of Las Filipinas, so it was not entirely false that a monster that could change appearance existed. In fact, the existence of that monster would explain everything. Why did Calvin's spiritualistic magic fail to find a location of the thief despite his substantial sacrifice? It was because that thief never even existed in the first place. In short, the identity of that thief must be a doppelganger. Doppelgangers, also known as imitators, were monsters that could take the form of anyone, even beasts that they have encountered. The biological sex didn't matter. So long as the doppelganger was powerful enough, it could take on the form of everyone, even the form of one of the 7 gods and goddesses. Having the ability to take the form of anyone, doppelgangers were creatures that shouldn't even resort to stealing. Yet, why did this imitator went ahead and became a thief for the sake of a few Joselian pesos? It didn't make sense. Calvin pondered, this robbery. It's not so simple.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.